POVMC. Fear. Anxiety. Nervousness. I couldn't exactly pinpoint what I was feeling, but it was overwhelming. You'd probably feel the same if you were in my position. There's a reason my emotions were such a chaotic mess, though. A genuine reason. You see, I was reborn. Transmigrated. Whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. How the hell does a 4-year-old process all these emotions, let alone remember their past life? Well, if you ask my mom, she'd probably skip over the existential crisis and interrogate me on where I learned to curse. Poor Dad would probably end up on the couch for eternity. Truthfully, I didn't want to believe it at first. I thought it was some sick prank. I even searched for hidden cameras while lying in the cradle like an idiot. Desperation does weird things to you. But when a giant woman breastfed me and cooed over me, reality hit harder than a truck in an isekai story. I gave up. That was the day I realized God was the ultimate prankster. No big send-off with a supreme being, no cheats, no wish fulfillment. Just a raw deal. Apparently, I wasn't even worth the standard transmigration package. I would have been fine with this new life if it were a normal world. But no. This wasn't just any world. When I was 4 months old, I saw him on TV, a man with a ridiculously wide grin, radiating pure energy. Even without subtitles, I knew who he was. All. Freaking. Might. That's when it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was in My Hero Academia. And I was so screwed. I cursed like a sailor that day. Luckily, my vocal cords weren't developed enough, so my mom only thought I was crying and immediately shoved food in my mouth. God bless her. As a kid, I was perpetually tense. My mom and dad chalked it up to shyness, but the truth was, I couldn't stop worrying. This world was dangerous. Super dangerous. Villains lurking around every corner, heroes duking it out, explosions in the sky. And here I was, stuck in a toddler's body. And then there was the whole quirk thing. I wasn't sure I'd even get one. My parents were quirkless, and the thought of growing up powerless in this world kept me awake at night. My mom worried too, blaming herself for what she thought was her genetic failure. I hugged her every time she looked sad, even though I couldn't tell her why. If I didn't have a quirk, how could I protect them? Forget being a hero in spandex, I didn't care about saving strangers. I just wanted to make sure my family was safe. But even getting a quirk wasn't entirely comforting. If I got an OP ability, I'd attract attention, and not the good kind. All for one. That guy was the ultimate villain, and the last thing I wanted was to paint a target on my back, or worse, my family's. Now, about my family. We weren't rich. My dad worked as a peon for the head lawyer of the Yayorozu family, while my mom was a kitchen helper. We lived in a modest flat within their compound, a perk of their employment. I'd seen Momo Yayorozu a few times. She was polite, but we lived in completely different worlds. I didn't mind though. As long as we had a roof over our heads, I was content. Oh, and my name? Itsuki Ryo. My mom, Itsuki AI, and my dad, Itsuki Shomei. We were a simple family, and I loved them to bits. Ryo-kun, are you up? I need to leave for work, my mom called from downstairs. Coming, Mom. I shouted back, trying to push away my endless spiral of worries. Sliding into the chair at the dining table, because yes, baby bodies make life unnecessarily difficult, I eagerly waited for breakfast. But then it hit me. A sharp, searing pain tore through my chest, leaving me unable to scream. My vision blurred, and the last thing I heard was my mom's terrified scream before everything went dark. I found myself in a void. Empty. Silent. And then, a screen appeared in front of me, glowing faintly in the darkness. Every gamer and novel reader knows what a screen like this means. The words on it were, unexpected. I am the one you've been cursing ever since you found out I sent you to this world without a cheat. Yes, I'm God. Don't worry, I'm not offended. I get cursed so often I'd have to wipe out half the population if I cared. Anyway, I'm here to make things right. I'm giving you a quirk, but there's a catch. You have one mission. Kill all for one. That's it. How you do it is up to you, and there's no time limit. Once you succeed, you'll gain the ability to travel between worlds, including this one, so you can return and see your parents anytime. Oh, and don't worry about all for one stealing your quirk. I've made it unstealable, uncopyable, and unstoppable. So good luck, kid. And yes, my wife and I did laugh for centuries watching you search for hidden cameras. Take care. I stood frozen, staring at the screen as it vanished. What? The actual hell. But there was one silver lining. I could come back to see my mom and dad. That alone made this insane task worth attempting. Suddenly, the darkness around me crumbled, and light flooded my vision. I woke up to find myself wrapped in my mom's arms, her tear-streaked face pressed against mine. Whatever this new power was, I knew one thing for certain: I'd do whatever it took to protect her and Dad. If it meant killing all for one, so be it. This was my world now. I was so worried. My mom repeated over and over, clutching me tightly like she'd never let go. I sighed softly, returning her embrace. "I'm sorry, Mom," I said sincerely. I could feel how deeply she cared for me, and my sudden collapse must have terrified her. "There's nothing for you to apologize for, young man," a new voice cut in. I turned to see a short, bald man in a lab coat. His appearance immediately screamed, "Mad scientist," but his calm demeanor suggested otherwise. "After all, what you experienced was the awakening of your quirk." "Wait. My quirk?" I blinked, and suddenly I felt different. Like there was an extra limb, an extension of my body that I'd never noticed before. It was a bizarre sensation, like something both natural and foreign at the same time. Maybe once I found out what my quirk was, this strange feeling would make more sense. Finally, my mom loosened her grip, allowing me to breathe freely. Don't get me wrong, I loved her, but being hugged for that long was a bit much. "But, how?" my mom asked, her voice filled with confusion. "Neither my husband nor I have quirks. How can he?" The doctor adjusted his glasses. "It's rare, but not unheard of. Quirk inheritance doesn't always follow a strict pattern." Just then, the door burst open, and my dad stumbled in, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. He must have pedaled his bicycle all the way here without stopping. Without a word, he hugged my mom, relief evident on his face. "Doctor, is he okay? What's wrong with my son?" he asked anxiously. The doctor smiled reassuringly. "He's perfectly fine. In fact, he's better than fine. He has a quirk." My dad froze for a moment before his face lit up with disbelief and cautious hope. "My son has a quirk?" "Yes," the doctor confirmed before turning to me. "Ryo-kun, let's find out exactly what it is. Follow me." I glanced at my parents, and they both nodded encouragingly, their pride and excitement evident. With their approval, I followed the doctor into another room, my heart pounding with anticipation. The room was clinical, with a strange machine at its center. The doctor gestured toward an odd-looking sphere connected to a series of monitors. "Place your hand on this device, and we'll determine the nature of your quirk." I did as instructed, my palm pressing against the cool surface of the sphere. A mirror in front of me reflected my plain, unremarkable features: black hair, black eyes, and a face that was just slightly above average. Nothing extraordinary. Beeping sounds filled the room as the machine came to life. The monitors displayed streams of data, most of which I couldn't make sense of. Good, the doctor murmured, his eyes scanning the screen. "The results are in. Come take a look." I walked over and glanced at the display. At first, it was a mess of numbers and graphs, but then I saw it. Quirk, magnetokinesis. My eyes widened as the realization hit me. Holy shit. If God sends you to another world with a mission, it's guaranteed you'll get an OP power. That's a rule now, Ryo's law of reincarnation. The difficulty of the mission is directly proportional to the power granted. "Ryo-kun, what's your quirk?" my mom asked nervously from outside the glass. "Don't worry, even if it's not that great, we'll always be proud of you." I smiled, warmth spreading through my chest at her words. But my quirk wasn't weak, it was the opposite. "Magnetokinesis," I said, the word rolling off my tongue like a revelation. The doctor's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Marvelous. Magnetokinesis allows you to manipulate magnetic fields, giving you control over any and all metals around you. This is an exceptional quirk." I felt a rush of power, a connection to the world around me. It was as if an invisible sense had awakened within me, letting me feel the metal in the doctor's glasses, the steel beams in the walls, even the trace amounts of iron in my parents' blood. This wasn't just a quirk, it was a game changer. I walked back to my parents, who were still processing what they'd heard. My mom pulled me into another hug, and my dad ruffled my hair, grinning ear to ear. "Let's celebrate tonight," my dad said, beaming. "We'll have a little party when I get back from work." "That's a wonderful idea," the doctor interjected, but his tone turned serious. "Before you leave, though, I have some advice. Don't tell anyone about his quirk." "Not yet. His ability is powerful, but it has limitations. If someone learns what he can do, they might try to exploit him, or worse, use you to get to him." My parents nodded, their expressions turning somber. I knew the doctor was right. My powers, as incredible as they were, came with risks. On the way home, I sat quietly in the car, lost in thought. My mom had decided that, for now, we'd tell people my quirk was simply iron manipulation. It was a safer, less attention-grabbing explanation until I was old enough to handle the truth being public. Guren-san, we're back, my mom told the driver as we arrived at the Yayorozu compound. Guren, the family's cheerful chauffeur, greeted us warmly. Ryo-kun. I heard you awakened your quirk. What is it, champ? I can control iron, I replied, sticking to the story. Impressive. You'll make your parents proud someday, Guren said enthusiastically. By the way, the young miss, Momo, awakened her quirk last month. It's called creation. Maybe you two will be heroes together one day. I laughed nervously as my mom ushered me out of the car and into the flat. Once inside, I grabbed a handful of coins and focused. The coins floated effortlessly around my hand, spinning and twisting in perfect sync with my thoughts. A grin spread across my face. This was just the beginning. I had a lot to figure out, testing my limits, expanding my abilities, but for now, I was content to play with my newfound power. The future was wide open, and for the first time, I felt ready to face it.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
POV Rio. I cracked open my eyes and saw that the room was already lit up with sunlight. I immediately got up and looked below the bed and found a lot of coins and some other small pieces of iron. I released a big sigh. I was finally able to calm down. Yesterday wasn't a dream, I have finally awakened my quirk. From the movie X-Men First Class, I remember that Eric found it much harder to control the metals around him when he was young, but I don't. I can already bend, rip, and strengthen the metal pieces. The iron pieces and the coins already rose up in the air and started to revolve around my body. I was somehow able to drag my body towards the toilet. If I am late, then I will have to do with cold food, and I don't want that. Yesterday was awesome if you ask me. Dad brought a lot of stuff yesterday for our little party. I didn't care for whatever he brought. We celebrated together, which is more important than anything else. My mom also went out of her way and cooked all the best food she knew about with all the best ingredients she could get her hands on. After getting completely freshened up and dressed in clean clothes, I reached the kitchen and saw that Mom was cooking breakfast while humming. The coins were still revolving around my body. I ain't doing this just for fun. I remember the shield Eric made in the movie X-Men Apocalypse, so I wanted to make something like that. My mom and dad think that I am just playing, and honestly, I didn't bother to correct them. I don't want to tell them that I have other memories in my head due to which I know this is an anime world. Good morning, Mom. Food smells awesome, I said in an excited tone, and I climbed the chair. I demand equality. I should have stairs beside this chair so I can climb easily. Ryo-kun, you are awake. Are you really that excited to meet the Yayorozu family? My mom asked me with a smile on her face. Shit. I forgot that Mr. and Mrs. Yayorozu wanted to meet me, which means I might be meeting with their daughter too. No, Mom. I was just excited to play with my powers, I told her honestly with an innocent expression on my face. Honestly, I don't care about meeting them. Many would argue that I can't miss a chance to meet Momo Yayorozu because she is a future bombshell, but seriously, I ain't a pedophile. I might be a kid now, but I am pretty sure that I was a grown-up in my past life, even though I don't remember anything about it. I might give it chance when she gets all those insane curves that she showed off by wearing her skimpy superhero costume, but until that happens she is going to stay as a friend, maybe a best friend, and that will only happen if she doesn't treat me like the kid of her servant. I am more interested in R-rated pro hero Midnight, Nemuri Kaima. When she shows up for the first time in the anime she is 30 years old. Yush, mature women are the best. I wonder if I could get an era Oni-chan. There is still a lot of time to think about all theses stuff. Like when finally my lil bro finally stands up. You can play with your powers all you want, but you must not push yourself too hard or you will be forbidden from using your powers, my mom said with a stern face. Don't worry Mom, I won't do that, at least not knowingly. We continued to have our small chat while Mom continued her cooking. Dad finally decided to join us. He is always late at the food table. Mom calls those bad manners. I have to take her up on that since I don't remember manners from my past life. Soon the food was served and my mom asked me to place all those coins and metal pieces aside since I will be eating food now. I immediately followed her command, because in our small house my mom wore the pants and dad was head of the house only when we were outside. I quickly dug in. Her food always gives me so much warmth. After breakfast Dad left, we bid him farewell while I resumed playing with coins again. Only now I noticed that I was wearing new clothes. I think these were special occasion clothes. Mom always kept these clothes aside. This must be because I was going to meet the Yayorozu family. My mom was also done with her breakfast. After that, both of us headed towards the main mansion where the Yayorozu family lived. I have to say the rich people really have some class. The whole mansion was awesome. It represented the class in our society, and I can easily say that the Yayorozus were one of the richest families in Japan. My mom led me straight to the kitchen. Wait here Ryo-kun, I am going to see where Sir and Madam Yayorozu are. Don't touch anything, my mom said quickly and went inside. I used my powers to put all the coins and small iron pieces in my pocket and looked around the room. Well, I have to say, this is really impressive. Most of these kitchen appliances were excessively expensive. I didn't dare touch anything cause I don't want to cause trouble for my mom and dad. I just gonna get out of here and continue testing my powers. After a few minutes, my mom came back and pulled out a comb and combed my hair to be presentable, but my hair has a mind of its own. No matter how much you comb it will again return to its previous state. When my mom was finally happy with her combing skill, she pulled me through the house. Ryo-kun, be respectful to them. This was all she could say before we reached a big room. This was probably a meeting room or whatever rich people called it. I saw 3 people on the couch. They looked really rich with a capital R tier clothes. Their style, their posture all screamed filthy rich. How the hell did I even know what were the rich people standard? I blame my past life. Sir, madam, and young miss, here meet my son Itsuki Ryo. My mom greeted them and introduced me. I don't know what to do. We aren't in a kingdom, so I don't think I should kneel or bow down. So I decided to just stand there. This was the best I could come up with at this exact moment, and I was a 4-year-old kid, so I don't think that they could blame me for not knowing manners. AI-san, he has really grown up. Last time I saw him when he was only a baby. Mrs. Yeo Rosa spoke up. She looked really regal. With all those pieces of jewelry around her neck, it would give anyone else neck cramps. I saw a glint pass her eyes. Fuck, can she read minds? Nah, I don't think so. At least her eyes don't twinkle like a certain meddling old fool. From what my mom told me, she has a quirk that lets her grade a quirk. So that is why my mom spoke with my dad last night that she didn't want to lie to Mrs. Yeo Rosa. So what's your power, kid? Finally Mr. Yeo Rosa spoke up with a gentle tone in his voice. Magnetokinesis, sir, I spoke up. I don't think that they would try to use me up in some nefarious plot, but I ain't dropping my guard. Hearing my quirk's name, Mr. Yeo Rosa was slightly surprised, but Mrs. Yeo Rosa wasn't bothered. She already knew about my powers. I think she found out using her quirk. Momo Yeo Rosa looked confused. I don't think a normal 4 years should know what magnetokinesis is. Daddy, what is that? Momo asked while pulling Mr. Yeo Rosa's sleeves. Hearing his daughter's question brought him out of his daze. It is a power which would let you control and manipulate metals, am I right? Mr. Yeo Rosa asked me. Yes, sir, I spoke. I don't know what more to say or if I should add anything more. He is really polite. What do you say, Toshima? Should we arrange a private tutor for him along with our daughter? Mrs. Yeo Rosa asked her husband. But madam, we can't afford a private tutor, my mom stuttered out. Really, why do they even want to train me? Oh, I get it now. They want me to be a bodyguard for their daughter. This is the best I could think of. I have no problem doing that. After all, there is no free food in this world, and private tutors were really expensive, and hero schools were also like that. So, if I had to become her bodyguard so that I could get admitted to hero school and get tutored, then I would happily agree. Rubbish, AI-san, you don't have to worry about money regarding this matter. Strong quirk users are needed by our society, and it would be a huge waste if your son can't receive proper training because of money. Mr. Yeo Rosa spoke up. I have to agree with him. No matter how much I know about Eric or Magneto, I could still use all the training I could get. It would be really beneficial if an expert trainer is there to help me. I am completely fine being a bodyguard for their daughter, and since we would be training together, we might become friends, and friends protect each other. I think this is a reasonable deal if thought carefully. Just like I said before, nothing is free in this world. I would be really happy if you give this opportunity to my son. My mom bowed my head, pulling me along with her. Mrs. Yeo Rosa immediately stopped her and pulled her in a hug. Nov, L, B /JNN. AI, don't be stupid. You are working for my family since I passed high school. After I got married, I brought you here with me, Mrs. Yeo Rosa said. I didn't know that, so my mom worked for Mrs. Yeo Rosa before she even got married. Don't worry, AI-san. From now on, all of his academic expenses will be taken care of by the Yeo Rosa family. He should get all the facilities and services needed to nurture his powers, Lord Yeo Rosa said in a serious tone. Tears were flowing from my mom's eyes, and she immediately turned around and hugged me tightly. She must have been really worried because our family didn't have money to send me to a hero school. POV Rio. After meeting with the Yeo Rosa family, their daughter Momo invited me to play with her. Honestly, I didn't have a single clue about what kind of games kids played. While she dragged me, I kept praying to God so he would give me a manual or something similar like that. After a few seconds, I opened my eyes and found nothing changed. I just let out a huge sigh and let myself be pulled by Momo. Until today, I thought of her as a spoiled princess who won't lower herself to play with a servant's son, but I found that she didn't have the courage to talk with me until today. At first, she told me that I looked scary to her, but now that I have talked to her, I wasn't that scary to her anymore. Ryo-kun, here we are. She took me to a room filled with toys. This must be something rich people did. After all, I don't think anyone would have a whole room filled with toys. So, what do you want to play, Momo-san? I don't know much about games, I told her honestly. There is nothing to hide about this and nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't worry, Ryo-kun, I would teach you. She pulled me with her. When I finally came back home, I was dead tired. I don't even want to imagine how a little girl like her has so much energy. At first, she showed me her quirk, and then she was asked me to show her my quirk along with puppy dog eyes. I have to completely agree that she is a little ball of energy, running around everywhere with a huge grin on her face. She told me that I was her first friend. All her other friends didn't like her because she came with a bodyguard when she went to the nearby park. Well, what image I had of her until today was completely changed after I spent the whole day with her. She is just a lonely girl. She doesn't think highly of her because she is rich or she is from a rich family. I could clearly see her happiness when I spend my day with her. I was brought out of my thoughts when my stomach rumbled. Fuck. I am hungry. I climbed up the stupid chair again. Wait, why don't I learn how to fly like how Magneto flew? I decided to give it a try. I concentrated really hard. I focused on the magnetic fields around me. Fart. Well, that was embarrassing. I am so glad that my mom isn't here. I gave up for now and decided to concentrate on the food. I quickly ate my food and ran outside so that I could test my powers. I pulled out a coin on the ground and kept moving away from the coin. After moving away about 10 meters I could no longer move the coin but I could still feel it. After moving for what I thought was another 5 meters, I could no longer feel the coin. So I guess this is my limit for now. I again moved at the previous mark from where I could no longer move the coin. I decided to use different emotions now. First I tried a happy memory. Didn't work. Then anger. That also didn't work. Then I tried serenity. The coin trembled slightly. So my strongest memory is also serenity. I need to work hard on that. The trainer is going to come from the next week. From what Mrs. Yayo Rozo told my mom, he would only give us light exercises according to our quirks and also write down a special kind of diet if needed. From what I remember from the anime, Momo creates objects from fat stored in her body. So I think she would need special food too. I returned back to our house and directly went to take a bath. AHH, a nice shower is heavenly after a long day. 1 week passed in a blink of an eye. Both Momo and I were excited, but we were calm on the outside because we were waiting for our trainer. Mr. and Mrs. Yayo Rozo were talking to a tall middle-aged guy. He was our trainer, I think. He clearly wasn't Japanese because his Japanese has an accent. Finally, he finished his talk with Momo's parents and came to greet us. Hello, my name is Carmine Alessandro. I will be your trainer, he spoke. From his name, seemed like Italian. How the hell did I even know that? Hello Alessandro-san, my name is Itsuki Ryo. I am looking forward to your training. I introduced myself. I am Yayo Rosa Momo. Nice to meet you Alessandro-san. Momo also introduced herself. Throughout the whole week, both of us played together regularly. I can say with full confidence that I am Momo's friend. I ain't gonna bitch about how in 1 week I came to love her and all that. All of those are complete and utter bullshit. I am a kid. I don't even know what the hell love is. Nice to meet both of you too. Just call me Carmine. Now follow me to the training area your parents showed me, he said to us, leading us towards the training room in the Yayo Rosa compound. I thought this was another rich people stuff and stuffed it back in my brain in the folder of rich people stuff. Now both of you stand aside, let me see, he said, and his eyes turned completely white. First, he looked at Momo and wrote down some notes, and then looked at me. For a moment he flinched. That is not good. He gathered his bearings and wrote down some stuff again. Yayo Rosa-san, you will need a special food course because your quirk needs body fat to work. After today's session, I will give your parents a note about your food regimen. Itsuki-san, you won't be needing any special food. But you will need both fitness and emotional control to get the best results from your quirk, Carmine said. What is this guy's quirk? It was really easy for him to decipher my quirk. Nov, L, B / JNN. After that, Carmine gave us some light exercises which would help out our bodies, and he said it would be a good foundation for our future. He helped us with the exercises and wrote down the regimen and handed it to our parents before leaving. Both me and Momo were tired after that, so we decided to return to our own home. I found out from my mom that Carmine Alessandro was the best trainer in whole Japan. One single session with him costs thrice of what my mom and dad earned together in a whole month. Fuck, rich people. He was a busy man due to that. He will only visit once a week and give us new exercises if needed. Until he says so, we had to follow the training regimen he gave us. The next I joined Momo in the training room. Now, the time we spent playing together we spent training together. We completed the exercises and got tired. What more can you expect from a 4-year-old kid? The whole routine continued for the whole week before Carmine visited again, but he didn't change the regiment. A/N. I know this is a huge time skip, but I don't know what kids of that age do. And I don't want to take too much time with just childhood. The next chapter will be about middle school. Just like this, 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. I didn't even know these 6 years came to pass. Throughout these 6 years both me and Momo trained hard along with having fun from time to time. You know what normal kids do. Both of us never got close to any other kids because they didn't like Momo because she was rich. I think that is stupid. It was not Momo's fault that she had rich parents, you know. Both I and Momo became really close throughout these 6 years, but we could still only be called best friends. After all, we trained and studied together all these years. Both of us had been homeschooled until now, and finally, we were going to attend the middle school. Now let's talk about training and development. I could now manipulate metals from 35 meters away, and I could feel metals 50 meters away. I could pull out minerals from the ground, but still, I cannot fly like Magneto did in the movies. I need to work hard on that. Only after 2 years of training with Carmine, he gave me meditation exercises, and to be honest, it helped me a lot. I was walking by Momo's side. We just entered our new school. Momo was really excited. She still has her bouncy personality. I was playing with a coin without even looking. Come on Ryo-kun, aren't you excited about making new friends? Momo asked me, really excited. She grabbed my hand and started to drag me. Hi, Momo-chan, I replied. When Momo gets excited like this I just had to be dragged around, so I just give up. But she is really like a ball of energy. I would never want her to change. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. POV Rio. Another year passed since we started attending middle school. This is a kind of elite school where you are forbidden from using your powers. The school is completely filled with geeks and nerds, in other words, boring, with a capital and bold B. In this school, I really had to work hard, very very hard. Not for studies. I ain't gonna lie and say that I am a top student, but I am in the top 15. Maybe. I don't know. Momo keeps a note about stuff like that. As long as I can stay in this school beside Momo, I don't need anything more. Now let's talk about why I had to work hard. Everyone in this goddamn school wants to work as a researcher or in the support department, and for that, they need financial support. And here comes my dear Momo-chan. They already know about her from her last name, so they try to get close to her so that they could get to her money. Momo also understands that, so she just sticks with me. Even some girls try to ask for favors from her when she goes to changing room or lavatory. I never thought that kids could think like that, and I am probably right. The kids must be getting urged by their parents to befriend Momo. Momo was from one of Japan's richest families, so befriending their heiress would elevate their family status. So now I am known as a delinquent throughout the whole school, but I don't care. Teachers don't say anything to me since I never laid a hand on anyone. But because of this reason, all other students tried to destroy my image by declaring me a delinquent. But that never worked since only one person was important to me, Momo. What the others think doesn't matter to me. Finally the bell rang. Finally the school is over. I released a huge sigh. Both of us are now 12 years old. Both of us still follow Carmen's training regiment, and we had decided to continue following that until we start to attend UA High. My family is still the same. Mom and dad are still working on the same jobs. Momo never brought our status difference between us, and I am truly happy for that. So where to, Momo-chan? I asked Momo, who was gathering her stuff so that we could leave quickly. If we weren't quick enough, then Momo would get surrounded by annoying kids who would try to bother her. She gave me a brilliant smile before she started speaking in an excited tone. Let's go to the arcade, she declared excitedly. What can I say? I will just allow her to drag me. I pulled out my phone, given by Mrs. Yeo Rozo. First let me inform your mother, we can go. After that I told her, but it didn't bother her because she kept leading me outside. I texted Mrs. Yeo Rozo and told her about our plans. She immediately replied back to me and told me that she would be sending her car to pick us from the arcade. We exited the school premises and I bought 2 ice creams for ourselves. I have to say, ice creams are nice, like really nice. Like a ray of sunshine on a rainy and dampy day. Now enough of my spiritual rant. We kept walking towards the arcade when I suddenly noticed a van following us. I wasn't sure if the van was following us or not, but I could feel something was odd, so I immediately took out my phone and texted the driver to come quickly. I grabbed Momo's waist and pulled her towards me. She immediately knew that something was wrong, so she didn't react. Someone is following us, right? Momo asked me, looking slightly worried. She wasn't scared because she knew that I would protect her, and this whole place was filled with metal, so it was the worst place anyone can plan to ambush me, or in this case us. Yes, I think so. Don't react or turn around. Let them attack. I could already sense that they are loading their guns, I told Momo. She didn't react, but I could clearly see the worry etched on her face. There were 6 men inside the van and 5 of them were carrying weapons. They seemed like a mercenary group to me. Well, this was going to be their last assignment, because even if they survive, Yeo Rosa family would make them disappear. Things like this always happened in the real world. I sensed a gun being pointed towards me, but I didn't react. They were still inside the van, so I destroyed all the cameras in this area while they were still getting ready. I used my quirk and made sure that the bullet won't move from its initial position. This would make the gun explode in the guy's hand. The next moment a bang was heard and a man started to scream. Momo-chan, can you make some iron rods for me? I asked Momo. Even if there was metal all around me, I didn't want to damage public property or someone else's private property. Police would declare me a villain before I could even say sorry. Iron rods coming right up, Momo said cheerfully, and she started to create iron rods out of her hands. By this time the remaining 5 guys had left the van so that they could attack us, but I was faster than them and bound their hands and legs with metal rods. The whole traffic stopped when they saw heavily armed men right in the middle of the road. Those 5 men dropped on the ground and they were trying to get out of those bindings, but that wasn't going to happen. What did you do to him? Momo asked me, pointing towards the man, who just rolled out of the van while cutting his hands. Both of his hands and face were slightly bloodied. He could no longer use his left arm because anything below the wrist was completely gone. I don't know. I think the gun exploded in his hand. I didn't want to tell Momo that I was responsible for that. You don't need to lie to me. I don't care what you did to them, because if you didn't do that, then either of us could have ended much worse, Momo said seriously. Sometimes she really surprises me, when she suddenly becomes so serious. She is a really intelligent girl. I didn't answer her but gave her a smile. I looked around and pulled away Momo with me. I was still holding her by the waist. We walked away from the scene because nobody saw me taking any action and only Momo knew that it was my quirk. I tried to pull away my hand from her waist, but she grabbed my hand and placed it again around her waist. I like it when you hold me like that, Ryo-kun, Momo said while blushing. I knew Momo must have started to develop feelings about me because girls matured much faster than boys. Then I will keep holding you like this, I replied to her. This intensified her blush, but she also gave me a bright smile. Both of us walked towards the arcade and found Guren-san was already waiting for us. Since we were no longer in danger, we decided to forget about it, for now, so that we can have some fun in the arcade. We enjoyed ourselves for a couple of hours in the arcade before we decided to leave. We entered the car and drove back to the Yayo-Rozo compound. I had already texted Mrs. Yayo-Rozo about the incident on street and she had said she would take care of it. After reaching the compound, Momo gave me a tight hug and ran away. Mrs. Yayo-Rozo was standing at the door and saw both of us. I was worried about how she would react. Don't worry, Ryo-kun, if she decides to date you then I have no problem. Both, me and my husband approve of you, after saying that she went inside. After hearing that, I released a sigh. I know if I want, nobody could stop me from doing whatever I want, but I respect both Mr. and Mrs. Yayo-Rozo for what they have done for me. I can never forget that. If they didn't get Carmine as a trainer for me I would have been a lot weaker right now. They were also paying for my school and they were going to keep paying even when I enter UA High. I also entered the compound and went towards our house. I opened the door. Mom, I am back, while saying I entered the house and went towards the kitchen. Mom was on the couch watching TV. How was your day, Ryo-kun? Mom asked me while ruffling my hair. She had given up on combing them a few years ago. Just like normal, which means boring. I didn't tell her about the attack because she would only get worried without any reason and I don't want her doing that. I will take a shower and then I will go to train with Momo-chan, I told her while walking towards my room. Don't overwork yourself, my mom told me before I closed my door. I entered the bathroom and put all the clothes in the basket. I was lean and muscular. I was quite tall for someone of my age. I was already 4 feet 9 inches. I stretched my body before entering the shower. After leaving the shower, I wore clean training clothes and went towards the training room and found that I was alone. I decided to do some warm-up before Momo-chan joined me. I did a few stretching exercises and started to work on my daily routine. I have grown a lot stronger since last year. I could now feel metals about 76 meters away from me and move metals about 55 meters away from me. If I was serene then I could easily work with 60 meters of distance. The amount of load I could pick up has also increased. While I was thinking all this, Momo had already joined me. I saw her and remembered the small chat I had with Mrs. Yayo-Rozo. It made a small smile appear on my face, but it would still take some time before I would act on my hormones. POV Rio. Well, after the incident on street, Momo was never attacked again. From what I heard from Momo's mom, I know that it was someone from their own company. The guy wanted to kidnap Momo so he could use her as leverage and get all the shares of their company in exchange for Momo. Pretty stupid plan if you ask me. She also told me that she took care of it and he would never do something like that again. I wasn't stupid, so I had a pretty good idea of how that guy ended up. So, today was the last day of our middle school. 2 more years have passed just like that. In these 2 years, I have shown immense progress with my powers. I didn't know how I improved so much in only 2 years, but according to Carmine, it has something to do with my maturity and growth. According to him, my 14 years old body is a lot stronger than my 10 years old body, so if my body keeps getting stronger my quirk will also keep getting stronger. Now, I have also learned how to fly. At least, I didn't fart while I was training. That would have been really embarrassing. Momo and I didn't take our relationship to the next stage in these 2 years because Momo was working really hard with her quirk. Her quirk is up, but it also has some huge drawbacks. Like if she wants to make something, then she would need to understand the structure and every nitbit of the stuff she is trying to make. So, it means she can't use her powers to pop out something which she just saw until and unless she knows about its molecular structure. So, this means she had to study, and she did study a lot. I am not a science guy, to be honest. Yes, I can think fast, make strategies quickly, or make whatever plans, but science and research aren't my stuff. After that street incident, even though Momo tried to hide it, but I knew that she was angry. She was angry with herself. Yes, she knows that I will always be there to protect her, but she doesn't want to become a burden. In other words, even if she didn't need to use her powers to protect herself because of my presence beside her, she still wanted to have the power to protect herself. After that, she dived into studies so that she could understand and learn about the molecular structure of different materials and objects. One of the best things she did was, she started to learn the structure of different metals. It took a lot of time for her to finish learning about all those metals, but according to her, it was worth it. Yes, metal was everywhere around us, but I can't pull out beams from a building or use a car to fight, so I was really happy that Momo took care of that for me. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. So which hero do you want to meet first? Momo asked me curiously. Currently, both of us were sitting in a park eating ice cream. Since it was the last day of our middle school, we decided to have a small celebration. We didn't like our middle school, to be honest, so it was something both of us wanted to celebrate. Nemuri Kayama, R-rated pro hero midnight, I told her honestly. There was nothing to hide. Momo has been in my room, which is filled with Nemuri's posters. So, you like older women? Momo asked me nervously. I knew why she was asking something like that, but I can't just go out and say I want both of you. Harems are not common in this world, and if they are, then I didn't know about them. Not sure. I like Nemuri, that much I know. My answer didn't seem to assure her, but she gave up for this moment. I am not Nemuri's fanboy, but I keep her posters for my manly needs. It was already getting dark, so I think we should be going back. Let's go back, Momo-chan. It's already dark, I told Momo, who nodded meekly. I know what Momo wants, and Momo also knows that I know what she wants. Sigh. I guess I will give her an answer within the week. It's not like I don't like Momo. In fact, I might be even in love with her, but I guess I am just hurting myself and her now. We reached the Yayo Rosa compound and Momo gave me a hug and ran inside. I sighed again and went to our house while thinking about stuff. I think I should put my taking multiple women plan on standby. I am still going to have a lot of time in this world. I guess I have made my decision. I entered my home and notified my mom that I am back. She was watching the news. A lady was speaking something about some heroes and stuff. In 2 more months, the UA High recommendation exam will take place along with the UA High entrance exam, which means all might have already given one for all to that, whatever you call that kind of boys. I went straight to my room and looked around. My whole room was filled with Midnight's posters. I started pulling them off one by one. Since I have decided to enter a relationship with Momo, I decided to give up on Nemuri or anyone else, for now, at least. The reason I was doing something like that is because when you are in a relation, your girl will get really jealous and competitive if she finds out that you have a crush. So, if you want to have a peaceful love life, then you better take off all the posters you have of others girls from your room. Momo keeps popping into my room from time and I have always noticed how she got annoyed when her eyes would land on Nemuri's posters, and in all the posters, Nemuri was wearing her hero costume, if you could call it that. Images here. After taking all of them off, I stashed them away in a box and put them under the bed. When I first came to this world, I thought that I would make Nemuri my girlfriend and I won't think about Momo till I enter UA High. Guess it didn't work out like that. After getting freshened up, I went to the training room and saw that was Momo stretching her body. I gathered my courage and went to talk with her. Where the hell did my courage go when I need it so badly? Momo-chan, do you have a sec? I asked her. Yeah, fucking great, Rio. This was the best line you could have started with. Fuck, why this is so hard. While coming here I had it all planned in my mind, but now, let's wing it. Momo finally turned towards me. I just wanted to ask that will you go out with me, this weekend? I said that in one breath and held on to my breath after that. As you mean, like boyfriend and girlfriend? Momo asked me nervously. I could just nod my head. I was slightly nervous myself. She immediately jumped on me and smashed her lips on mine. I don't know how to categorize kisses since I don't have any past life experiences, but I have to say it was the best feeling I ever felt. I somehow held my ground and prevented both of us from falling to the ground. She swiped her tongue across my lips twice like she was asking permission to enter my mouth. I slowly opened my lips and gave her entry. Her tongue immediately invaded my mouth and I could feel my lil bro was struggling to get free from my pants, but I concentrated more on the kiss. Both of our tongues started to fight for dominance, but none of us won. After a few minutes of sucking each other's faces, we finally separated. A string of saliva parted between our lips. Momo looked really flushed. I didn't have a mirror, but I think I looked kind of the same too. Wow, our first kiss was much better than I ever imagined, Momo said while licking her lips and looked down. I also followed her gaze and saw her looking at the tent of my pants. I think you are also feeling the same, Momo again spoke. I didn't answer her and pulled her again in another hot and steamy kiss. After another few minutes, we parted again. I don't think I can train today, I said while still hugging Momo. I could feel my dick pressing against her stomach. I also think that. Let's meet tomorrow. After saying that, she gave me a small kiss and ran away. I looked down and saw the tent on my pants and sighed. I guess that ain't going away on its own. So, I went back to my room and went straight to the bathroom to relieve myself. 2 months passed just like that. I went on dates with Momo every weekend for these 2 months. My mom and dad were slightly worried about us dating, but after I told them that Mrs. Yayo Rosa didn't have a problem with it, they finally agreed. Both I and Momo had decided that we won't move too fast, for now only kissing and slight touching. So today was the day of the UA High recommendation exam and both me and Momo were sitting for our written exam along with other recommended students. Soon the written test was over. I thanked God that nothing was related to science or research or I might have failed. Next was the practical exam, an obstacle course of 3 kilometers. I was along with 5 other students who I didn't know or neither remembered from the anime, meaning they were mob. As I had thought, the race was a piece of cake even when I was holding myself back. I used my quirk to pull me through the course while sometimes jumping and moving to dodge the obstacles. The interview was completely boring and useless. They just asked me some stupid questions. After that, I was told that I would be sent my acceptance letter in 1 week if I was accepted. After that, I waited for Momo to finish her interview. So, with that, both of us entered the car while holding hands. POV Rio. So what did you do with the posters? Momo asked me curiously. She was currently sitting on my bed while I was trying to pour cola for her. Oh, I took them off and stashed them in a box under the bed. I answered her honestly. There is no need to hide something like that. As long as they are not on my wall, it is fine. We are going to receive the UA High acceptance letter the day after tomorrow if we get accepted. So tomorrow's completely free. That's why Momo's here, so that we can go on a date before school starts. So where do you want to go tomorrow? I asked her while handing her the cola glass. Why don't we go to the amusement park? To be honest, it has been so long since I have been there. I feel that I have never been there. Well, there's the answer, I guess. Then amusement park it is. Honestly, I am much worse than her. I have been there only once and I was what? 5 years old at that time? Firstly, I wasn't even allowed to ride most of the rides. So, it was kind of a bust. Well, after that, both of us discussed about some casual and nonsensical topics until Momo pulled out a book from my stands. It was about magnetic fields, the only branch of science I will be ever interested in. We discussed some stuff but nothing came out of it. We spent the rest of the time just like that before she went home. Before leaving she gave me a passionate kiss. So the next day, I got ready like any other decent guy, meaning, I was ready before the designated time. I have been waiting in front of the compound for about 10 minutes. Only after a minute, I heard Momo's voice. She was looking gorgeous, fabulous, and much more. You really look stunning, ma lady. I complimented her in a cheeky manner. This made her giggle playfully. Why thank you, my fair gentleman, she giggled. None of that fangirl giggles mind you, while I opened the car door for her. I entered after her and closed the door. The car drove off towards the amusement park. Soon we were there. After exiting the car I pulled Momo closer to me by her waist. Time skip, 1 eternity later. Phew, that was a long fucking line, I said while wiping off sweat from my brows. My shoulder was immediately smacked. I was confused so I looked at Momo wanting to know the reason for her sudden glare. How many times have I said that you shouldn't use such words? She asked me and continued to glare at me. Fuck. I cursed aloud. I just rubbed the back of my neck sheepishly. This is what I do when she catches me cursing. There was nothing else you could do. I know you cursed again in that dirty mind of yours. Her glare intensified. Did she suddenly become Charles Xavier? After I reach home I am going to wash your dirty mouth with soap, she harumphed and grabbed my arm. She started to drag me towards the roller coaster. Well, that is the best offer I am getting, I guess. I easily passed the minimum height. I was 15 now like Momo. She was now 5 feet 8 inches and I was 6 feet 2 inches. Tall for anyone of our age, but there were still a lot of taller kids than me. Some of them were taller because of their quirks. I never talked about our birthdays. Momo's birthday is on September 23rd while mine is on November 15th. We took our seats and I fastened the safety gears. After waiting for just a couple of minutes the whole ride was filled, and the car started to move slowly after a small jerk. Throughout the whole ride, Momo was grabbing my hand, intertwining her fingers with mine. In other words, it was a lot of fun. We enjoyed several other rides which were similarly insane like the roller coaster, but we saved the giant wheel for the last, so that we can give our date a romantic ending. Both of us are currently sitting in a pizza store. The amount of cheese Momo asked for on her pizza would even scare a foodie away. Sometimes I am amazed how much food she eats. Even 3 adult foodies would find it very hard to finish that food. Are you excited about the school? I asked Momo. I genuinely wanted to know the answer. Middle school wasn't a good experience for either of us. Momo always wanted to have a lot of friends since she was a small girl, but Momo didn't have any friends except me. Momo stopped eating and looked directly into my eyes. Yes, at least everyone won't be jealous of my quirk or rich parents there. Her answer was what I expected. We continued eating our food. When we were finally done with our food, both of us headed towards the giant wheel. After waiting for a few minutes we finally got our chance to enter. As soon as the ride started I pulled Momo onto my lap. Tell me, did you had fun today? I asked her with a smile on my face. Let me show you. After saying that she immediately kissed me. Both of us started to make out heavily. Only lack of air deterred us from sucking each other's face for any longer. My pants were feeling really tight. I guess she felt that too because she adjusted herself properly on my lap. I love you, Momo, I blurted out somehow. I could clearly see her face morph like a blooming flower and she forgot everything and smashed her lips on mine. I didn't want to say that but I somehow said that, but I don't regret saying it. I love you too. Rio. After saying that we continued sucking each other's face. We continued making out before we got out of the ride. It was already dusk so we decided to leave. I texted the driver who replied that he was in the parking lot. We left the park and entered the car. Today was really nice. I thought that while nodding my head sagely. Both of us didn't talk anymore but I simply held her in my arms till we reached the Yayo Rosa compound. Tomorrow we will be receiving our UA High acceptance letter. Both of us kissed goodbye before walking towards our own homes. I entered my home and was immediately questioned by my mom. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. So, Rio-kun, how was your date? She asked me excitedly. Nice, really nice. As a matter of fact I finally confessed and she accepted. I told her because she won't leave me until she gets some of the details. She immediately squealed in joy and hugged me. I am so happy, Rio-kun. Finally, you forgot that old and shameless perverted woman and got with someone of your age, she said blandly, but her smile was really brilliant. She didn't like Nemuri that much. For your information. I still like her but I am in a relationship now. This and that are different, I said, and my mom became more and more depressed as she heard my words. Anime depression. All of a sudden, her mood changed in an instant. Okay, let's forget that old woman. I will make the best food I can to celebrate, she again squealed and went inside the kitchen. Just like we had thought, the next day our UA High acceptance letter came. Both Momo and I were accepted in class 1A. Wait, 1A, aren't there only 20 students? That means someone unfortunate was kicked out. It won't would be Izuku Midoriya, which means, it could only be that midget pervert. Minoru Mineta. The school was about to start from the second week of April. Didn't know what kind of logic was followed. The time passed quickly and it was already the second week of April. Both Momo and I were ready for our new school. I could easily feel that Momo was very excited, she was bouncing all around. So here I was standing in my new uniform, waiting for Momo. This time we had decided to take normal transit, didn't know how we came to that decision but it kind of clicked. Momo finally came down and pecked me on the lips. I clearly saw Mrs. Yayo Rozo standing by the door who had a gentle smile on her face. Momo grabbed my arm and started to drag me off. Well, I could never cope up with her excitement, this must be because of all the food she mows down. Did I mention how stunning she looked in her school uniform? Believe me, the anime didn't do her any justice. This was Momo's first time on a train so it was very exciting for her. While she was excitedly looking outside I was keeping watch for any perverts who would try to grope her or touch her. Call me overprotective but every boyfriend should do this for their girlfriends. We finally arrived at the school. Thank God that nobody tried anything because I didn't want any trouble on the first day, at least not from a fucking pervert. Both of us looked around and the whole place was filled with students. I have recognized some of them since all of them were first years. I remembered them from the anime but I didn't see anyone from class 1A. After checking the map we finally navigated through this huge school and found 1A. I opened the door and saw that it was mostly empty. Tinya Aitsa was there along with Toru Hagakure. Well, wherever her clothes were floating she should also be there. Then there was also Mina Ashido, Yuga Aoyama, and finally from what I remembered Masharao Ajiro. Both Momo and I decided to sit in the back. Now that I think of it I might be tallest in this class or second tallest, only beaten by Mizo Shoji. Soon the class filled up. The same thing happened between Bakugo and Aitsa like it did in the canon. I checked the whole class and it seems that I was right. That pervert midget is not here. There is no way Midoriya isn't going to be here. Suddenly the door opened and a man walked in, a sleeping bag looking like a caterpillar. Good morning class. POV Rio. Good morning class. The caterpillar, Shota Aizawa, spoke in a dead voice. Shoto turned towards a group of three. Midoriya, Ilda, and Yurika, and again continued in his dead and tired voice, if you are looking for buddies to hang out with then do it somewhere else. The three kids looked startled and the man got out from his sleeping bag. This is the hero course. The man was wearing full black clothes and something like a bandage was wrapped around his neck. It took you guys 8 seconds to calm down. Time is limited. You guys are not rational enough, he continued berating us. He scanned throughout the room with his same dead and tired eyes. I am your homeroom teacher Aizawa Shota. Nice to meet you, he continued with his similar dead and tired voice. UA mostly hired pro heroes as their teaching staff but I can guarantee that there is only one person beside me who will know about Aizawa or Eraserhead and that is Izuku Midoriya. Of course, he would know him because he is a hero fanboy. To be honest, I have no problems with his hobby, but he is way too fanatical with it. I am pretty sure that I wasn't Japanese in my past life so I always get confused with their first and last name. Aizawa pulled out a tracksuit from the podium to show it to the students. Go and put this on and get out on the field. After that he handed everyone a tracksuit. I kind of liked this stuff, pretty comfortable. I have to say they must have made this after a lot of research. I don't think they exaggerate when they say UA is the best hero training school. After getting ready we finally got out on the field. Everyone was wearing their tracksuit now. I went and stood beside Momo who was chatting with the pink girl named Mina Ashido. But as soon as Aizawa turned his sight towards us, both girls immediately stopped talking. Looks like Momo is finally making friends. Today will be your quirk apprehension test, Aizawa said to the whole class and then turned around. We were now facing his back. A quirk apprehension? What about the orientation? The chubby-faced girl named Okako asked. Orientation? This is the hero course. We don't have time for all those unnecessary ceremonies. We aren't like other schools. Over here you will be training to improve your quirks. That is what we will be focusing on instead of those things, Aizawa said in his usual bored tone. Just like in the canon, Aizawa called Katsuki to show how to throw the ball using his quirk, which he did after he screamed die like a typical villain. Then he switched off his quirk to show the difference between normal people and us. Nov. L. B /JNN. He saw the students getting excited because they could use their quirk, so he added the sentence, the student who comes last will be expelled. Everyone got sacred except me. I looked at the side and found Momo also wasn't scared. In canon, she thought that Aizawa was lying to bring out everyone's full potential, but she was wrong. Looks like she is wrong here too. I didn't think that I need to correct her, so I let it be. Then I looked over to Midoriya. He looked completely petrified except his knees, which were shaking. Honestly, can you be any more obvious? Fuck. That kid is stupid. I shouldn't badmouth him though. Stupid people deserve some respect too, and I don't want karma to come back and bite me on the ass. First was the 50-meter dash. Running wasn't one of my specialties, but I think I performed pretty well. Like in UA high recommendation exam, I decided to hold back my power. I didn't want to attract the attention of one certain emo kid and a wannabe future villain. It's not like I am ashamed of showing off my quirk, but I want to keep it under the wraps for now, at least. People who think their quirks are absolute are simply stupid. I have an obvious weakness, lack of metals. If I am imprisoned like Magneto was, then I would be done for. I can extract iron from blood, but if they don't send anyone, then that power will also be useless. After all, this was a pretty advanced world and they could use glass or plastic robots to feed me. I came 5th. Not bad if I have to say. After everyone finished, I could feel Momo's glare burning a hole in my skull. She must be angry because I am holding back. I felt another stare on me. I turned around and found it was Shota Aizawa. He must have noticed that I wasn't giving it my all. Yeah, geezer, fuck you. You can't do shit until and unless I am the last, and you can't accuse me of anything because my performance was the same in the UA High Recommendation exam. The next was grip strength. Like in the canon, Mejo Shoza showed immense strength. If Midoriya wanted, he could have beaten him, but he didn't want to bust his arm before the ball throwing test. If I wanted, I could have busted the machine too, but what would I have gained? Attention from an emo half brooder and a villain in making bully. I would never know how Katsuki Bakugo didn't turn out to be a fucking villain. If a certain meddling fool was here, then he would have just said, Bakugo my boy, you are turning dark. I came 8th in this test. Now some people would say I am just a scaredy cat or the FBI is looking for me, that I am hiding my powers, but why would I even want to come first in a meaningless test which would have no value in the final result? I could use this to easily deceive everyone until USJ, where it really matters. No matter who offers what. I will be joining an internship with my dream girl, a hem woman, Nemuri Kayama. Yosh. Youth. Next was standing long jump. Momo came first in this, followed by Bakugo. Momo made some spring-like objects. I didn't know what they were called. She used them to clear the sandbox. I don't think that her performance was shown in the anime. Whatever. She came first in this test. I landed myself within the box, but it was almost the end. I was in 10th position. I didn't care, honestly. The next was repeated side steps. A certain person with a shiny bald head and a yellow hero suit would have loved to do it, but I am not him, nor were the other students. That's the fucking reason I came second. In anime, I remember it was the purple-haired perverted midget who did the best. Well, looks like first place is Aitsa and I am second. I blame Carmine for this. If he didn't give me this exercise, I wouldn't have been so good at this. Third was Momo, not surprising since she did this exercise too. I don't think that Momo will come out on top this time. The last and final was the ball throw. I guess I should try to do better in this one at least, or the way Momo is glaring at me I might die before reaching home today. I watched Okako send the ball to infinity using her zero-gravity quirk. It must be quite handy sometimes, like kinky times. Fucking in air, nope, not a dream anymore, since I can fly without farting now. I just need to convince Momo, AHH. I guess it's my turn. I could coax her to have sex in the air later. I took the ball from Aizawa's hand before going to the circle. A tiny piece of iron was immediately implanted within the ball. I pulled my arm back and threw the ball, but actually used my power. After the ball reached a certain distance, it broke the sound barrier and flew away. I looked back at the students and Aizawa. The students were shocked. Some looked at me with awe. This is what I wanted to avoid. I garnered the attention of the emo half brooder and in the making villain. Then I looked towards Momo. She was smiling brightly. That improved her mood a lot. My result was 1,237 meters. I guess I got the second position. The final result came. I was gobsmacked. What kind of fucking weed are they smoking? I seriously need to ask them. How in the hell Momo came first? To tell you the truth, I was proud of her and I really happy that she came first, but I really want to know how did they tally the result. They must be seriously high. I need to get the stuff from them. The rest of the result was announced too. Second was Todoroki, then Bakugo, then Aitsa, and it was me, in 5th position. I don't think the rest are that important. As I had thought, Izuku Midoriya came last. He was petrified except for his shaking hands and knees. What I said about expelling the student who came last was a lie, Aizawa said in his usual dead tone like it was a matter of fact. This shocked everyone, and Midoriya came this fucking close from passing out because of the severe emotional stress. What? Did you guys actually believe him? It was an obvious bluff. Momo said. This shocked everyone, but they understood while nodding. But I know Aizawa wasn't bluffing, he would have done that, but why should I correct her? We are done for today. Don't forget to get your handouts on the curriculum in the classroom before heading out, Aizawa said while walking towards Izuku. Yeah, old man, take him into some fucking corner. Ahem. I must purge these nasty and disgusting thoughts. I need my Momo-chan. Now, well, I guess day 1 is finally over with this. POV Momo. I was calmly heading back to the girls' changing room. I simply don't understand why does Ryo has to act like that, always holding back. I know that he might have pretty a good reason for doing that, but we are in the most secure building in whole Japan. Something can't happen here, right? A/N, you don't know how wrong you are, dear. I was halfway done with my clothes when I felt someone tapping on my shoulder. I turned around to find that it was the pink-skinned girl. She was giving me a friendly smile. Hello, I am Mina Ashido, nice to meet you, she said in an excited tone and extended her hand towards me. I accepted her gesture and shook her hand. Momo Yayo Rosa, nice to meet you, I said and picked up the final piece of my clothing and I put it on. I couldn't help but notice how unique your quirk is. What is it exactly? Mina asked. Her voice was filled with curiosity. I don't think there should be any harm by telling her. My quirk is called creation. I can create any non-living material or object from my exposed skin. I spoke. Hearing about my quirk made her more and more excited. That's so cool. Now mine seems to be lame when compared to yours. Mina said she was still excited like before. She must have found my quirk interesting. Well, I do have to understand the molecular structure of what I am making. It isn't easy as it seems, I explained to her. Her yellow eyes seemed to glow more and more with each passing second. Wow, so you must be something like a super genius. Mina shouted, attracting the interest of other girls. Like Mina introduced herself to me, others did too. Soon all of us were chatting like normal friends. Is this how it feels when you have friends? This is so nice. I noticed that none of them were bothered by my last name. I guess it's for the greater good if they didn't know that. I love this. I would have loved to chat more, but I have to be somewhere else now. Rio must be waiting for me, so I bid them farewell and went towards our class and found that Rio was already waiting for me. I have collected your schedule. I will give it to you when we reach home, he told me. I grabbed his hand and both of us started to head outside. How long you have been waiting? I didn't notice the time. I was chatting with the other girls. They seemed to be nice, I told him excitedly. He knows how much I craved for friends, but with all those hussies in the middle school, it wasn't exactly possible. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. At least they aren't annoying like the girls in the middle school. That's good, he said. I don't know, but he always seems to understand what I am thinking. Let's get back home. I am so tired, I whined. POV Rio. Yesterday was fun. Momo was slightly, maybe more than slightly annoyed because I was holding back. But nothing a good makeout session didn't fix. So, yesterday it was the quirk apprehension test, so today must be the hero basic training. I just hope I am paired with my lovely girlfriend. I don't want to explain anything to a new guy, or a new girl, gender equality. So today, we will be wearing our hero costumes. Thank God I finished the designs of my suit. Thinking of costumes, I was so glad that I was somehow able to convince Momo to change her costume design. I won't be a pathetic MC who won't understand that her quirk works better with more exposed skin, but I still don't want her to wear that skimpy suit in public. Even if her new costume wasn't much better, it was still a lot decent than her original one. I know in anime she showed little to no concern about losing her clothes. If it wasn't for the restrictions about exposing your skin, then she might have chosen her costume to be a fucking lingerie, or it might have been something even worse like a string bikini. I might have stopped her from being a future ex-exhibitionist. Image here. We finally reached school, but before entering I gave Momo a small kiss because we won't be able to kiss inside the school. It's not my fault that my Momo-chan is a law-abiding student. So what do you think we would be doing today? Suddenly Momo asked me. Let's see. Well, since we will be training to improve our quirks and how to use them efficiently, my guess is, we would have to do something with combat, I spoke while imitating a sage. Finally, we reached our class and entered. Only a few students were here like yesterday. Both of us took our seats while the class started to fill up slowly. Momo was happily chatting with her new friends. I didn't have any friends, so I just looked outside the window. Soon Aizawa arrived and discussed the schedule, then the whole morning passed with boring classes, like English. I was able to somehow bury my head inside the book while I was imagining doing kinky stuff with Momo. Currently, the sex in air matter is stashed in the back of my head. I will deal with it, after we become physically active. During lunch, like in the anime, they served really high-quality food. In middle school, the food was awesome, but we could never enjoy it because everyone would glare at me or someone would usually pop up so they could chat up with Momo. I am not a jealous type. She can have all the male friends she wants, but there is a line I know Momo would never cross. But all those little shits in the middle school weren't exactly friends or wanted to be friends. They just wanted to curry favor from Momo or her money. I knew that. Momo also knew that. That was why she never gave them any time. Both of us sat at a table. We weren't bothered by anyone else. We enjoyed our lunch. We fed each other like normal couples do. Feels good to be young. Wait. Why the fuck did I just thought like an old geezer? After having lunch we were finally back in the class. Momo joined her new friends to chat. She really looked happy. Suddenly the door opened. Coming through the door like a normal person. Yeah, fucking right. No normal person would ever say that. All Might. Wow. It's really him? He is really going to be teaching us. All the students looked at him with awe in their eyes while chattering among each other. Well, seeing the #1 pro hero teaching us can do that. I was also slightly excited. Mind me, I am not Midoriya, the creepy stalker fanboy, but I respect All Might for what he does. Hero Basic Training? The class that will put you through special training to mold you into great heroes. And for today we will be having a battle trial. All Might said or declared with the same huge smile he always has. How the fuck he keeps that smile throughout the whole day? I screamed inside my head incredulously. His words made all the students excited, but I know what he is going to say next, and I also know that it would make the students even more excited. Call me a cheat, but it is what it is. And for that, you will need costumes. When you are finished getting dressed, go out to ground beta so we can start our lesson. After saying that while he somehow still had that huge grin plastered on his face, he left the room. At least I get to wear my costume, I thought, and walked towards the changing room. I saw my costume was waiting there in a package with my name on it. I immediately tore off the package and looked at the costume in awe. In my past life, I loved this costume or armor, whatever you want to call it. I looked around the room and saw everyone was excited. Only boys were here since it was the boys' dressing room. They also tore off the packages and started to wear them. I also followed their example and started to put on my suit. When I finished putting on my costume, I looked at Miss Lef in the mirror and I have to say, damn, I looked fucking cool and badass. I am not narcissistic, but I really looked badass. I know everyone would like to know, or see, how I look like, so here goes. Image here. We finally left the room one by one and headed towards ground beta. Some were talking with each other. I saw some guys checking out my costume. I didn't mind them since I would say myself that this would definitely attract some attention. POV Rio. Once again I looked at my suit, armor, or whatever you want to call it. The armor was made up of metal plates stitched on fibers. The fiber they used can be easily termed as clothes, but it wasn't a cloth at the same time. It was needed for flexibility. But that also means that my armor has some gaps. I entered the waiting room of ground beta and saw that all of the students were checking out each other's costumes. For now, nobody paid any special interest in me because it wasn't something extraordinary, and on top of that, I didn't go out of my way and became the top-ranked student in the quirk apprehension test. Naval Laser. I actually forgot his name after he introduced himself, so I am just gonna use his superhero name for now, and Aitsa also had suits like mine, so nothing special. Only 2 students were carefully watching me. One of them was obviously my Momo-chan, who was checking me out from my head to toe with hungry eyes. I obviously returned the favor because it was the first time I saw her in her hero costume. I have seen her in the anime wearing that excuse of a suit, but this and that was different. Watching her in real life while she was wearing that costume is, I need to stop thinking about that, or I will get a boner for the rest of the training. And the other was that creepy stalker fanboy. Ugh. Fuck, brat. Don't watch me like that, people will get the wrong idea. I can already guess what the fanboy must be thinking. Why does he have to wear armor? What does this have to do with his quirk? The armor seems to give him a lot of defense while also giving him enough mobility. Wait, could it be that? His quirk gives him major weakness. Ugh, can you be any more obvious? Looking good, future heroes. All Might's voice was suddenly heard and he gestured towards our costumes with a thumbs up while he still had that huge grin on his face. Thank God, this made that creepy stalker turn his attention to him. I could clearly see his eyes twinkling. Well then, for this exercise, all of you will be put into teams of 2 and face off with another team. One being the heroes and the other being the villains. Afterward, you will face in 2vs2 indoor battles, All Might said with his usual fervor. After that, he explained how villains will be protecting the nuclear warhead on the upper floors of the building while the heroes will try to immobilize the villains or gain possession of the nuclear bomb. The villains would try to stop the heroes from getting their hands of the bomb by immobilizing them, or if they delay the heroes until the timer runs out. Then we were divided into teams. I am so glad that I was paired with Momo. No more unnecessary explanations are needed. Though I shouldn't be so surprised because in canon Momo and that creepy purple pervert were paired together who was throughout the exercise ogling her chest. Now that I have taken his place in this class, I don't have to worry about Momo getting harassed continuously by the pervert. I might kill him if he pervs on Momo. Tell me, how glad are you to be paired with me? Momo asked me with a grin on her face. A lot. You know how much I hate to explain my quirk to other people. I asked her, and even though she rolled her eyes, she still nodded her head. And there is also the fact that I could stare at you all I want. You look amazing in that costume. By the way, I told her. We were the villain team and we were going to fight against Denki Kaminari and Kyokajiro hero team. As a matter of fact, you do too. I clearly saw a few girls checking you out. Anybody you are interested in? Her mischievous tone really amused me. No, I am only interested in you, I said in a serious tone that seemed to make her happy. For that, you are going to have a nice reward later, Momo said and winked at me. Yosh. I can only imagine what kind of reward it will be. That also means that we have to win or my reward could be revoked. The first fight was between Izuku Midoriya and Yuruka Okako, hero team, vs Katsuki Bakugo and Tinya Aitsa, villain team. Well, the fight was exactly like it happened in the canon. Nonsense spouting about this and that. After the fight, All Might asked us if we learned something from the fight or not, which Momo happily answered. Well, she is my little genius, she would obviously know about this stuff. The second fight was between Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji, hero team, vs Toru Hagakure and Masharao Ajiro, villain team. Same as what happened in the canon. After only a minute I stopped paying any attention to the fight. It wasn't that I was overconfident or arrogant, but it was the same as what happened in canon, so I stopped paying attention. The third fight was between Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Ajui, hero team, vs Ajiro Kirishima and Hanta Siro, villain team. In anime, this fight was never shown. So I watched this fight with slight interest. Due to their nice planning, the hero team came out victorious. The fourth fight was ours. Momo and I entered the building and went towards the nuclear bomb we had to guard, while Denki Kaminari and Kyokajiro were waiting downstairs for the timer to start. So how are we going to do this? Momo asked me. Make me as much iron dust as you can, I told her. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I could make a lot. You are going to owe me an extra cheese pizza. After saying that, she started pouring out iron dust from her hands. Happily, I commented. She continued making iron dust. When she made enough for me to use, I placed my hand on her shoulder, stopping her. I immediately raised my hand. The iron dust rose up and immediately left the building through the window and some through the door. All of them rushed towards the hero team, who have now started climbing the stairs, with Denki and Jiro. So what's the plan? Jiro asked Denki. You aren't planning to take them head on, right? Jiro again asked Denki. Of course not, I don't even know what quirk they have, Denki replied. Both have just entered the building and decided to make their way toward the upper floors. Momo has creation quirk. She can make anything non-living, but it has limitations too. Though I don't know anything about Itsuki Ryo. In fact, nobody knows, Jiro told Denki. I think his quirk has to do something with strength. Didn't you see how he threw that ball? Denki asked Jiro, who nodded her head. though Jiro wasn't so sure because if that would have been the case then he would also perform well in the grip strength test. Okay then, I will use my quirk to sense their position, Jiro said to Denki while sticking her earphone in the wall. Odd, they don't seem to be moving at all, but I am also hearing some buzzing sound, like small insects, Jiro said with a frown on her face. Denki looked truly confused. With each passing second, the noise kept increasing. Suddenly it dawned on her, but it was too late. The glass on the windows shattered and the whole place was filled with iron dust. Iron dust could also be erupting from the stairs. Both of them were immediately submerged within the sea of iron sand, and the iron immediately gripped their bodies and it started to slowly cascade their whole bodies except their heads. Don't try to use your power, I will be electrocuted. This is iron dust. Jiro exclaimed in panic. She didn't know if Denki's own electricity would hurt him or not, but it would definitely hurt her. I can't even move my fingers, looks like we lost, Denki said, understanding the situation, but that didn't mean he was happy. With Rio and Momo, I got them. They are completely immobilized, and if Denki uses his power then Jiro gets fried, I told Momo. That's truly evil, you know, you would have made an awesome villain, Momo said. Both of us decided to head downstairs. Villain team wins, All Might's voice was heard. With his announcement, the battle is finally over. I let go of my hold on the iron sand and the iron sand dropped on the ground, freeing both Denki and Jiro. Moments before, in viewing area, All Might and the rest of the students had their eyes glued to the screen. They were watching the live feed of Rio, Momo, Jiro and Denki. It's unfortunate that we can't hear what they are saying, Mizo spoke to everyone. Some other students completely agreed with him, so they just nodded their heads in agreement. What is Momo doing? Tsuyu asked Okako and Mina. Momo was now making some kind of dust. I think that is iron dust, Ilda suddenly said, gathering everyone's attention. They again turned towards the screen. The next moment they saw the iron dust leave through the window and stairs because of Rio's small gesture. On the other screen, they saw Jiro sticking her earphone in the wall. Everyone was confused seeing that except the girls. What exactly is she doing? A guy with thick lips asked. Okako decided to answer that she is trying to sense her opponent's position. She can use her quirk like that. Suddenly they saw iron dust erupt in the hall where Denki and Jiro were standing and started to wrap around them. He can control metals, that must be it. I know what Momo's quirk is, this must be Rio's quirk. Mina said. Young Rio is also smart, now if young Denki uses his quirk then he will also hurt his own teammate, All Might said. He was too interested in this fight. Young Midoriya, you are going to have to work harder. With Rio and Momo. Well, it was a quick fight if I have to say. I wonder who will receive the MVP? Honestly, I don't give a flying fuck whoever gets MVP. Denki and Jiro looked somewhat annoyed. Nothing I can do. I like my girlfriend happy and nice, so why the hell would I hold back and lose so that she would glare a hole in me? Ha, fat chance. Like I have thought I was declared the MVP because of my quick thinking and all. After that, All Might gave them some of his encouraging words, which seemed to work like wonder because their mood seemed to change. The last fight was between Yuga Ayama and Mina Ashido, Hero Team, vs Rakido Sato and Koji Koda, Villain Team. The fight was interesting. This fight was also not shown in the anime. Rakido Sato and Koji Koda finally won because of their divide and conquer strategy. Looks like this is the end for today. I can't wait for the reward I will be getting from Momo. POV Rio. I am happy. I am a truly happy guy right now. You want to ask me why, right? Well, it is because currently, I am receiving my reward. I have to say this feels really nice. Now, you might want to ask what is happening. Well, Momo and I are making out while she is also giving me a hand job. I have a nice 7-inch dick which I am really proud of. I am not one of those 10-inch dick guys, but I am still happy with what I have and Momo also seems to be happy. That is all I want. I finally grunted while kissing as I finished releasing thick ropes of cum. Some covered Momo's hand. She made some napkins and wiped off my dick, and after that, she washed her hand. We kissed again while I put my dick back in my pants. Now you must be asking where we were. We are in the washroom of the training room. After cleaning the washroom, not wanting to leave any traces of our debauchery, we finally left. Did you like that? Momo asked me with a glint in her eyes. She still had a naughty smile on her face. No, I loved it, I answered her honestly. She seems to take pride in how easily she can make me feel good. Well, I might have to start winning more. If winning a simple training exercise can lead me to have such a reward, I can't just imagine what will happen if I win the UA Sports Festival. After that, both of us decided to call it a day since it was already late and we still had school tomorrow. I directly went towards my room and took off my clothes and entered the shower. While in the shower I started to think about the future. Tomorrow, the class president will be selected and the break-in will happen. Villains will use that distraction to steal the class schedule, and the day after tomorrow, the incidents of USJ will happen. Now, what should I do? Should I rip them apart on my own or just let the things happen as they happened in the canon? Decisions. Ugh, if I have to go by today's reward then I might get another hand job or, maybe even a blowjob if I am lucky. Yosh. I have decided that I am going to rip them apart. I mean not literally. Maybe cripple them slightly. Fighting with Nomo will also give me some experience. Fighting people with strength quirk can be problematic. No matter how strong the metals are, you could easily break through them. Yes, I could reinforce them so that they won't break, but it will also keep my mind worked up. I have to try and find some new uses for my powers. I haven't done this till now because I wanted to strengthen my foundations before trying different ways of using my powers. Now that I have strong foundations, I won't have problems if tried experimenting with my powers. I left the shower and dried my body. After getting dressed, I picked up my phone and sat on the bed. Now, let's start from the beginning. Let's see what I know about my quirk. Everyone thinks that my quirk allows me to control and manipulate metals except for Momo. She knows the true power of my quirk. I don't control or manipulate the metals to be exact. I can control, manipulate, and create magnetic fields. The two things are a lot different. In theory, I could use my powers to lift islands and mountains or even manipulate gravity because Earth also uses magnetic fields. I quickly searched for uses of magnetic fields on the internet. I only know about the powers Magneto showed in movies, which were alpha-level powers, but I know that in comics, Magneto was easily an omega-level mutant. I have read the comics, but I mostly remember only the plot. I should have paid more attention to Magneto's powers, but at that time I didn't know that I was going to get reincarnated with Magneto's powers. Huh? No crying over spilled milk. I checked my mobile and found a few uses. Electricity can be made from magnetic fields, needs to be researched later. I can't exactly stop Nomu or All Might with electricity. If I can produce huge amounts of electricity, I might be able to stun them or paralyze them. Well, looks like I can even absorb lightning or electricity. Control gravity, well, I knew that. I will be researching that matter in near future. It can also be used to control the tectonic plates, can cause mayhem and destruction. I will try that later. Metal or matter manipulation. I immediately pulled out a coin and tried to manipulate it at the subatomic level. After 10 minutes I gave up. I could feel that I could do it, but I didn't have enough power. I needed to put more oomph behind the force. Metal morphing. If I master this, then I could convert metal in all its states with just my power. Converting any metal into gas or liquid would be piece of cake. Mixing metals together will be also a piece of cake. Organic iron manipulation. Well, I know about that from the movies. I know I could do it, but if I extract the iron from a person, he or she might die. Magneto might have killed that guard in spite, but it could cause death. So I am not gonna test this on any person, at least not now. Electromagnetic spectrum manipulation. Fuck, that's one insane name. Let's see what it can do. It can be used to absorb and shoot electromagnetic energy and radiation. That's op as hell. It can be even used to create heat and infrared radiation. It is out of my league at this moment. I know, but this doesn't mean that I can't do that in the future. Black holes and wormholes. Apparently, if I can manipulate the magnetic fields in a certain way and compress them enough, voila, I would have a mobile black hole. Again, too dangerous to try. Not gonna happen. Wormholes will also work on the same principle, so must not be tried casually. Wait. Then I saw a YouTube video about how magnetic fields can be used to create force fields. I like this. I watched the video and I did my damn best to understand the theory and concept behind it. After 30 minutes more, I understood that I should have taken science more seriously. Now only Momo can help me. A/N, none of the above-mentioned powers are made by me. Magneto from planet 616 had all those powers. I gave up. This wasn't my area of expertise any longer. After dinner, I stealthily sneaked out of my house and went towards Momo's room. I peeked through the window and saw her sitting on her study table wearing a nightgown. She was listening to music while she was reading a huge and heavy book. I knocked on the window, which immediately got her attention. She immediately opened the window and I immediately glided inside. What are you doing here? Not that I mind, you should have informed me that you are coming, Momo said sternly with a stern expression. I pulled out my mobile and showed her the video. She watched it intently and diligently. I just kept watching the expressions on her face. To say the least, my experience was lovely. After watching the video, she didn't say anything and kept my mobile and pulled out another thick book from her bookcase. She opened the book and started to read it diligently. Well, everything in there was out of my understanding capabilities, so I just laid on her bed. After another hour she was finally done. I didn't do anything to disturb her or didn't even try to show her that I was bored. Well, at least I could do that much because she is doing this to help me, after all. Okay, I will explain how it works, step by step. If you don't understand anything, ask me. I will explain again. After that she started to explain the theory. Her explanation was very nice and organized, very easy to understand. After another 45 minutes I finally understood everything. Now, I only needed to apply the theory to create the force field. Thank you, what would I have done without you? After saying that I gave her a long and chaste kiss. Maybe, bang your head on a wall, she said and giggled. Maybe I would have done that. After giving her another kiss I left her room. I wanted to stay there, but if I stay there I was sure that I would distract her and I don't want to do that. She won't even go to sleep and would try to help me. I appreciate her help and I also appreciate her support, but I don't want her to stay awake the whole night for me. I would have been fine with it if it was for hot and steamy sex, he. I quietly entered my room and checked the time. Shit, it's already this late. I want to get my new power. I can always sleep tomorrow. I can easily go on without a day of sleep. I followed Momo's instructions to make a force field. It took almost 1 hour, but I was finally able to hold on to the force field without having it collapsing on itself. Another 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye and I was finally able to cover my whole body in a sphere instead of just a single direction. I have to say it was energy consuming. I was really tired now. I could only hold this shield for about 7 minutes max. I will name it Aegis Shield. After resting for half an hour and collecting some energy, I started to practice again. Nov. L. B //JNN. By the time of sunrise, I was dead tired, but it was worth it. I could make a strong enough shield to withstand anything. I know I didn't test it, but something inside my mind kept telling me that I have achieved the max level and now I only needed to increase my power so I could hold it for a longer duration. I decided to close my eyes for a moment, but I didn't even notice when I fell asleep. POV Rio. I groggily opened my eyes when I felt someone shaking me. The first thing that happened was that my eyes were stinging because of the light in my room, then I felt a mild headache, and then I felt that I needed to sleep badly. But I somehow relented and opened my eyes enough so that I could look at the person's face who was currently disturbing my handsome sleep. If girls have beauty sleep, then as a man, I must have handsome sleep. Nov. L. B //JNN. It was my beautiful Momo-chan, so I couldn't do anything there. Then I remembered what happened before I fell asleep. I had to accept that it was completely my fault. Come on Rio, get up. We are already late. We have to take the car today, Momo said while shaking me by holding my shoulders. I held her hands and stopped her. I gave her a kiss and immediately rushed towards the bathroom. After closing the door, I thought about it and I knew that I was really late because Momo was never this anxious. And from never, I meant never ever. I finished my morning rituals which needed to be done in the toilet as fast as I could and came out fully dressed in our uniform. I came out and saw Momo fidgeting while sitting on my bed. I gave her another kiss and rushed downstairs to get breakfast. I shoved down food as fast as I could and I was completely ready in about a total of 30 minutes since waking up. Momo's jaw was on the floor by seeing how fast I was. She somehow collected herself and grabbed my arm and dragged me towards the car. After entering the car, we were immediately on our way. You were up all night, weren't you? Momo asked while glaring at me. I knew that it wasn't a question. It was a statement or declaration, so I just nodded. But it was worth it, I spoke and made a small sphere on my palm and showed her. Her anger was immediately gone, replaced with complete curiosity. She tapped the sphere a few times with different strengths. Then she made a hammer and hit, but it still stayed the same. Awesome. How strong is the shield and how long can you hold it? Momo was in her scientist mode now, so I decided not to bullshit with her. If I enclose my whole body, then about 7 minutes. If I make the shield only in a particular direction, then about 15 minutes. It can withstand anything. I mean anything, as long as I keep supplying it with my energy. I named it Aegis Shield, I told her. She was already taking notes in a small diary. I don't even know from where she took it out. Finally, we reached the school and we rushed inside. We finally reached Class 1A and we were the last to enter. Momo greeted her friends while I directly took my seat. Only after a minute Aizawa entered the room. Aizawa entered the room and declared that today we would be selecting the class president. This made all the students react except a few, like me and Momo. The class was being rowdy as always, suggesting each other's name. Someone just suggested my name, glad nobody paid any attention to him or her. Finally, Aizawa raised his hand and suggested that we take a vote. Personally, I had close to no interest in becoming class president or whatever, but I heard Momo being nominated as it happened in the canon. I obviously voted for Momo like many others, which made her the class president. I don't even want to know how someone voted for Izuku instead. How can someone think that he would be a good leader? I understand that they are his friends, but still, what can they see in him while the rest of us don't? Maybe plot armor makes that happen. Finally, Aizawa was selected as vice president. I honestly support that. That guy is a lot better than Izuku. Soon classes were over and it was already lunch. Since Momo was the class president, she decided to eat with her friends today. I didn't mind and went towards the cafeteria after telling her that. With Momo, well, we never asked before, but you and Rio seem to know each other. Mina asked her, completely excited like she was always. Yes. We have been dating for 3 months, Momo answered them, which made the girls even more curious. But the two of you, seem more close since the two of you look really comfortable with each other. This time it was Tsuyu who asked the question. I have known him since I was 4, we were together for about 11 years. I mean best friends before we finally decided to start dating, Momo answered them while continuing to eat her food. When the other girls heard about 11 years, they were surprised. Both of you kind of complement each other's quirk. He can control metal while you can make metal for him, Toru said, and all the girls nodded in agreement. POV Rio. I was back in my seat after I had an amazing lunch in the cafeteria. Suddenly the alarm went off and everybody started to scream and rush towards the door. Momo looked towards me while I just pointed outside the window. Reporters were running around. Seeing that, Momo stood up and decided to announce this to the whole class. Calm down, guys. It's a false alarm. It's just some annoying reporters trying to get inside. Momo spoke in loud voice. That seemed to calm down the most of them. The rest of the students were stopped near the stairs by Aizawa. So the villains used this distraction to get the schedule. Well, I don't know from where they took it. Even if I knew, I wouldn't stop them. The rest of the day was pretty normal. Nothing more happened except for boring classes and stuff. Finally, the school was over and after Momo bid her friends farewell, we left the school while everyone went on their own way. I was feeling sleepy, but I needed to hold on. Since we didn't have to hurry now, we decided to enjoy ourselves. Momo dragged me to a movie and brought tickets. I didn't know if she had it planned or not. Well, it was a surprise. It was an action movie where the hero defeats the villain and gets the girl. Nothing special. We did make out a few times during the movie, but nothing more than that. After the movie was over we left the place. I brought ice creams for us. Finally, we reached the station and we took a train. We finally reached home and it was pretty late, but because I had already informed Mrs. Yayorozo about our detour she wasn't worried. After entering my house, I greeted my mom, who excitedly extracted some details from me about our imported date. I gave her some minor details noting major, where we went, what we ate. My mom never understood why I craved ice cream so much. It might have to do something with my previous life I guess. After getting freshened up I went to train. After some time Momo Aslo joined me. After finishing our training and getting another hand job while making out, I headed back to my house. But we didn't stop there today. While I was summing my hands instinctively groped her magnificent boobs. She seemed to like it, so I started to play with her boobs. After a minute, Momo started spasming. When she was finally done, she told me that she came. We finally decided to stop there and both of us returned home. After dinner, I slept like a log because I was dead tired. The next day was completely normal. I woke up on my own, had breakfast, waited for Momo in front of her house, and after she joined me both of us headed towards the school together. Because we were on schedule today, we took the train. Yesterday I had worked more on my Aegis shield and I can hold it for about 10 seconds longer. It may not seem like a huge improvement but a single second could make a huge difference in a fight. We finally reached school and took out respective seats. Aizawa finally came in and started to speak in his usual dead voice with his similarly dead expressions. For today's basic hero training, All Might, myself, and another hero will be supervising you guys as we prepare you for disaster relief, from fires to floods. Aizawa held out a card and said it's rescue training. The class became excited and began to chatter among themselves. I am not done yet, Aizawa said. He pressed a button and a wall opened revealing out hero costumes. You will have the option to wear your uniform or your hero costumes. For some of you, your uniforms are not suitable for today's training, but it's not my decision. The facility we will be at is off campus, so we will take a bus there. I will take questions when we arrive. After saying that he left the room. All of the students were excited. I was excited too, but for an entirely different reason. I put on my armor like the others and joined them on the bus. I have to say, I needed to make some friends. Momo came and sat beside me. Soon all of the students had boarded the bus, so we were on the way towards the unforeseen simulation joint. POV Rio. Upon our arrival at the massive dome, which was called USJ by UA staff, we met with Space Hero 13. Okako squealed in joy and delight upon seeing her like she did in the canon. Aizawa looked around but didn't find All Might, so he asked 13 about his whereabouts. 13 told him that he used up most of his time today, so he was now resting in the lounge. Then Aizawa turned around toward the students and decided to start our training with only him and 13 present. Well, if that's the case then. He couldn't even finish before the lights started to flicker. Both Aizawa and 13 started to look around until their eyes stopped near the fountain. In front of the fountain, a black portal appeared and it started to slowly grow in size. From the portal, a hand emerged, followed by a body. The face of the person was covered by another severed hand. As the portal grew, a lot of people started to emerge until it was a full horde. Gather together and don't move. Aizawa shouted while he was still looking towards the group of newcomers. His usual bored and dead persona was completely gone and it was replaced by a serious look on his face. Is this for training? I didn't that we would be fighting too, Ajiro said with a grin. A lot of students seemed to have similar thoughts like him. Don't move. Aizawa shouted again while he put on his goggles. Those are villains. Villains. The students gasped. Only now they understood the meaning of the serious expression on Aizawa's face. This immediately turned their mood from excited to nervous and scared. Of course, they would be scared and nervous, even if we were training to become heroes. We have never faced a real villain. Yes, fighting against each other under others' supervision and fighting our villains are different. I suddenly felt someone grabbed my hand which brought me out of my thoughts. Just by touch, I knew who it was. I looked towards Momo and nodded my head. She clearly understood what I meant and with a serious look on her face, she started to make iron sand for me to use. I kept analyzing the villains that came out of the portal. None of them were important in the slightest. They were just plain and simple mob if they were going against a top hero, but neither Aizawa nor 13 are one of them. Aizawa can fight someone one-on-one. Maybe take 2 or 3 enemies at once like he did in canon, but he would still come short against the numbers they had brought. More and more villains kept coming out of the portal until a particularly huge purple man-like creature with an exposed brain came out of the portal and stood beside Tamura the man-child. I looked towards Momo who was already done with the iron sand. The iron sand immediately gathered by my feet while I started to walk forward. This seemed to have gathered the attention of most of the students and Aizawa. What are you doing, kid? I told you to stay together, Aizawa was saying, but before he could finish I cut him off. I will handle this, I said and kept walking forward. The iron dust started to dance around me like Senbonzakura from Bleach. The students were completely shocked and stunned when they saw me controlling the iron dust in such a manner. Jif here. Are you crazy? This isn't training. These are real villains. Just stay with the rest of the students and wait for other teachers to arrive while I hold them off. Aizawa said as he was prepared to grab on my shoulder to stop me, but all of a sudden a wall made of iron sand rose up from the ground and stopped his hand from reaching me. Wait for the teacher? The villains were ready for this. Did you hear the alarm? Or how did they even know that we would be here? Don't you see they wanted us here, trapped? I said. I stopped myself at a reasonable distance from the horde of villains. This seemed to shock Aizawa and 13 even more. Ryo, what are you doing, Ryo? He is just a student. No matter how much confidence he has in himself, there is still the fact that he is only one person. Shoto said in his usual emo mode. TCH, that bastard gonna get himself killed. I didn't even need to look around to see who this person was. It could be the one and only villain in making Bakugo. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. 13. Protect the students and get out of here. I will go and get the kid. Aizawa said and started to come downstairs. Look, Kurogiri, a brat thinks he could defeat all these villains. You think All Might would show up if we kill him and the other students? Tamura asked Kurogiri while staring at me. Kurogiri didn't give him a reply. He must be analyzing me. I knew from the anime that he was much more calm-minded and clear thinker than the man-child. Ha ha ha, they sent a kid to fight us. A villain said and laughed. Hearing him, all the others mob villains started to laugh. I still kept hearing voices of students including Aizawa, but all of them stopped when the whole building started to shake and the floor was ripped open. Metal bars were ripped out of the floor and kept floating in the air. Now, how hell should I do this? Should I just bind them or cripple them and bind them after that? The whole student body except Momo was shocked. Even Aizawa and 13 were shocked. Maybe. I wasn't so sure about 13 though, with the helmet and all that. The steel beams and iron bars were launched towards the villains before they could even blink. It was so fast that no one was even able to move a single muscle. The steel beams and iron bars hit the villains on their legs, either taking off their entire limbs or just breaking the bones. Loud screams of several peoples were heard from inside the dust cloud. As soon as the dust settled down, everyone could see about 20 villains were on the ground with either a missing leg or a broken leg. I used the iron bars to wrap around their hands and remaining legs to immobilize them completely. I remember you saying something about killing me, I said and started to walk forward, again. But this time, it was different. Instead of laughing or making fun of me, the villains all flinched and stepped back. Fear and horror could be clearly seen on their faces. What are you guys doing? Attack him together? He is just a single student, the man-child screamed again. He was also scared because of the display. I could clearly see in his eyes, but his immaturity took over him. Following Tamura's order, somehow everyone gathered courage and attacked me together, but all of them were stopped by a wall made up of iron dust. I know I have Aegis shield too, but I want to keep it under the wraps. If I only show control over metals, then they would think I can only control metals. This could be useful when I am fighting against All for One. I will not risk my life so that I can hide my powers, but I would keep it under the wraps as long as I can. The villains started to curse in frustration and nothing worked against the wall made of iron sand. Once again I launched the steel beams towards the villains. After I was done with half of the mob, I started to bind their remaining limbs with iron bars I had pulled out from the ground. I kept an eye towards Tamura, Nomu, and Kurogiri. I don't want to ignore them so they could launch a surprise attack on me. Kurogiri, get me close to him. I clearly heard the man-child and I knew he was angry. He was completely blinded with rage now. Pish, easy for me the more angry he is. I immediately send a mass of iron dust in his direction. A portal appeared beside my head but nothing came out of it. This seemed to shock both Kurogiri and Tamura. Tamura looked down towards his left hand and saw it was completely missing from down the shoulder. He grabbed the stump and screamed in pain and dropped on the ground rolling around. The next attack came from Kurogiri himself as he tried to grab me, but I immediately attacked his neck brace. This seemed to shock him, but he was still quick enough to get out of the way. With the students, amazing Izuku somehow stuttered out. He and the others were still speechless to see what just happened and happening right in front of them. Everyone was shocked, stunned. They were also feeling other emotions at the same time. The two teachers were also feeling the same. They still couldn't believe that Ryo took out so many villains in a matter of seconds without lifting his finger. Momo had a proud smile on her face. Yes, Ryo deserved a reward for this and he will get his reward. Things like this were going inside Momo's head. He is on another level, Aitsa spoke up. He is able to take on so many villains on his own and come out victorious, and he didn't even seem to be trying. Even I would have to put a lot of effort to just take out even half of what he defeated, Shoto thought while gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Everyone, head towards the exit, 13 said to the students. This seemed to bring them out of their thoughts. I will stay and help him. I can at least take care of those riffraffs, Aizawa said. He knew he couldn't compare with this kind of power but decided to stay behind because of his responsibility as a hero and the kid's teacher who was currently fighting the horde of villains on his own. He decided to join the fight so that he could at least take out some of the mob villains. We need to go and inform the other staff members. Aitsa, you are the fastest one among us. I think you should go ahead of us to inform them, Momo said, taking the role of class president. Aitsa looked at her for a moment before nodding and rushing towards the gate. POV Ryo. TCH. I couldn't get Kurogiri. He seems to get out of the way. At least he will think twice before trying something again. I saw the students leaving and Aizawa joining the fight. At least he could take care of those mobs. Tamura looked at the students running away, but he knew Kurogiri couldn't do anything because he also saved himself by a hair's breadth. Tamura was still clutching his stump in pain, but he somehow got up and called the creature, Nomu. As soon as he shouted, Nomu appeared beside him. Looks like he is going to sick Nomu on me now. I think I can hold him off or maybe even immobilize it. Tamura gestured towards Nomu using his chin. This weapon is made to kill All Might, you stand no chance against it. So why don't you surrender and I will give you a painless death? Tamura said with an expression like he won the whole fight. Yeah, sure, I said with a bland expression on my face when I suddenly had an idea. I remembered how Magneto controlled those Sentinels in X-Men Days of Future Past. The steel beams around me were immediately ripped into threads. By this time Tamura had already ordered Nomo to kill me. Nomo lunged towards me but he was stopped by the wall of iron sand. The steel threads immediately wrapped around Nomo and started to go under his skin and muscles. Nomo screamed in pain. What are you doing to it? The man-child screamed like a kid throwing tantrum. Soon all the steel threads were inside its body. I tried to control it but it wasn't moving like I wanted because it was still following Tamura's command. I guess I will just keep him immobilized. Another thing that needs to be practiced in future. Nomu, why are you just standing there? Kill him? Why aren't you following my orders? Tamura's tantrums grew more and more. Suddenly the black portal appreaed beside him again and a voice was heard from the inside. It's over, Tamura. All the heroes are already here. We need to leave now. Kurogiri didn't wait for Tamura's reply and engulfed him inside the smoke and disappeared. I didn't try to stop them. If I wanted I could have stopped them easily. Not doing that would have changed the plot drastically and All for One would try to hunt me down actively. He might even attack my family if needed. Small-time villains like Kurogiri would never have been a problem if the heroes had the guts to deal with them. My priority was also different. I didn't want to change the plot that much before the Kamino incident, or All for One change his plans and I can't have that. I know some of you think that I might sound stupid because I have already changed the plot but in truth, I haven't changed much. After all these villains would have been defeated. So, I just stood in my initial position looking around hearing the moans of pain coming from all the villains I took down. The villains Aizawa took down were knocked out cold. Rio, Aizawa. A voice yelled out. I turned around to see all the students including the teachers of UA High were already here, including All Might. The students looked mostly worried because one of their classmates was fighting all those villains with the only help of Aizawa. When all of them finally arrived here, they saw something none of them expected. All the villains were taken out and it was already over. Even the teachers were shocked, but currently my attention was only towards two people. One was obviously Momo, and the other was my Nemuri who was looking at me while licking her lips. I also noticed that Aizawa was looking at the place from where Kurogiri whisked away Tamura with him. POV Aizawa. I looked all around me and couldn't help but think he was able to defeat all those villains on his own without even getting a single scratch on him. Granted, they were all low-level villains, and he used his quirk to defeat them but he still used his quirk heavily but he still doesn't look even slightly winded. He even defeated that creature. That guy declared that it was a weapon made to kill All Might and he is still holding it back. Then I looked towards all those villains he defeated. All of them had some broken parts or missing limbs. He is pretty brutal with the villains, but he seemed to have held back. I looked towards his back while he was walking towards his classmates. I noticed that the teachers were coming towards me. Aizawa, who is that kid? Nizu asked me. I looked at the small mouse Itsuki Ryo. I said seriously. He is pretty handsome. And his costume makes him look so hot. A certain R-rated hero decided to speak out her thoughts. Nemuri, this isn't time for your antics. We need to talk with the student who fought here. I said seriously. She seemed to held back but her eyes didn't say the same. We walked towards Ryo. He was currently talking with Aitsa and a few guys. A/N, MC didn't start the conversation but the other boys were asking him questions. After asking him a few questions which he answered, we also came to know what his quirk is. As All Might and I had thought, his quirk lets him control and manipulate metals. He also told us that some villains must be still hiding around. He also made the creature lay on the ground before binding it with more steel beams. Soon the police arrived and arrested the villains who were hiding around and also took the creature with them. POV Ryo. As soon as the police took away the villains I was immediately engulfed in a hug by Momo. She checked my body if I had any injuries or not. Soon I was surrounded by other students again who started to fire off rapid questions towards me. I answered some of them and I ignored the rest. Bakugo was making snide comments about that but I didn't bother with him. He can do that all he wants. But I was thankfully pulled out of the situation by a teacher. Ryo, the principal wants to talk with you. I kissed Momo on her cheek and walked towards the small animal sitting on All Might's shoulders. I kind of guessed what he would ask or want to know. Seeing me kiss Momo on the cheek the girls squealed while awing. You guys can't be showing that kind of indecent acts on the school grounds, Aitsa said but was ignored by everyone. Damn that lucky bastard. Denki shouted because he was clearly jealous. I arrived in front of All Might and looked at his shoulder. Aizawa was standing beside All Might. You needed me? I asked curiously. Yes, I would like to talk with you in my office after we reach the school, Nizu said seriously. I walked back towards the students who were already boarding the bus. The journey back was much quieter than when we were coming here. I sat beside Momo who just placed her head on my shoulders. After reaching school I was immediately called into the principal's office. I entered the room and found Nizu and All Might were already there. Aizawa had left with the other students. All Might looked at his limit. He must have pushed himself too hard even if he didn't have to fight Nomo this time. I have something urgent to do, so I will see you guys later, All Might said and rushed out of the room closing the door. Nizu gestured me towards a chair in front of him. I took the seat and looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Firstly, I want to thank you for today's help. If you wouldn't have helped, then we would have a lot of injured people and someone could have even lost his or her life. Now you can ask me for any request and I will accept it. It's within my power, Nizo said. At this moment I don't have anything. I will keep the request for later, I said. Nizo also nodded in understanding. What you did today will also gather the attention of many villains, so I wanted to have a guard for you, Nizo said seriously. I don't need a guard. You may think I am being arrogant or overconfident, but I am not. As long as I have medals around me, I don't have anything to worry about. But my father could use a guard, he is quirkless, and villains could use him to reach me, I told him. Let's see what he says. I will see what I can do. Now you may leave, Nizo said. I got up from the seat and left the room. At least there was no interrogation. The room was completely dark. The only light inside the room was coming from a laptop screen. A silhouette of a man could be seen trashing things inside the room. I hate him. Kurojiri? Why didn't Nomu work? Tomura slammed a chair on the floor. A hazy figure of a man could be seen on the laptop screen. It isn't over, Itsuki Ryo. I will get my revenge. After saying that, Tomura rushed out of the room while fuming. POV Ryo. After leaving the principal's office, I took out my phone. I saw a couple of text messages. One was from my mom, one from my dad, and the last one was from Momo. Apparently, she was waiting for me near the school gates. My mom had found out about the attack and she was asking questions. The school must have informed every student's parents. I replied to all 3 of their texts. I didn't want them to keep worrying. I walked through the school corridors and now it was already empty. I entered the changing room so that I could change from my hero costume to my school uniform. Because of the incident, the students must have left sooner today. I finally reached the gates and saw that Momo was waiting for me there. I walked up to her and pecked her on the lips. Momo's mom had sent the car today because she was also informed about the attack. So we didn't get to enjoy ourselves by taking a small detour. After reaching the Yayo Rosa compound, both of us met with 2 pairs of worried parents. Even though I had replied to my mom's and dad's texts, I wasn't able to explain everything through a text. After half an hour of rapid-fire questions, we were finally allowed to leave. Mom was really angry that I went to fight all of them on my own, but dad was proud. Because of mom, he couldn't openly say that. If she heard him, then he would be on the couch before he could say sorry. My mom had to drop the matter when Mrs. Yayo Rosa decided to step in. She said that a lot of students could have been injured or killed if I hadn't stepped in. That would have been really bad. I knew from the canon that even if I hadn't stepped in, Aizawa would have fought the villains and he would have been grievously injured due to that, but he did protect all the students by doing that. But they didn't need to know that. After getting away from them, I went to our house and I directly entered the shower after reaching my room. A shower after a long day is really nice. I walked out of the shower in clean clothes and like always sat on the bed. I checked my phone and found a text from Momo. This message immediately made me have few dirty thoughts because she was inviting me into her room after dinner. So after having dinner, I discreetly arrived in front of Momo's window and I knocked on her window pane. It seems like she was waiting for me. She immediately opened the window and let me in. As soon as I made it inside the room, I found myself forced down on the bed. You, Mr. are in a lot of trouble, Momo spoke naughtily while trailing her fingers on my chest. I am sorry, but I just couldn't let them kill us or use us as hostages, I told her. I know that she isn't angry with me, but I still tried to explain myself. No, that is not why I am angry with you, Momo spoke while she pulled me up and hugged me tightly. Then, I don't remember doing anything else now. I am really confused. I don't think that I had done anything else, at least nothing that she should be angry about. I saw how that perverted woman was checking you out, she spoke, emphasizing the word perverted. Nemuri. I blew it out and immediately knew that it was a mistake. Her glare on me intensified much more. Yes, that older woman, your crush, isn't that woman your crush? She asked me heatedly. Well, yes, she was my crush, but I wasn't the one checking her out. So, I don't think that I am in the wrong here. I don't understand where she is going on with this. I just looked at her once, even if she was stripping me naked with her eyes, I can't do anything about that. No, I am not exactly angry at you. I don't know. I mean, I'm angry, but on whom I don't know, Momo spoke. What's the matter? Speak to me. This is the most difficult situation. I can't say anything wrong here. I first needed to understand what is bothering her. No, it's nothing, she spoke and turned around her face. Fuck, this ain't funny at all. Even if I am an amateur in these matters, I can say for sure that when a girl or woman says it's nothing, then there is definitely something wrong. I did the only thing I could do at that moment. I turned her face towards me and kissed her passionately. We kept kissing. Thank God she is kissing back, meaning my plan at least worked. This kiss was completely different from the kisses we have shared before. This kiss was hungry. Momo dropped on the bed and pulled me down with her. We continued kissing when I felt her hands snake inside my shirt and roaming around on my chest and back. She started to pull off my shirt. Does she really wants to have sex? I honestly don't understand what goes inside women's heads. Just now she was angry and now she wants to lose our virginity together. We separated for a second to get back air. Momo used this chance to take off my shirt completely. She grabbed my hands and placed on her chest, soft, like pillows. We started kissing again and she started to fumble with my belt. I somehow stopped kissing her so that I could speak with her. Are you sure that you want this? I asked her completely serious. Yes, show me how much you love me, Momo spoke huskily. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. But there are other ways to show that I love you, it's not like I want this but. Before I could finish speaking to Momo, she stopped me by placing a finger on my lips. I really want this is all she said before taking her off her top, releasing her amazing tits open in the air. I don't even know when my hands reached towards my beautiful twin peaks, but my hands were already playing with them. We resumed kissing again. She was finally able to get my belt and pulled down my pants along with my boxers, releasing my dick from my pants. She started to stroke my cock slightly. My right hand slowly trailed down by her stomach towards her core. My hands reached under her pants and I was surprised that she was clean shaven. As soon as my fingers brushed her honeypot, her whole body shuddered. She was already wet, very wet. I pulled out my hand from her pants and with both my hands I pulled off her pants. She also helped by raising her legs. Finally, I laid my eyes on her wet pussy. It was pink, her juices could be seen trailing down. I positioned myself between her legs and started to brush my dick against her burning hot pussy. Please don't tease anymore. I want you now, she somehow spoke. It was also really hard for me to tease her and I wanted to take her badly. I nodded and lined my cock in front of her pussy and slowly pushed forward and met with a barrier. I looked at Momo waiting for her permission. She nodded her head and I pushed more until the barrier broke apart and I could see tears leak from her eyes. I immediately leaned forward and started to kiss her. My hands didn't stay ideal, they started to roam all around her body. I wanted to stimulate her body with pleasure to ease away her pain. You can move, Momo spoke between the kisses. I pushed forward again, finally sheathing myself within her this time. In passion her fingernails dug on back, drawing blood, but I wasn't bothered by that at this moment. I started to piston inside her, but not roughly. I wasn't to have sex, I wanted to make love with her. Harder I heard her voice and I did what she asked. I increased the force. She was incredibly tight. So tight I grunted out and continued pistoning inside her. Finally I felt my balls tightening. I can't take any more. I am gonna come, I told her. In inside. Do it inside, I am safe today. Let's do it together, she somehow moaned out. I didn't even understand how I even understood all of that with all the pleasant feelings inside my mind. I felt her legs lock behind my back. I was unable to hold anymore and I finally emptied my load inside her. I am coming, I grunted out again. Me too, she moaned in my ears and I pulled her into another kiss by her hair. I finally grunted and exploded inside her. Her body also shuddered. It was clear that she came to. We kept kissing and moving until both of us were completely done. After both of us were done, I laid on her and rolled around so that she would be laying on my chest. I was still inside her, both of us just laid like that, panting heavily. It was amazing, I told her. Yes, it was. It was everything I imagined what our first time would be, she told me while stroking my chest. By the way, sorry for your back, she told me after she saw blood on her fingers. I didn't say anything but pulled her in for another kiss. Soon I was hard again inside her. I want to be on the top this time, Momo spoke, trailing kisses on my neck and collarbone. She bit my collarbone, giving me a hickey. She didn't give me chance to reply and started moving. This time I just laid on the bed while she kept moving. We finally laid down panting and I pulled her over my chest. We did it 4 times in total and now both of us were completely tired. I love you, I whispered into her ear. During lovemaking, we said this to each other many times, but I felt that it wasn't enough. I love you, too, she also said before I felt her breath evened out. She was already asleep. I also felt tired, so I decided to close my eyes too and sleep soon, claimed me. POV Rio. The next day when I finally woke up, I was feeling tired and I also felt someone's hot breath hitting the crook of my neck. Immediately a smile appeared on my face as I simply laid there remembering the events of last night. It was truly awesome and I loved every moment of it. I kept laying there while thinking about the future events that were going to happen. Good morning, Momo said. She raised her head and pecked me on the lips. Good morning to you too, I said and kissed her again. Then suddenly a thought emerged in my head. Did you think they heard us? I think we were pretty loud last night, I said, slightly worried. I am not ashamed or scared of them finding out, but I didn't want either Momos or my parents to find out about my relationship stage like this. First, it will be embarrassing like hell and I want them to know on our terms, not like this. If they come to know, then I will just wing it. No hard feelings there. Oh, don't worry about that. I don't think they know because they were in their own room and their room is far away from mine. You also know that she seemed to scold me but couldn't bring herself to do that. So she sounded both stern and loving at the same time. Oh yeah, sorry, it just left my brain at this moment. I rubbed the back of my head sheepishly. But, I think you should leave now, my mom will come to wake me up. I need to take a shower before that. I don't want them to find us like this, we can tell them later, she said while getting up. Well, I completely agree with her. I followed her suit and gathered all of my clothes which were laying in different places around the room. I quickly dressed up while Momo collected all her clothes. I kissed her gently and said I love you. I love you too, I heard her reply and turned around and left through the window. I silently entered my room, not to alert my parents. I don't want them to find out that I was missing the whole night like a common delinquent kid. After taking a shower and throwing all of my clothes in the washing machine, I finally felt fresh. After waking up, both me and Momo reeked of sex. I had already decided to relax and make plans for the future since we didn't have school in the light of yesterday's events. Tomorrow, Aizawa will announce the UA Sports Festival and we will have about 2 weeks to train. Both Momo and I spent the rest of the day lazing around while watching movies in her room. We also discussed about our powers. Then she started to research on her own and found that it was possible to achieve all of them, but she wasn't sure if I would achieve them as I grew up or if I would have to train to achieve them like I did with the Aegis shield. So, after discussing with me, the final verdict was I could use them, but currently, I didn't have enough power or juice, what she likes to call, to use all these powers. The day was just over like that. The most important power I wanted to achieve was the power of metal morphing. I can completely guarantee that I would end up fighting Todoroki in the third round of the sports festival. I know I can control liquid metal too, because liquid or solid didn't matter for me. Metal was metal, but if he somehow gets the motivation to use his powers, then he could break my metals. I also couldn't seriously injure him as I did with the villains. I need to win while holding back. So, the next day while we were on the way to our school, I told Momo about my need to learn metal morphing, which she immediately agreed to help me with. I just needed her help with the concepts. I am completely useless with them. So we finally reached the school and entered the class and were greeted with the similar sight of Class 1A. We both took our seats and I saw Aitsa coming towards us. I am Tina Aitsa. On the behalf of whole class, I wanted to thank you for fighting with villains to protect us. Aitsa said in a completely serious tone, and I could feel he was truly grateful. Don't worry about it. I had the power to stop them, so I did. I don't believe that we have been formally introduced. Itsuki Ryo. Just call me Ryo, I spoke while extending my hand towards him, which he happily accepted and shook my hands. From the canon, I remember Aitsa being one of the decent and loyal guys without any serious issues. I know that he likes to follow rules and everything, but I personally don't think that he could be worse than Todoroki and Bakugo, and I don't even want to start with Izuku. After that, we talked a while before we were joined by Denki and Eijiro. Both of them were nice guys, so I also decided to befriend both of them. I looked over to my side and found Momo was already chatting with her own friends, talking about the usual stuff girls talk about. Boys or men are never invited to talks like this. Suddenly a voice sounded inside my head which pretty fairly sounded like, "Don't jinx yourself." The whole class was talking about the USJ incident. We also talked about that. They didn't give out my names, not that I mind now. All for one already knew about me. The door was slid open and Aizawa walked in. All of us settled in our seats immediately. This time he wasn't injured at all because he didn't have to fight Tamura, and the fight was relatively easy for him than the original one. "Good morning," Aizawa said back in his usual bored tone and tuned around to face us. "Your fight still isn't over. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near," Aizawa declared, causing many reactions among the students. Sports Festival? An actual regular school event? Eijiro shouted excitedly. "Wait a minute," Eijiro Denki shut him up. "Is it okay to have a sports festival so soon just after the villains infiltrated the school?" Jiro asked, and most of the students nodded their heads agreeing with her. Apparently the staff thinks that by holding this event, it will show that our crisis management system is solid. So there is no need to worry, as our security will be strengthened by 5 times over the previous years, Aizawa said, relatively easing up many students' worries. Then he told us how this huge event was. Apparently, this sports event was one of Japan's biggest events, and how the pro heroes would be watching for scouting purposes. Needless to say, all of the students were already pumped up for the festival. I have to say I was also excited. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Homeroom dismissed, Aizawa said and walked out of the classroom. Soon the bell rang indicating the class was over. Some of our class tried to leave, but our door was being blocked by some students from other class. "Move out of the way, extras," Bakugo said, trying to intimidate them in his usual villain style. Like in the canon, an indigo-haired boy came forward up to the front and said, "I came here to see what the hype about Class 1A was, but you seem pretty arrogant. Are all students in this course like this?" From what I remember, his was Shinso. I just sighed at the blatant try to rile up the students of our class. Well, it worked like a charm, since Bakugo started to shout like a typical villain. Denki and Eijiro had to work really hard to hold that hot head back. I didn't even bother to pay them any mind and just sat on my seat. I would just leave after this shit is over. The crowd was soon dispersed by a girl. From what I remember, it was a girl named Kendo from Class 1B. Momo was doing the same thing with our class. After that, both Momo and I headed towards the cafeteria. Momo first went through a panic attack when she found out that she needed to study and train a lot. I somehow calmed her down. Well, she can't rant if I keep feeding her whenever she started to rant. The rest of the time passed without any more incident. Time skip, 2 weeks. It has been 2 weeks since Sports Festival was announced, and finally, the day has arrived. The hype was immense and every single student who will be participating has trained their asses off. Well, I don't exactly know about the others, but I can speak about myself and Momo. Momo trained really hard so that she could create new stuff which she had studied and read about. But on the first day, she spent the whole day explaining to me about the concept of metal morphing. We enjoyed ourselves from time to time delving into the world of carnal pleasures, but we still held back because we had to train the next day. And now I can proudly say that I have heavily improved my Aegis shield, and I was also able to perform metal morphing. I found something in these 2 weeks. When I completely exhausted myself while using my powers, the next time I would be able to use my powers for slightly longer. It wasn't a huge improvement, but you would clearly notice it if you compare the statistics from 2 days. I am now relatively much stronger than before. My stamina had also increased according to Momo. So here we were, waiting inside a room for the signal for us to enter the stadium. POV Rio. Damn, I am so nervous and excited at the same time. Kirishima shouted with a big grin on his face, but he was also nervous, it could be clearly seen in his eyes. I was right beside him and I could easily say that a lot of students were also having similar expressions like him. To be honest, I was also slightly nervous. I didn't know why, but I was. When I fighting the villains I wasn't nervous, but I was nervous now because of a sports festival. Yeah, quite understandable. I thought sarcastically. It must have to do something with stage fright. Yeah, and the waiting is even worse. Mina said while others nodded to their heads showing their agreement. Everyone was in their regular UA gym uniforms as they weren't allowed to wear their hero costumes for the sports festival. Most of the students were nervous because of stage fright like me, and the UA Sports Festival was going to be aired live on the TV. That increased our pressure. Is everyone ready? We will be entering soon. Aitsa said to everyone in the room. Yeah, I am so pumped. Toru said while, maybe jumping? I thought she might have jumped because her uniform also jumped around all over the place. Just then, Todoroki walked up to Izuku and declared that he was stronger than him. I won't pry on your situation with all might, but just know that I am going to beat you, he said, looking straight at the green-haired boy who wasn't even able to utter a single word. I know that the dumb boy had revealed his biggest secret so that he could appease his childhood bully, but did he tell Todoroki too? Or does Todoroki had found out by himself? No matter. They can do whatever they want until Izuku himself hands one for all to all for one. Hey, are you trying to pick a fight? Kirishima tried to say, but was interrupted mid-sentence by Todoroki. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I am not finished yet. Todoroki said to Kirishima while turned his head towards me. Fuck me, now the emo kid is going to challenge me. Why the hell does he have to do this? Itsuki Ryo, despite taking out multiple villains in just an instant without even lifting your finger, I will show you that my ice is still superior to your metal. Currently, you are my biggest obstacle here, so I will be defeating you to prove myself. Todoroki declared. Wow, just wow, I am speechless. Yeah, sure, whatever, that was the best I could come up with, at this moment. I don't think that he appreciated it though. His eyes seemed to be burning with rage while he clutched his hands, and after a few seconds of glaring at me, he simply turned around and walked away. The room was completely silent before everyone started to discuss my quirk and Todoroki's quirk. I just looked over to Momo, who was also chatting with her friends. Soon the announcement was heard, and all of us started to walk towards the stadium gate. My heart is beating so much, Mina said while we were walking. Yeah, my hand can't seem to stop shaking. Tsuyu said, there is no need to be nervous. We will do just fine. Okako said, trying to encourage the girls. Okako, you are shaking too, Momo said when we finally entered the stadium to find out that the whole stadium was filled with audience, pro-heroes, and teaching staff. Within the crowd, a certain pair of parents became very excited when the students of Class 1A came out of the entrance and were introduced to the crowd. Look, our son is looking so cool, Ai said while poking her husband. Yes, like I have said before, he has made us really proud, Shomei said while pulling Ai towards him. It didn't matter to them if Rio got any position or not. For them, their son had already made them very proud, but they still wanted their son to win. POV Rio. We will have to give it our best performance to impress everyone, Aitsa said as their class was introduced. Wow, look at all these people, Toru said. A lot of students nodded their heads in agreement. This is definitely overwhelming, she said while looking at the crowd. I completely agree with her. This is truly overwhelming. I try to look for my parents. I know that they are here, but it is very difficult to look for someone specific among such a huge crowd. President Mike started to introduce Class 1B as well as the other departments that had their students participating. Soon all the introduction was done and over with when a whip cracked. Midnight came up to the stage and cracked her whip again. Well, she is really beautiful. She is the perfect representation of youth. Most of the men in the crowd started cheering when they saw the R-rated hero. Everyone be quiet. Representing the students is Katsuki Kakugo from Class 1A. Midnight said again while cracking her whip. The crowd immediately calmed down seeing the dominatrix. It would have been much better if they had even have called Izuku. Giving the mic to Bakugo is just causing a shitstorm. I watched as the same shit unfolds right in front of my eyes. He challenged all other classes and made an enemy of them. It was finally over when all the students apart from 1A started to boo him. After that happened, Midnight finally sends him down. Now, let's get started right away, Midnight yelled into the mic. Midnight then revealed that the first task would be an obstacle course. I remembered it clearly from my memory but still listened to Midnight's explanation. I am a good student after all. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Take your places, everyone. This was the final instruction from Midnight. Soon all of us lined up by the red starting gate that had 3 lit up green lights on the top of it. I have already made a simple plan. I am gonna be like Cyber Surfer in this task. I turned towards Momo. Good luck. Momo returned the gesture with a smile on her face and moved towards the front. I didn't try to move forward and concentrated on the ground below, pulling all the medals towards me. 3, 2, 1, start. Midnight exclaimed. Everyone rushed towards the narrow tunnel, using everything they could to make it to the front. The ground seemed to become porous and small particles came out like smoke rising from the ground. The students near me were surprised, while it made the audience and the heroes curious about what I was doing. The particles condensed into a huge surfboard and started to float by my side. I jumped over the board and my feet were covered by metal straps. As soon as my feet landed on the board, it would protect me from falling off. I crouched down and the speed started to increase. In an instant I passed a lot of students who were much more ahead of me. I finally reached the front liners and saw 4 students from our class were in the front. Ayama was using his laser to fly over the ground. Momo had made herself a pair of ski and was happily using the ice made by Todoroki to glide over. I passed them with ease. Everyone was thinking that I was using my control over metal to fly the board, but Momo knew the truth. I was using repulsion force to fly. I was releasing a magnetic field that has the opposite polarity of the Earth's magnetic field. As soon as I passed them, I met Todoroki and Bakugo competing with each other. Todoroki was using his ice quirk to glide over while Bakugo was using his explosions to propel him forward. I didn't want to goad them, so I just passed them. Bastard. I heard Bakugo yell as soon as I passed him and Todoroki. Todoroki didn't say anything, but he started to put more effort in making his ice road, or whatever. As soon as I passed them, I found myself in front of many giant robots. Good, I said inside my mind. Robots were made up of metals, so I just immobilized their limbs temporarily. As I passed by the robots, I let them free, so they could create more problems for the students who were behind me. Sorry Momo. I will give you a foot rub later. With the rest of the students. All of them had seen the giant robots and they were waiting to see how Ryo would deal with them because he was in the front and his method might give them some idea. But all of them were gobsmacked when they saw the robots completely ignored Ryo and became active right after he passed the robots. Everyone in Class 1A cursed inside their mind because they already knew what Ryo's quirk was, and making him fight robots made up of metals was just giving him a free pass. Momo also cursed but didn't mind it much because they had already decided beforehand that they won't hold back anything if they went against each other. What the hell? That bastard. Bakugo yelled as he saw the robots let Ryo get a free pass. He used his rage and attacked the giant robot in front of him. TCH, that lucky bastard. Denki shouted due to the unfairness of the world. That was completely unfair. Jiro whined loudly, and everyone near her completely agreed with her. As expected from Ryo, metal will never hurt him, but this also brings a weakness. Everything non-metal is his weakness, Izuku thought as he continued running forward. A/N, stupid Izuku and his stupid delusions. Just like this, the race continued. Let's see what happens on the next episode of Drag *** Mutants Ascension. POV Ryo. With the UA teachers. Just what did that kid do? A teacher asked while pointing towards the blackish smoke rising around Itsuki Ryo. A/N, of course, that is not smoke, but from the distance, it looked like smoke rising from the ground. Of course, the ones who know what Ryo's quirk is, they know it's metal. Amazing? He can already bring out metal minerals from the ground, Niza said while looking towards Ryo. There was a look of awe in his eyes. Yes. I don't even want to imagine what he could do with that power. Aizawa was also amazed by the amount of power and control Ryo showed over his quirk. Many teachers agreed with him and Nizu. They kept watching Ryo, as he easily took the lead in the race and came to face with the giant robots. Some of them already cursed because they immediately knew that robots were made of metal and Ryo's quirk allowed him to control metals. It didn't take a rocket scientist to know what would happen. Ryo didn't let them down, the robots just ignored him and allowed him to pass. Well, in future events they must consider that using metal would give one of their students a huge advantage over the others. POV Ryo. I looked behind and I saw that I was pretty far ahead with a huge lead. I kept gliding over the ground until I came in front of the second challenge. It was a giant pit consisting of many pillars with ropes connecting them. It was called the Fall. I didn't slow down and glided over the cliff. Many thought that I would fall down, but I didn't even descend in the slightest. I kept gliding in the air just like that. It was like I was still gliding over the ground. I didn't even bother to try something else. Don't need to fix anything if it isn't broken. I soon passed through the second challenge and reached the final challenge, minefield. The mines were also made up of metals, so I didn't even need to worry about where the mines were. Not that it mattered. I wasn't even placing my hair on the minefield. I was just gliding over that leisurely. And it looks like we have a winner already. Itsuki Ryo of Class 1A, easily gliding over this whole obstacle course with ease. Nobody would have expected how easy this obstacle course would be for him. Present Mike yelled into the mic. The crowd cheered and shouted as I crossed the finishing line. I got down from my surfboard and the metal dust scattered on the ground and made a circle around me. Then I looked towards the stadium filled with audience and a smile appeared on my face. Minutes later, I heard loud explosions and a few moments later Izuku Midoriya walked through the finishing line followed by Shoto Todoroki. Then surprisingly Momo crossed through the finishing line. I don't know how she came forth, but I clearly noticed that she was followed by an enraged Bakugo. He was completely purple with rage and he looked like he would blow up anyone or anything. With the pro heroes. It looks like his quirk is really powerful, control and manipulate metals. That is really strong, someone random hero said. It is also obvious that his power is the most versatile quirk I have ever seen. He could use metals to do anything he wants. He could use that to rescue people while fighting with enemies someone else pitched in their thoughts. He was also very fast, while he used that metal to glide over the whole obstacle race like nothing, someone spoke in a praising tone. He is also strong enough to extract metals from the ground, the first hero pointed out. There is a great chance that he would be winning this sports festival, a hero among the crowd declared, and everyone nodded with him except one pro hero. All the pro heroes were discussing amongst themselves. A certain red-haired hero wasn't happy. He wasn't happy at all but didn't say anything. In a dark room. Currently, a blue-haired man-child was sitting in a dark room staring at his laptop screen with hints of rage in his eyes. Sensei, are you watching? Did you see that? That's him? The nobody who defeated us and defeated Nomo. Tomura said while rubbing his neck. I see, just like what you said. His quirk is truly strong. A voice came out of the background. POV Rio. And in second place, someone completely unexpected, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike yelled again into the mic and the crowd cheered loudly. I guess I will be the target this time. I started to make some plans and I also wanted to have a group who would like to stand with me. Let the announcements finish first. You may have won the first round, but you definitely won't win the second. Bakugo came towards me and declared and then walked away. Wheel, that happened. And they are all finishing the race one by one? Good job kids. Go take a breather and get checked up if you have to. We will be posting the results once everyone is finished. Present Mike announced. I just walked towards Momo. She noticed me and gave me a bright smile. Congratulations on first Rio, Momo said to be with a smile on her face. Although it would have been much better if you had taken care of those giant robots in the obstacle course, she said with a deadpan on her face. Though I knew she wasn't serious at all, but her face was really cute. Rio, that was amazing. Somebody slapped my back and snaked a hand around my shoulder. Obviously, it was Denki. I would have never thought that you could use metal to fly like that. Eijiro was the next. Yeah, but it was also quite unfair. Denki whined and went into depression. Life isn't fair, my friend, I said to both of them. Momo's friends have also gathered around. Too true, Eijiro said, and others immediately agreed with him. Before we could continue any longer, Midnight announced that the first event of the sports festival is officially over. The first round is finally over. Let's look at the results. The screen behind her lit up to show the results and rankings. Next, she revealed the next course being a cavalry battle and explained how it would work. She also explained that we could use our quirks, but contestants weren't allowed to make each other fall on purpose. Even if a team loses their headband or falls down, they can compete until the 30-minute time limit. She finally revealed that the winner of the obstacle course would have 10 million points. All eyes immediately zeroed in on me. That's right, it's survival of the fittest for this course. A chance for those at the bottom to rise to the top. Midnight announced while looking towards me with a naughty smile on her face. It was like she was telling the others to go after me. Don't worry, my friend, even if nobody comes to our team, we can still win, Denki declared in front of everyone. Our team? I asked him while raising my eyebrow towards him. Of course our team. Do you think we were your friends just for the show? Even if all the teams out there would be gunning for us, I would still be in your team. It was Eijiro this time who answered me. It feels really nice to have some friends. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. So, that was it. Nobody else joined our team. Momo already joined Todoroki's team along with Aitsa and Tsuyu Ajui. Denki was in Todoroki's team in the canon, but since this time he was on my team, his place was being filled by Tsuyu, who was on Mineta's team. I then looked for Mizo Shoji, who joined Bakugo's team since Eijiro was on my team this time. I needed more metal, so I just crouched down on the ground while placing my hand on it. Immediately the ground became porous and metal particles came out of the ground, as it happened at the beginning of the obstacle race. Nobody told me anything about taking out metals, so there are no rules against it, so I am going to spam it. We have decided that Eijiro was going to be the horse while using his body hardening quirk, and Denki would support me from the back. He would also supply mild electricity to the metal sand around us. This would dissuade a lot of participants from attacking us after they get stunned once. With the other contestants, Momo, you know what his abilities are, so you also know if we can bypass his guard or not, right? Aitsa asked Momo. Sai, that is the problem. As long as he has metal, we can't breach his guard. Maybe if Todoroki uses his ice and fire to make his metals brittle, we might have a chance to pass his guard, Momo said while stroking her chin. Ribbit. Extreme cold could also achieve that. Can you achieve that much cold? Tsuyu asked Todoroki. I can do that, but is there anything else we could use? Todoroki asked, wanting to gain more information. Yes, even we can't penetrate his guard, he can't change the temperature around him. That would make all three of them very uncomfortable, Momo said with a thoughtful look on her face. Most of the teams would be going after him. Do we do that as well or go for the weaker ones first? Aitsa asked his teammates. We will let the others go after him first. While Rio deals with them, we can easily go after the weaker teams and rake up some points. We attack him when he would be expecting us in the least, Todoroki said, and everyone nodded in agreement. Are you guys ready? Suddenly Present Mike yelled in the mic as the crowd cheered once again. The teams got into positions, most looking towards Rio's team greedily because first they had only 3 members on their team and they would be giving the most points. Seeing everyone was ready, Present Mike started the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. POV Rio. As soon as Present Mike yelled start, some of the teams immediately rushed towards my team. I nodded towards Denki, who started to channel his electricity towards the metal sand surrounding us. A team made up of unknown students attacked us and their attacks were immediately stopped by a wall of metal sand that rose up from the ground. Shit. A student cursed when his hand was swatted away from the wall. They are channeling electricity in the metal wall, another one deduced after his hand was also swatted away by the wall of metal sand. I simply smiled at them. At least they understood what was happening here. Maybe this can keep them from attacking us. But I think that I was giving too much credit to this team. They tried to attack us again, it still gave them the same result. After attacking a couple of times more, they finally gave up. I looked towards teams who had rushed towards us. It looked like they were discussing something. The next moment the wall rose up at several places, stopping several attacks from all the sides. So, they decided to attack us at once. Good, at least they are trying. I wonder how are they going to divide the points if they somehow succeed. Are you sure that the wall is going to hold up? Eijiro asked me, looking slightly worried. Don't worry about that. As long as someone can't make the metal sand disappear, we have nothing to worry about, I answered him. What about Bakugo and Todoroki? Denki asked, looking slightly winded up. Maybe continuously using his quirk might be tiring for him. Denki, you can stop using your quirk if it gets too tiring for you, and as for Bakugo or Todoroki attacking us, Bakugo won't be able to blast through the wall of my metal sand because I will enforce the wall, and if Todoroki uses both of his ice and fire sides he still won't be able to break through my wall. Brittle metal or weak metal is still metal, I declared with a confident look on my face. Both Eijiro and Denki nodded their heads in understanding. With Ryo's parents. Our son already won the first event and there is a good chance that he is going to win the second one too, I declared proudly while watching how the other teams attacking her son's team. She was worried that the flimsy wall won't be able to hold any longer, but she was still proud. Yes. I never knew that his power would be so amazing. Shomei was shocked to see how strong his son's quirk was. With pro heroes. Wow, that wall is providing him 360-degree protection. Looks like he is winning this event too. The event has yet to finish. His quirk is strong and he is also using it smartly, but it will only one moment of negligence to lose their headband. With the UA staff. Hey Aizawa, did he use that wall to protect himself from those villains? A teacher asked curiously. Yes, don't underestimate that thin wall of metal sand. He used that same wall to protect himself against that purple creature, Aizawa said. Now he was watching Ryo's moves closely. All of their attention was brought towards Bakugo's team, who seemed to be heading towards Ryo's team. All of them were immediately interested because they also wanted to see the confrontation between those two teams. With Ryo, get ready to lose. Bakugo shouted. I don't even want to know. He should have tried to surprise me, but he didn't. At least he didn't need to announce himself like that. I saw Bakugo jump towards us while screaming. Die, he shouted like a typical villain and attacked us, but my metal wall rose up and he attacked with the biggest explosion he could make at that moment. The collision caused the whole place to shake, but the wall didn't even dent inwards. Just some of the metal particles had turned red due to the heat from the explosion. Bastard. Bakugo yelled again and attacked us at the same place with even more power. The same thing happened, but this time the wall had a huge red spot showing the metals have heated up. This time Bakugo was swatted away from the walls more hardly because Denki increased the electricity output. All the other teams also stopped their own fights so that they can watch the confrontation between my team and Bakugo's. Don't injure yourself, Bakugo, I told him in a slightly worried. I was worried that he was going to hurt himself and I didn't want that, and I was only slightly, but it seemed to have riled him up even more. He attacked us again from the same direction, but the result was still the same except merging some metal particles together due to the heat. The next moment the wall was attacked with ice, which immediately broke the walk but was stopped by another wall that rose up in an instant. I never thought that you two would team up with each other to attack me, I said, looking in the other direction. Todoroki was pointing his arm towards my direction. I didn't team up with him, I just used the best chance to attack you, Todoroki said. I looked at the rest of his team and they looked completely determined, even Momo. Well, let them try. Bah, this ain't fun anymore, Bakugo declared and went away with his team. I know that he was too much prideful to work together with Todoroki. Well, it works better for me since they broke one wall when they attacked together. Todoroki already attacked us with ice spikes which were stopped by a wall that instantly rose up from the ground. He kept using this pattern of attack for a few minutes from different directions. Isn't it getting too cold, Denki told me. So, he is trying to get us cold so that we would get sluggish and to also make my metals brittle. I immediately used my metal walls to expand in all directions, which successfully broke apart all the ice spikes surrounding our position. Todoroki kept looking towards me like he was looking for something. Looks like he was searching for my weakness or wanted to find some gap in my defense. Time's up. The second round is now over. Now let's reveal the top 4 teams to make it into the last round. Midnight shouted as the screen behind her revealed the results of the match. 1. Team Ryo. 2. Team Todoroki Nov, L, B /JNN. 3. Team Bakugo. 4. Team Shinso. I climbed down from Eijiro's shoulder, who also stopped using his quirk. Soon the 3 of us were surrounded by our classmates to congratulate us. Hey, Ryo, congratulations on your win, Mina exclaimed happily. Yay, even if you only defended, but it was still awesome to watch that, Jiro said to me, looking slightly relieved. Was she thinking that I would attack her or the others like I did in the USJ? Don't know, maybe I will ask Momo later. You bastard? Are you just too scared to fight? A purple-faced Bakugo appeared. I don't even know what he is on about. Didn't he just attack me during the game? So is he angry that I didn't fight back, or Todoroki interrupted us? Calm down, Bakugo. Eijiro tried to calm him down. Calm down? This asshole was just mocking me while he just stood inside his wall along with you, Bakugo yelled out loud, causing the other contestants to look towards us. He is really angering me now. Why the hell was I even worried about this fucker? Fine, he wants to fight me, then so be it. Each time they tried to get a confrontation out of me I always steered them away or laughed it off, but I don't think it would work anymore. I need to make an example of Bakugo. I didn't fight back because if I did you would have ended up with a broken bone or a missing limb, I declared, shocking everyone around me. They weren't shocked because of my words, but they were shocked because of the tone I used. Other times, I just sounded like a boy filled with charisma and passion, but now I sounded completely cold-hearted. I didn't even wait for his reply and walked away. I have been stupid for so long. I thought that I could stop the confrontation if I just avoided them. Yeah, I know I made a lot of comments and made fun of them inside my mind, but I didn't antagonize them openly because I didn't want myself to be roped into some juvenile stuff like this. Now, I know that I have been too naive. They still treat me like their enemy, like I killed their dog. So be it. I will break him in the third round. After all, peace was never an option. I started to walk towards the washroom to clear my mind. I will do what I have decided because Bakugo needed to be taught a session which his parents failed to teach him, and that was humility. I will crush all his pride and arrogance and show him how pathetic he is. Was that really necessary? I heard Momo's voice from behind me. Yes. I wasn't the one who started the fight, I told her. My voice was now back to somewhat normal. So what are you going to do with him? I know you will be fighting against him, Momo asked me, looking slightly concerned. I will show him his place. I told her. I don't want to go into the details, but I know that she will understand. POV Rio. After the fiasco with Bakugo, again we gathered in front of the stage for the next announcement. I could feel that Bakugo was still glaring daggers at me. If glares could kill, then I would have been dead a few times over. Well, since he can't kill me with his glaring, I decided to ignore his glare. At least I could allow him to enjoy the rest of the time before I beat the shit out of him. This time it was very different from what happened in the canon, as only 11 students have gathered together. I, Denki, Eijiro from my team, Todoroki, Momo, Aitsa, and Tsuyu from Team Todoroki, Bakugo, Mina, Hantashiro, and Mizo Shoji from Team Bakugo. I decided to look around and my eyes landed on Izuku. He looked like he was about to break down. His team didn't even qualify, so he thought that he had let down All Might. Honestly, I don't feel sorry for him, nor did I felt bad that my team took his team's place, and I won't care even the slightest. True, I wanted to face Izuku's one for all, but it won't be happening today, I guess. Now that all of you are here, it's time to present the final event. Midnight yelled into the mic. But before she could continue any longer, Masharao Ajiro and Niranjiki Shota decided to withdraw from the tournament. They spouted the same tripe they had spouted in the canon, and like in the canon, Midnight called them naive. I honestly agree with her. Yes, of course, I will also hate to be manipulated and brainwashed by someone else, but I will try to take revenge, and if that is not possible, then I would try to prove that I am better than him by getting a higher position than him. Then Midnight announced that because Masharao Ajiro and Niranjiki Shota resigned from the tournament, their place was going to be taken by Ibarashi Ozaki and Tetsu. And Izuku Midoriya was also going to join the final event because of the odd number of contestants. Look like Izuku is still going to get a chance to fight. Looks like All might have pulled some strings, or Izuku was born under a fucking lucky star. Now that we are done with the unimportant things, let's start with the matchups. Midnight announced loudly, which made the crowd cheer. The screen behind her rolled through a dozen of possibilities before settling on a 1v1 tournament. And now, here are the matchups. Midnight exclaimed dramatically. First round. 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitachi Shinso. 2. Shoto Todoroki vs Hantashiro. 3. Denki Kiminari vs Ibarashi Ozaki. 4. Itsuki Ryo vs Mizo Shoji. 5. Tinya Aitsa vs Yuga Aoyama. 6. Mina Ashido vs Momo Yayo Rozu. 7. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. 8. Tsuyu Ajui vs Katsuki Bakugo. I have to say I am quite pleased with these matchups. I would have hated to fight against any of the strong ones in the first rounds. After all, if strong opponents fight in the first round, then it will ruin the fun. All of the other contestants were sent to the stands where their class would be sitting. I sat beside Momo. She looked pretty nervous, so I just held her hand. She somewhat relaxed and gave me a bright smile. So the first 3 fights were exactly the same as the canon, and the winners were also the same. Izuku won the first match, the second match was won by Shoto Todoroki, and the third match was won by Ibarashi Ozaki. Finally, my name was announced along with Mizo Shoji's name by Midnight. The next fight was between the two of us. Both of us climbed the huge arena. Now, on one side we have Itsuki Ryo from Class 1A, who won the last 2 rounds with ease. Present Mike yelled into the mic and the crowd started to cheer. And on the other side we have Mizo Shoji from Class 1A. Can he prove himself to be a dark horse in this tournament? Present Mike announced, and got a somewhat similar effect when he announced my name. Are you two ready? Present Mike asked us, and both of us nodded our heads. Then he immediately yelled out, start. The metal particles which I left at the place where cavalry battle took place rushed towards me in an instant. Shoji was also heading towards me. Well, he is really disadvantaged against me since he is a close-range fighter. Mizo finally reached me, but now I was surrounded by my metal sand. He punched towards me, which was blocked by the wall of metal dust. The wall didn't even budge, but the ground below the wall cracked. Damn, is he trying to kill me? If that punch had connected with me, then my head would have painted the stage. I didn't give him any chance to back out, and the metal sand snaked around his hand. This gave me enough chance to put him out. The metal sand immediately rushed up to his legs and gripped strongly around his legs and body. Soon his whole body along with his hands were covered by metal sand, but I didn't go near him. I have absolute trust in my quirk, but to be honest I don't want to get surprised. Please surrender, you can't fight any longer, I told him, but didn't seem to get any reaction from him. He still tried to move a few times before he finally released a sigh. I surrender, you win, he finally said, and I could feel that he had relaxed his body. Mizo Shoji surrenders? Itsuki Ryo advances to next round. This time it was Midnight who announced while cracking her whip, and the crowd went crazy. After Midnight's announcement, I let him go and both of us shook each other hands. By the time we were in the stands, the fifth match was announced. Tinya Aitsa vs Yuga Aoyama. In canon, Yuga fought against Mina and Ilda fought against Mei. This fight also ended quickly with Tinya Aitsa's win. After that, the sixth fight took place. The fight was between Mina Ashido and Momo Yeo Rozo. This was also a quick fight with Momo's win. The seventh fight was exactly the same as the canon. The match was a draw. For the final fight, Tsuyu Ajui vs Katsuki Bakugo were called into the arena. I have to say Tsuyu tried her best, but she was really disadvantaged against Bakugo. After trying a lot, she surrendered. After that, there was a tiebreaker between Eijirokiri's Hima and Tetsu, the oddest name I have ever heard. It was an arm wrestling match which was won by Eijioro. So with that, we had 8 participants. With that, the first round was finally over and we were given a 10 minutes break before second round's matchups would be done. The break was over in an instant and we were gathered in front of Midnight, again. Not that I am complaining. Now that the break is over, let's see the matchups for the second round. The screen behind her flashed again and showed many matchups. Finally, it came to a stop and showed the results. Second round. 1. Shoto Todoroki vs Tinya Ilda. 2. Ibara Shiozaki vs Momo Yeo Rozo. 3. Itsuki Ryo vs Izuku Midoriya. 4. Eijirokiri's Hima vs Katsuki Bakugo. So, I would be fighting that creepy stalker. Damn, now if I beat him then he would also become obsessed with me. It's not like he isn't right now. Fuck. I don't care any longer, I will whop his ass no matter what. So, except for Todoroki and Aitsa who headed towards the arena, the rest of us returned to the stands. I looked at my side towards Momo. I know that she didn't have much chance against that pirated version of Hashirama, but I would still support her. I am ashamed that I can't think that she could win, but sometimes facts were facts. This time the fight took some time. Todoroki was unable to hit Aitsa successfully because of his speed, but after some time Todoroki started to move too instead of standing at one place and got Aitsa from the side. So, with that, the first match was over. Ibara and Momo were called into the arena for the second match. Before she went I wished her best of luck, then I turned around to look at Izuku who didn't look so good. Is he losing control of his bowels? Then I don't even want to be near him when he does that, or is he simply nervous? Honestly, I don't want to know. Then I turned my head towards the arena. Momo and Ibara were ready to fight. As soon as the start signal was given, Ibara covered herself with her trees and they immediately rushed towards Momo. Well, just like I had imagined, Momo lost the fight. She tried hard, but her quirk wasn't a good match to go against Ibara's quirk. Momo made blades from her quirk so that she could cut off the vines made by Ibara, but Ibara finally got her from behind, when she wrapped her vines around Momo's legs. I knew she would be slightly depressed, so I went towards the arena to meet her even before my name was announced. Soon, I found her near the entrance. Are you okay? I asked her. Nov, L.B//JNN. Yes, she was really good. I didn't even have a chance, Momo said with a smile on her face. The smile wasn't fake, so she might not be that sad. You gave it your all and you should be proud of that. I gave her a hug and kissed her forehead. I heard my name being announced, so I got out of the hug. Best of luck, Momo said and gave me a small kiss on the lips and walked away. I walked up to the arena and found Izuku was already there. How the fuck did that midget even got there before me? I looked over to Izuku and sensed that my metal dust were stashed down the corner of the arena. Good thing that I stashed it before I left after the previous match. I don't want anyone to throw it out. Maybe I should also start carrying a gourd or something similar like Gara. On one side we have Itsuki Ryo from Class 1A who finished his previous fight with complete ease. Present Mike yelled and I noticed Midnight was making cow eyes at me. I would take that as she is wishing me good luck. On the other side we have Izuku Midoriya who is also from Class 1A with a mysterious strength quirk. Now let's see who comes on top between these two. Present Mike yelled in the mic and the crowd exploded in cheers. Well, the audience seems to be pretty excited. Are you two ready? This time Midnight asked us. Both me and Izuku nodded our heads. Then start, Midnight yelled, and with that the fight started. Izuku really has a good head on his shoulders. He immediately tried to get closer to me, but as he saw the metal sand have already reached me, so he jumped at the side. Then he kept moving in zigzag form around me, trying to get closer to me. I don't even want to know how the hell did he get that fucking idea, but honestly it too stupid. I was completely bored and was unimpressed with his try. Is this the best he could have planned against me? Some metal sand rose from my side and rushed towards Izuku. I was sure that I was going to catch him, but by a hair's difference I missed. What? I know how good my aim is, so that's what's happening. By moving from side to side he is keeping his momentum, which he could use to dodge the attack. Well, it was still the worst strategy he could have used. Another volley of metal sand rushed towards him, but this time it was going towards where he was going to land. He also knew that his pathetic gig was up and he was caught, if the fear had anything to say, which marred his face. Before he could even land, the metal sand gripped his leg in vice grip. Izuku knew that his chance was gone now. He immediately Chaneled one for all in the foot and was able to successfully break away from the grip, but using one for all didn't bode too well of him. His left leg was completely useless now, because it was broken. All of the metal sand I had rushed towards him. This game was getting pretty bored too soon. But Izuku, someone managed to dodge my metal 2 times before he was surrounded from all the sides. Izuku didn't wait any longer and channeled one for all in his right hand and punched the wall of metal sand which was closing in on him. The wall immediately split apart due to the force of the punch. The ground beneath us was also ripped apart due to the immense force of the punch. Another wall rose up in front of me and stopped the attack completely before coming in my direction. After Izuku's attack was nullified, all the metal sand was dropped on the ground. Izuku was clutching his right arm with his left hand. It was broken too. He was now breathing heavily. I wasn't even slightly winded. The next instant, before he could even blanel, the metal sand rose up from the ground and rushed towards him all again. Izuku tried to dodge, but he was caught at the first try. He Chaneled one for all in his left arm and was able to free his left arm before it was again engulfed by the metal sand. He wasn't able to oppose anyone before his whole body was engulfed in metal sand up to his neck. There is no way you can continue this fight any longer. Give up. I told him. I know he is too stubborn to give up or too stupid to understand his situation. He kept trying to free himself, but the metal sand didn't even budge. I just waited there, so that he could finally understand his situation. But he kept trying and trying. Well, I guess I waited enough. The metal sand kaken rose up in the air, went out of the bounds and dropped Izuku out of the bounds. Izuku Midoriya is out of the bounds, giving the win to Itsuki Ryo. By the time Midnight did the announcement, I was already leaving the arena. 10 crowd exploded in another bout PF cheer because they got to see this exciting fight. I have to agree that Izuku was the one who gave me the best fight, even though I wasn't trying that hard. Honestly, I didn't need to. So I finally reached the stand. By that time Eijiro and Bakugo were already in the arena. Their match was similar to what happened in canon. Bakugo won the match, gaining his position in top 4. Depending if his next fight is with Ibara, then he would be moving up to the finals too. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. With UA staff. The fights were pretty good. A teacher spoke. Aizawa was thinking about Izuku, who was taken to the infirmary for his treatment. The kid had enough determination, but he was too stupid to know when he had lost. That stupidity might even cost him his life someday. Aizawa would be teaching that to him the first when classes resumes. With Ryo's parents. I don't have anything to say anymore. I could happily say that I got the best son I could hope for. Shomei wiped his eye to stop the tears of happiness. Don't be dramatic, but I will say that after he wins the tournament, AI said with full determination. You are right, honey, Shomei said and pulled AI towards him. With the pro heroes. I think that Ryo kid is going to win. He will be getting a lot of offers from a lot of heroes. Too true, I myself will offer him internship. While all this conversation was going on, a certain redhead hero was seething in anger. Back with Ryo. After another short break, the 4 of us were again gathered in front of Midnight. Now, with the 4 remaining contestants, we are going to have the semifinals. Now, let's check the matchups. Midnight screamed into the mic and the screen behind her flows ahead a few times with our names. And here we have the matchups for the semifinals. Semifinals. 1. Shoto Todoroki vs Itsuki Ryo. 2. Katsuki Bakugo vs Ibarashi Ozaki. Just like I had imagined. Bakugo will be going to the finals. I don't see him losing against Ibara, and if he loses, then honestly he isn't even worth my time. So now, both Todoroki and me could be seen climbing the arena from different sides. From one side we have the ruler of metals from Class 1A, Itsuki Ryo. Midnight yelled in utter joy. Crowd also cheered after my name was announced. And from the other side, the Emperor of Ice and Fire, also from Class 1A, Shoto Todoroki. Midnight yelled into the mic. Todoroki didn't seem happy when fire was mentioned along with his name. In the canon, I saw Izuku made Todoroki get the stick out of his ass so he would also use fire, but I won't be doing that. Why would I? It wasn't my responsibility to deal with someone's trauma. Are you both ready? This time it was present Mike who asked us and both of us nodded. Then start with that. The match was a go and Todoroki launched a glacier towards me which was stopped by my metal sand wall. He again attacked me, but this time it was from another direction. But before it could even come near me, a spike made of metal sand shut the ice attack. The previous attack, which was stooped by my metal sand, was also shattered. The metal sand rose up like a sea wave and rushed towards Todoroki, who used an ice wall to stop the wave, but it wasn't enough. The ice wall was shattered like glass. Todoroki was even more determined and launched another volley of ice attack towards the wave of metal sand. This time Todoroki attack was huge and was able to freeze off the whole wave. My ice is better than your metal. Todoroki looked at me in a mocking style. Is he that stupid? And why does he need to do that? I was somehow glad that I didn't had that attitude and thank my previous life for that. The ice Todoroki created, which froze my metal sand, broke apart. Metal sand spilled out of the cracks and rushed towards Todoroki. This time I rose up my hand and the metal sand became more faster. Before Todoroki could fret say them, the sand was reaching him. This made him dodge the attacks and run around. He could no longer create any ice attacks because if he did, the metal sand immediately reaches him. He knew what would happen once if they grab hold of you once. So just like this the battle continued. Let's see what happens on the next episode of Drag Cough Cough *A Mutant's Ascension. I noticed that Todoroki was moving similar to what Izuku was doing. He must have noticed Izuku movements during the match and copied them. Well again, it was a nice much better than what Izuku did because if I want to catch Todoroki when he lands he would just use his ice to block the sand. No matter, slowly I started to surround him like I did to Izuku. Todoroki was becoming more frantic now. He also noticed that the sand was starting to surround him from all the sides. As a desperate move Todoroki made a huge dome around him to protect himself. I have to say that this ice is much harder and denser than those he made before but it isn't enough to stop me. I made several spikes of metal sand and launched them towards the ice dome. Those spikes turned into drill bits and started to rotate and soon the whole dome started to crack but before I reached the inside, a sea of flames erupted from the ice dome. With the pro heroes. Finally he accepts his power, now show everyone that you are the strongest, Endeavor said in his mind. He was really excited to see that his son had finally accepted his strongest side, according to him. Back in the arena, I saw Todoroki walk out of the sea of flames without any injuries. So you finally accepted your other side, good for you, I told him, but Todoroki's face still remained indifferent. I again gather my metal sand and attacked Todoroki with them but this time it was met with another sea of flames but this time it was many more times hotter than the previous one. I backed away slightly due to the immense heat. I have to say, this heat is too much for me. I looked at the metal sand which I used to attack him which had now completely melted down. I just waited to see what he was going to do. I really wanted to see. He didn't let me down and attacked me with his ice. But the attack wasn't for me. The attack hit the molten metal which immediately released a huge amount of steam covering the whole arena. Damn. I already knew where Todoroki was because of the iron in his body. He seemed to be just waiting for the fog to clear, but isn't it stupid? He could have attacked me already. The fog cleared and I saw Todoroki was now standing over a huge chunk of solid metal. Oh, so he did all this so that he could take away my sand? Really good plan, but it would only work if I hadn't mastered metal morphing. What will you do now? Todoroki asked me with a smug expression on his face. Just this time I raised both of my hands and Todoroki's feet were grabbed by metal sand which I got from the chunk of metal. Soon the whole chunk was reverted back to metal sand. Todoroki was too shocked to even react. I used this chance to move his hands towards his own body using the metal sand. Now, if Todoroki wanted to use his power, he was going to hurt himself. Surrender, you can't fight any longer, I told him, but it seemed to have a lot of effect on him. He didn't try to escape like the others but kept his mouth closed. Fine, stubborn emo. I tightened the metal sand around him successfully slowing down his blood flow. This time he tried to escape the binds. After a few seconds he passed out and my metal sand moved away from him leaving him unconscious in the arena. Shoto Todoroki is unable to fight any longer? Itsuki Ryo is the winner? Midnight announced as the crowd grew louder and louder. While I was walking towards the stands, I was stopped by a certain hair-haired hero. What do fuck he wants with me? This ain't a cultivation world chump so it is highly unlikely that he came to attack to get revenge for his son, but I still decided to be vigilant and the metal sand started to come towards me slowly. Both of did nothing and kept glaring at each other. Thank you, Endeavor grunted out and walked away. Did he thinks that I made his son use his other side? He isn't wrong but I didn't do it knowingly. His son used it because otherwise he would be screwed, well whatever. While thinking these stuff I finally reached the stands. Ibara and Todoroki's fight had already started. I sat beside Momo and everyone around congratulated me for entering the finals. This fight was much quicker of compared to mine. I still remembered what Bakugo said and a flash of coldness spread across my face for a second before going away. I will crush him. The match was over with Bakugo's win. After a short break both of us were told to head to the arena for the finals by midnight. And now for the finals of the third round? Itsuki Ryo vs Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight yelled into the mic. I saw her eyes were completely fixed on me while C was announcing. She kept watching while licking her lips seductively. Wow, I must have really impressed her too much. Are you two ready? Midnight asked us and my attention again moved towards Bakugo and I nodded my head. Bakugo also did that same, then start with that the fight had officially began. Before Bakugo could rush towards me the whole arena cracked and I pulled out two steel beams from under the arena. I used the metal sand to make myself a throne and sat on it with a bored expression. Image here. The whole arena stopped shaking and Bakugo was finally able to balance himself. The steel were ripped into hundreds of small steel rods. Are you mocking me? Bakugo started to yell but was cut off when a steel rod hit him in his gut really hard. Bakugo crouched down and emptied whatever food he ate in the morning on the floor. Another steel rod slammed onto his back which made his face slam into his own vomit. Yes, just right there, like that? This is your status in front of me. Bakugo's face was completely filled with rage and used his explosions to rise up but was again slapped down in his own vomit but this time he even spat out blood. You are nothing but a pathetic weakling who only knows how to bully weak people. Now see what you are truly worth of. The words were completely coming out of my mouth but it would send chill down anyone's spine. The crowd didn't mind the display, neither did the heroes. Is it so common or they didn't react because they didn't seem to hear what I was saying? You were shouting about how I am a coward hiding a wall not fighting back and now when I start to somewhat seriously use my power you end up on the floor. I said loud enough so that only Bakugo could clearly hear me. You are just a weakling. He tried to get up again but he was slapped down. Stop dreaming about being the strongest because you would never pass me, and that is a fact, weakling. The steel rods wrapped around his hands and feet and dropped him outside the arena this time. I don't want to bully a weakling any longer. Kakatsuki Bakugo is out of the bounds. Itsuki Ryo is the winner. Midnight announced. I looked at her and her face was blooming with a huge smile and she was also clutching her thighs together. Looks like she is both S&M. As soon as Midnight finished the announcement, the crowd erupted in another cheer. The crowd kept getting louder and louder. As I kept walking, I heard the thunderous crowd and their cheers. Some of them were even shouting my name to praise me for winning the first place. I was back in my usual happy personality and waved towards the whole crowd. I was really happy that they appreciated my win. I was also happy that my parents would be proud of me. With Ryo's parents, both Ai and Shomei were hugging each other while crying. They were really proud of their son. They knew how their son was and they knew that the other kid must have said something to him to anger him like that. So, they didn't mind that display that much. With UA staff n/o/val/b/in.c//om. That was really brutal, a teacher spoke. Yes, but nothing new. Many students use and have used this stage to get rid of their grudges, another teacher spoke. He could have done much worse, Aizawa said. I have read about that Bakugo kid's personality. Arrange some sessions for him, Nizu said before looking back again at Ryo. And what about Itsuki Ryo? Another teacher asked. Not needed, he is usually easygoing and mild-mannered. Only other time he was brutal was when he fought in USJ against the villains. Bakugo must have said something to him, Aizawa said. Yes, young Ryo through the tournament only used defensive and binding methods to win, All Might said when he suddenly popped out from somewhere. If I would be honest with myself, I was sad. I was happy, really happy because I won the tournament, made my parents proud, but something is missing. I don't know what, it's like a part of me. The tournament kind of left an unsatisfied feeling within me. Maybe it was because the events in this festival were no challenge to me. The 1vs1 were also a huge disappointment. Although, it felt nice to go up against all these students who are the same age as me. Experiencing it firsthand was vastly different than watching behind a screen. Also, since I was born in this world, I wasn't able to actually fight against someone like I had today. Even if the opponents were not into a level where I wanted, it still felt pretty amazing. n/o/val/b/jn.c//om. It is really good that this school keeps arranging some kind PF events and there are always some kind of fight. Maybe I should stay for some time in this world even after I have offed all for one. Maybe graduate from UA High. This brought up another topic which I have been putting off. I still need to tell Momo about world travel and ask if she wants to come with me. A/N, the harem members will definitely go with him. But he wants to ask them if they want to go with him or not, but they will always agree. I was walking back to the stands when I heard someone announce my name. Looks like it is Aliardi time for the award ceremony. So, instead I headed towards the stage for the awards. A few minutes later, all of the first year events for this year's UA Sports Festival have been completed. So now, we will begin with the award ceremony. Midnight announced, with all students but 4 were standing there with camera flashing behind them. In front of them, 3 students came out of underground while standing on their platforms that showed their rankings. Third place being the emo half-half Shoto Todoroki, who seemed to be in his thoughts. Second place was being occupied by now a clean and patched up Katsuki Bakugo, who was completely restrained. Finally, the first place was occupied by me. Cameras constantly flashed on all 3 of us. And to present the medals, the man himself, All Might. Midnight announced and a familiar laugh sounded out. Seeing the silhouette of the number 1 pro hero, everyone within crowd began to cheer loudly, with most of the students joining in as well. I have brought the medals here. All Might shouted as he perfectly landed with no sort of difficulty whatsoever. Walking up to Shoto, who had his head down with a dejected look on his face, All Might put the bronze medal on his neck. Don't be so down, young Todoroki. I am sure that you have your reasons for not using your other side until you fought Ryo, right? All Might asked Todoroki. Even so, I still lost to him. It seems like I still have something else before I could fully embrace it. Todoroki raised his head to look into the eyes of the wanted to surpass. All Might laughed out loud and gave Todoroki a small hug while saying, then I hope you get your situation sorted out so we can see what you are fully made of, young Todoroki. Next, All Might walked up to Bakugo, but since Bakugo's mouth was restrained, he decided to keep his words to the point. I know you have a lot of pent-up rage inside of you, but I hope you don't act rashly for when we release you. You are a very strong young man with some much potential to become something more, so please don't ruin your chances. If you want to reach the top, then the first thing you are going to need to do is fix that personality of yours and your mindset. Other than that, you did a very good job this sports festival. All Might said as he gave the boy a small hug and put the silver medal around him. After giving the medal to Bakugo, he walked up to me. And finally, Itsuki Ryo, the winner of today's sports festival. I gotta say, you have the most versatile quirk I had ever seen. Only thing I have to say is keep working hard because I am sure that you will be amazing hero one day. All Might said while putting the gold medal around my neck and gave me a hug. After the hug he patted my shoulder with a laugh. All Might spoke again, but this time only loud enough so that only I could hear him. You did good, young Ryo, and judging from the conversations I have heard from the heroes, I am sure you will get tons of nominations, so choose wisely to ensure your bright future. Yes, thank you, All Might. I said to him with a bright smile on my face. After that walked away from me and went towards Midnight and took the mic from her. Well, these are your winners. But listen up, everyone pay attention to what I have to say. Anyone could have ended up here and won the sports festival. Don't feel so down at your loss because here at UA, you will have time to grow and shape yourself to become splendid heroes. All you students here did a wonderful job today, so can we please get a round of applause? All Might said as the arena became filled with the sound of everyone clapping. Well, I have to say, that was an awesome speech, and being the symbol of peace also helps. I looked all around and saw how much these peoples and students look up to him. Most of the first years happily smiled because of his words, and others began to feel better because of the encouragement he gave them. The next generation of heroes is definitely looking promising, All Might declared, which got him another round of applause. He raised his hands up in the air, and I would like to say one more thing, so everyone please say it with me. Thank you for everyone's hard work. Plus Ultra. With that, the sports festival for the first was finally over. This was the same scene from the canon. On the screen it looked funny, but now it is completely different. I finally met with Momo and our friends. All of them happily congratulated me. Chatting happily, all of us left the stadium. I pulled out my phone and saw that my mom had texted me to wait at the station. So, they did come here. I became really happy that they could see me winning the tournament. Watching it from the stadium and watching on TV are completely different. Both me and Momo were waiting at the station for my parents to come. Soon, my parents arrived and immediately engulfed me in a tight hug by my mom. Momo was standing by my side. My mom used her other hand and pulled her into the hug too. Suddenly a camera flashed. I looked at the side and found my father clicked a photo of us hugging. Finally both me and Momo were allowed to go. I am so proud PFU son, my father said, and pulled me in another hug. But this time it was fatherly hug. The hug didn't last long. We both are so proud of you, my mother said while holding back her tears of happiness. We finally settled down for a few minutes before the train arrived. When we were finally back into Yayo Rosa compound, we were met with another celebration. Momo's parents have arranged for a party in their compound for my win. Both of them congratulated me again and again along with my parents. When finally the party was over, I gave Momo a good night kiss in front of her parents and my parents. I was too tired to care about all those stuff. It was also same with Momo. Finally the fatigue is catching up to both of us. We really had a long and tiring day. Even if my body wasn't tired, my mind was telling me to sleep. After reaching our house, I directly went to the shower. So relaxing. After a long and relaxing bath, my body slammed into the bed and sleep immediately embraced me and my world became dark. I blame you, you beast, Momo said while glaring at me. I just rubbed the back of my neck and chuckled sheepishly. Both of us were back to school now that the short break after the sports festival is over. And the reason of Momo being angry at me is because she is walking funny, while she was also pouting. Even after when you had your wicked ways with me, I still wasn't able to satisfy you, Momo said while she kept her glare and pout at the same time on her face. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. I am sorry, but you were the one who kept me asking for more and more. I reitered while chuckling. Neither of us were actually angry at each other. Yes, that was my mistake, but you have to get another girl or I will die. Momo whined while clutching my arm like a koala. It would really funny, but I don't want her to die. And I truly don't know what to think about this get another girl thing. Honestly, I want a harem for myself, I truly do. A lot of men also dream of getting a harem. I don't know about getting another girl, but I want a woman, Nemuri Kayama to be exact, and I don't know how to get her. It's not like I can just go to her directly and ask her to join my harem or even ask her to date since she is a teacher here. When both of us woke up in the morning after our last night workout, I really felt guilty. Momo wasn't even able to walk star-eyed when she woke up. I gave her a massage, seriously, nothing naughty, helped her in the shower then left her. According to Momo, her mom had been giving her knowing smile, which was really embarrassing for her. So yeah, from next time when we sleep together I will stop only after 3 or 4 times. I don't even know how the hell I am getting so much stamina, it must be something related to my power. I was brought out of my thoughts when Momo opened the door of our class. I met with a similar sight. We were pretty early so not many students were here. I went up Ilda and started chatting. I saw the news about Ilda's brother so I asked him about that. He seemed pretty uneasy so I just changed the topic before wishing him well. Soon, the class began flooding with the students, while I was chatting with Eijiro until a voice called me from behind. Rio. I turned around and saw Shoto Todoroki. Everyone in the class became quiet in an instant. No one wanted to miss anything about the confrontation between Itaki Rio, the ruler of metal, unofficial given name because of Midnight, and Shoto Todoroki. Midnight gave him a name too, but it didn't stick. I finally resolved my own problem, which didn't let me use my left time to its fullest, so I hope we can have a battle once again another day. I recognize you as the strongest in this class, so I am aiming to surpass you, Todoroki said and extended his hand towards me. Well, looks like he got his shit together. I repeated his gesture and shook his hand. I will be looking forward to that fight, then both of us can go all out. I told him with a charismatic smile on my face. I will too, Todoroki said and went back to his seat. I noticed a purple-faced Bakugo was glaring murder at me. Honestly, I don't care what he felt after being humiliated by me to that extent, and honestly I don't care. Even if he turns out to be a villain, then I would happily take off, maybe 2 of his limbs and throw him into prison after that. Do I feel guilty for doing this to someone? No, not even in the slightest. At the beginning I kept avoiding him, but then again he kept pushing me. Well yeah, I snapped. Good morning class. Get into your seats. A familiar bored voice sounded out, causing everyone to sit down, and everyone responded back to his greeting. Today we will be doing something different for class. Code names. You will be picking out your hero names. Aizawa revealed, causing the class to get excited at not having to do something boring. After that he had to calm down the class. Momo looked pretty excited too. Hero names? Why are we picking out our hero names so early? Even if Momo was herself excited, she still asked. After all, she was our class president. After that, he went on to explain the purpose and reason on why they would be doing it today, as well as revealing the number of nominations the students had. I noticed that Momo had way more than she did in canon. The only reason for this could be that she didn't lose in the first round and even won in the second round. It made her name quite famous, since she showed off her powers. Bakugo was in the third, with Todoroki in the second. Of course, I was way ahead of them in the lead for first, getting an insane amount, which didn't surprise me. None of my classmates called OT unfair because all of them knew my power, and what could I do with that? Now with these, you will be going into internships with the pro heroes. Aizawa announced. Internship? Izuku curiously questioned out loud. Yes, you will be receiving the training that will help you guys to improve your abilities, as well as teaching you guys how to combat villains and see the pro heroes at work. Thankfully the USJ incident didn't escalate to anything worse. He turned his eyes towards me. The students also followed the direction he is looking. Aizawa looked at me almost grateful and then continued again. But if a situation like that ever happens again, then you will need to know how to defend yourself. So today, we will be picking out your hero names, but they are temporary for now. And if you are not serious about them, then you will have to dash. Aizawa was speaking, but was interrupted when a certain R-rated suddenly barged into the classroom. Then you will have to pay, Midnight said as she seductively walked inside and went to stand beside Aizawa. Midnight. The students called out in surprise. Wow, no matter how many times I see her, she is still so gorgeous and beautiful. I felt someone grab my hand and I immediately froze. I robotically turned my head towards Momo because I knew very well that it was Momo's hand. I looked at her and she was giving me a disapproving look. I don't know what you see in her, but if she is your choice then I am fine with it, Momo said to in low whisper. As she spoke, her disapproving look turned into an approving smile. After that she let me go, but not before she squeezed my hand slightly to show her support. Both of us then immediately turned towards Aizawa and Midnight. Because a lot of hero names used by students become recognized by society, then you will have to make sure to be serious about this and that it is appropriate. Midnight finished and licked her lips while winking. Our homeroom teacher, Aizawa, just sighed at her antics. Midnight then started to scan the class when finally her eyes laid on me and she again licked her lips seductively. From what I have seen previously, she is definitely interested in me. Even if not romantically, she is definitely much more interested in me than my classmates if I consider all her signals. Yes, Midnight will be making sure your names are okay, Aizawa said to the students who were already thinking of good hero names for themselves. All of the students were then handed a whiteboard and marker so that they could work out their hero names more efficiently. During the whole time I noticed Midnight was looking at me. She only removed her eyes from me a few times. I already knew what name I wanted for myself. There could be no other names for this particular quirk or power I have. As the time passed by, I watched how the students walked up to the front to announce their names. Momo went with her canon name Everything Hero, Creatai, and Izuku came up with Deku. Midnight asked him with concern if he was fine with it or not. He just told her he was sure that he wanted this name, so Midnight accepted the name. She could only help, but she can't choose a name for someone. I would never understand why Izuku would take up the name which his bullies used to tease him. Maybe Bakugo left a huge impression on his mind, or he secretly have an M fetish. Ugh. I berated my own brain for thinking that. Itsuki Ryo, it's your turn. Midnight called me to the front. She looked like she was waiting to hear the name I had thought of. I calmly walked up to the front of the class and held up my whiteboard. The hero name I pick is Magneto, I announced to the whole class. After I announced my name, all the students immediately nodded in understanding. I don't even want to know why would they do that. Midnight also looked very happy. She seemed to approve my name completely. The class continued on their hero names until every student were done with their names. Like in the canon, Todoroki chose Shoto and Bakugo didn't choose anything. Now then, let's talk about your interns. Aizawa spoke up when they were finally done with the names. Then he went on explaining the details on internships and what the students who didn't got one should do. So think carefully on where you want to go before you choose. Aizawa said. Waiki and Midnight started to pass out the papers that had their nominations. When Midnight finally reached me, she looked me in eyes and smirked. I didn't know that you would be this lucky, or it might have been because you won all the events on your own, Midnight said, handing me the paper, and walked away to hand the papers to rest of the students. I raised my eyebrows in confusion but didn't say anything. I scanned through the paper and my eyes stuck on a particular name. I have been looking forward to this, but I wasn't 100% sure that she would select me. Rumi Usagi-yama, also known as Rabbit Hero, Mirko. Then I dived in my thoughts. Will it be alright to take internship with her? I know that I wanted to get internship with her before, but now that I got it I am thinking pros and cons. Fan-fucking-tastic. Okay, let's see. She is melee fighter and honestly I could learn a lots of stuff from her, but I also don't get to learn about my quirk. Wait, if I get an internship with someone who will help me with my quirk, then I had to tell the truth about my quirk. It's not like that I can't tell my next teacher, but I already know what my power could actually do, and currently I am only lacking total power to use them. So, now I came to my actual weakness, that is my physical condition. If I get internship with Mirko, then she would definitely make me work out and would improve my physical condition. Okay, it's decided, I am taking internship with her. So, Rio, who did you choose? The grin on your face is telling that you some lottery or something. Momo asked me. I will tell on the back to my home, but before that I need to talk with Aizawa-sensei about my hero costume. I told Momo before jeting up from my seat. During these 2 days break, I thought a lot about my hero costume and found that I need to make some changes on it if I continue using it. So I went over to Aizawa and told Aizawa about the changes I want, and he said that those changes aren't that big and can be immediately done with. The rest of the day was pretty normal. Everything was pretty boring if I have to say. Sigh, now every day can't be USJ incident or UA Sports Festival. So, after the school was over we went straight to the station after we bid farewell to our friends. After leaving the train we went to an ice cream parlor. After getting our favorite flavors we started to walk towards home hand in hand. You didn't tell me who you chose for your internship, Momo said while licking her ice cream. Rumi Usagi-yama, or known as Rabbit Hero, Mirko. Who did you chose? I told her casually. Momo, after hearing Mirko, she completely froze. Damn, I must have shocked her heavily. Damn, you are really lucky. If you get internship with her then you can work on your only weakness. Momo spoke up suddenly and jumped on me, giving me a tight hug. She must be really happy for me. The same thing I had thought, I told he, and she finally let me go. So I again asked my question. I just hope that she didn't take a Wabumi like she chose in canon. So who did you choose? I asked her. I am confused. I am confused between Uwabumi and Ryoko. Since I had time, so I thought that I should seriously think about this before I choose anyone. Momo told me, kind of thinking seriously. Well, she should choose Ryoko with her eyes closed. I am so glad that she didn't lose in first round and got option to choose Ryoko, which didn't happen in the canon. I think you should choose Ryoko. She is a much better hero than Uwabumi. I think you should learn from the better, I told Momo. Momo also nodded and we finally reached Yayo Rosa compound. I went to my house, greeted my mom and went to train. Just like that 2 days passed and Aizawa informed me that my hero uniform is finished with the new modifications. So, one more day before I get to start my internship. I have already received Rumi Usagi-yama's address and I wasn't even slightly shocked when I found that it was in a forest. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Momo had also expected internship with Dragon Hero Ryoko. After reaching home she searched a lot in the internet and found that Uwabumi was much more busy with her celebrity image than her job as a hero. Next day, the first thing she did was sign up for internship with Ryoko. So, now here I was sneaking into Momo's room. I don't know why she called, she just told me to come quickly. I peeked into her room and found it empty. I entered the room and heard water running in shower. I went to knock on the shower door, but before I could do that, the door opened and Momo grabbed my collar and dragged me inside and immediately pushed her tongue in my mouth. After the intense kiss ended, I looked at her and she was completely naked like the day she was born. She then started to grind against my body. Pants down, Magneto, she purred into my ears, and without any questions I did what she asked. Well, it's pretty easy to guess what happened after that, but I seriously held back this time. From tomorrow our internship begins and I don't want Momo to arrive at Ryoko's while walking funny. So, I just there in the bed while Momo soundly sleeping on my chest and I was stroking her back with care. Just like that I went to sleep too while I was also pretty excited to start my internship with Rabbit Hero, Mirko. The next morning we followed our usual routine, that is I sneaked out of her room and went back to my house. After getting ready for school we immediately left. Both of us were really excited and we found that we weren't the only ones excited. Everyone was pretty excited for their 1 week of internship. Finally Aizawa opened the door and entered the class. Are you guys ready? Make sure you don't lose your hero costumes. Aizawa said to the students, us, as he was seeing us off. I kissed Momo goodbye and wished her luck with her internship. I then wished luck to Denki, Ajura, and Ilda. Though Ilda looked quite uneasy and felt different now, he still wished me back. Hero killer incident also happens during this week. Ilda is like this because his brother was hospitalized by the hero killer. Honestly, I want to fight him. Then I started to imagine what would he think if he comes to learn why Okako wants to be a hero. Everyone else left for their internship via train, but I didn't have that luxury. Unfortunately there wasn't a train station at the middle of forest, so I had to take a bus towards the nearest stop from Mirko's house. I boarded the bus and immediately connected my earphones and started listening to music. I was carrying a backpack, in which my new hero costume was kept. The design was same like before, I just added some new stuff. After almost 1.5 hours I reached the nearest bus stop from her home. I walked into the forest and after 15 minutes of walking I finally saw a small and cozy house there. I have to say, the house looks really nice even if it is in the middle of forest. I walked up to her door and found that it was unlocked. Even if it was open I wasn't a creep or pervert, so I did what a gentleman should do. I knocked on her door 2 times. Is she not here or got bored waiting for me and went on villain hunting? I knocked on the door again, but this time I decided to call her too. Hello is Enio dash before I could finish that, the door opened abruptly and a kick came in my direction. I was surprised, but it wasn't enough that I would not stop the attack. The attack was stopped by iron sand which came out of my backpack. Interesting, you were surprised but were still able to stop my attack. Rabbit hero, Mirko, in her usual getup came out of the door. Good for you and me both, or I would have to drop you at the nearest hospital. Congratulations, you passed the test, Mirko said with a smile on her face. I wasn't sure if she was happy that I passed the test or she didn't have to drop me in hospital. Hello, nice to meet you, my name is Itsuki Rio, just called me Rio. I introduced myself to her. I know that she knows me, but it's common courtesy to introduce yourself when you meet someone the first time. She looked at me approvingly. Myself, Rumi Yuzujiyama, call me Rumi. So let's start from your quirk. I can't work with it if I don't know anything about your quirk, Rumi told me. My quirk lets me control and manipulate metals, you have already seen it in the tournament. I told her. I know she can be trusted, but I won't be going to blabber about my true quirk on the first day I meet her. She nodded and stroked her chin while thinking something. After some time she looked at me and scanned me from head to toe. To be honest, it felt quite uneasy. Okay, change into your hero costume. I will attack you from different directions. This time I will be using my full power, so if I end up hitting you, then you die. I don't want my first in turn dying, so try not to die. I want to check your reaction time. After telling me that, she gestures me towards her house where I was going to change. I immediately changed into my hero costume and came out. Both of us moved from her house towards more deeper part of the forest filled with tall trees. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Get ready, she exclaimed, and my hero suit started to leak iron sand. Below the iron plates I have stored iron sand. I had 10 Grendy-like flasks at my back hanging from my belt. They also contained iron sand. This was the change I asked Aizawa to make in my hero costume. The quantity of iron dust wasn't much, but it was still more than enough to fight against a single enemy while still having my defensive wall around me. Rumi was about to attack me but stopped when she saw iron sand coming out of my hero costume. She smirked and nodded towards me approvingly and crouched on the ground like any wild animal ready to pounce on its prey. She did the same in the next moment. She pounced on me with a huge force which made dust rise up from the place from where she launched herself. For her, I was a prey and she attacked me like that. She kicked in my direction, which was stopped by my iron sand wall. She used the wall as a support and jumped away. I have to say, she got away from me much faster than Izuku did. I could catch her if I tried, but I have to try hard. She landed on a tree and used that as a support to launch herself again at me. This time the attack got more faster than before, but I was still able to stop her. Even if she got faster, that didn't bother me in the slightest. She kept repeating the movement and her attack kept getting faster and faster each time. I have to agree that now her speed is giving me slight problems. So I started to use one of my hand to manipulate the iron sand. The reaction speed of my sand became much faster, which Rumi noticed immediately. She kept attacking me like that for few more minutes before she finally stopped. Her final attack was the fastest I saw, but I could react to that easily when using my hand. I have seen enough. Your reaction time is more than decent. Now, I want to know what your physical capabilities are. I know for someone with a quirk like yours it is pretty useless, but if you neglect it then you could face problems if some villain could negate your quirk. Rumi told me. I completely agree with her, even if that wasn't going to happen with me since no one could negate or steal my quirk, but I wasn't going to tell her that, so I just nodded my head. I am going to be honest with you. I can't teach you anything about your quirk, but I could make sure that your physical body wouldn't be the weak link anymore. You won't gain special strength like those with strength like quirk have, but you would definitely be able to defeat or surprise someone who would think you are physically weak. Rumi spoke to me seriously. Now, she was in complete trainer and no-nonsense mode. I have to say this makes her look quite cute. From today, you will be joining me in my physical exercise routine for the time period of your internship with me, Rumi said and gestured me to follow her. Well, I will say that I am not disappointed. After all, I came to her because of this particular reason. You can keep those metal plates on your body for the increased weight, but I would appreciate if you don't use them to help yourself. I wouldn't know if you use them, but it will definitely be your loss since you won't gain anything throughout the week, Rumi said while she took me to what looked like a running track. I won't be using them, or my coming here would be complete waste. I knew that myself. Throughout the next 4 hours I regretted thinking that. Rumi is a sadist, a slave driver. She made me follow a routine which made my whole body ache. But I know that if I survive through this hellish training camp, I would be much more stronger than before. At least physically. After my training was over, she kept training on her own, and I have to say she is really beautiful. Her chocolate-colored skin and her sleeveless leotard was an instant kill if someone looked at her like I was doing. I don't think many get this opportunity though. I knew that I was her first intern, and I don't think a villain would ogle her when she is trying to beat him up and break his bones. Finally, I was able to get up again, which made her stop her exercises. I have to say, you impressed me. I never thought that someone with a quirk like yours would be able to keep up so long with my training. Did you train on your own or had a trainer? Rumi asked me curiously. Yes, I trained under Carmine Alessandro before I started UA. At home I still follow his routine, I told her honestly. I didn't think that I needed to hide this. She also nodded after my trainer's name. I will be assigning you a new training regiment. Follow that regiment from now on. She told me while she went inside. I followed her but didn't enter until she gestured me to enter. Aren't you a gentleman? I like you, Rio, she told me while laughing. She took out a paper and scribbled down something on it and handed it to me. I looked at it and almost passed out, but somehow I was able to hold Miss laugh back. After that, she told me that day one of my internship was over. She left me to change back in my regular clothes. Before leaving I thanked her, which she waved off. I somehow reached my home. Momo still wasn't back, so I texted her before going into shower. I rested and meditated the rest of the day until I went back to train with my new regimen given by Rumi. But before I did that, I omitted to check on Momo. She has replied to my text when I was meditating. I peeked into her room and saw she was soundly sleeping, so I left her and went to train. The day was way too tiring to do any naughty stuff, but Momo texted me after dinner so that we could sleep together. We didn't do anything except cuddling and kissing. We then talked about our internships before we finally fell asleep. The next morning was normal too. After breakfast I kissed Momo goodbye and went towards Rumi home to train. It was the second day of the internship. If I remember correctly, Izuku would develop full cowl today. He is training with Gran Torino and Stain will meet Shigaraki today. So, Hosu incident will happen tomorrow and Izuku, Todoroki, and Ilda will fight with him and get hospitalized. Let's see if I could jump in their fight with Stain before the others could fight him or the heroes scare him away. At least I would try to reach him before he starts the fight with my classmates. I don't want any of them getting injured or even worse except for Bakugo. He can go take Stain's sword up his ass and die for all I care. I finally reached Rumi house and followed the same routine which we did yesterday. I think you have a second quirk, Rumi suddenly spoke during my training. This was completely out of my imagination. I thought that she might find out something related to my quirk, but honestly this wasn't it. What do you mean by second quirk? I asked her nervously. I am pretty sure that I don't have a second quirk. God didn't tell me anything about that. Now that I have seen your improvements since yesterday, I am damn sure you have a second quirk. This quirk is boosting your physical body and stamina. There is no other way you could have gotten used the training regimen I assigned you yesterday, she told me while looking at me. Did you ever feel that your previous training was useless and didn't improve your body or stamina? Rumi asked me while she sat down right in front of me cross-legged. Yes, I did. I felt it strange that after training for just some time my strength or my quirk would increase exponentially. I told her. Could it be that I really have a second quirk that is making me get used to my training and boosting up my body? I don't know for sure, but this needs to be experimented with. This also explains why my stamina kept increasing. Is this some kind of pirated version of Zenkai boost? So what now? After finally calming down my nerves when Rumi broke the sudden and unexpected news, I was finally able to ask her the most important question for now. Nothing? We came to know that you have another quirk and that's it, but I am going to increase your training slightly so that it could match up with your boosted body, Rumi said. After resting for some time we again resumed our training. Now that she had pointed out, I have to agree that I lasted a few minutes more than I did yesterday. This same thing happened when I was training for the Aegis Shield. I practiced for a few hours and gained one more minute. It didn't seem that odd at that moment, but now I think that it was odd to suddenly gain massive improvements in just a few hours. I will say that I am quite happy with Rumi's attitude. It didn't seem like she would blab about my second quirk to anyone. But if it was a quirk like Rumi guessed, the machine should have showed it too, right? But it didn't show it, so could it be that I awakened this quirk later? I know that this quirk wasn't given to me by God and could be my own quirk, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Huh? I don't have resources to know that now. I could apply for another quirk test with Rumi's help, but I don't want to draw any more attention. I have no problem showing off my powers or quirk. I am just worried for my parents, just for my dad since he works away from home. If villains could find out about the schedule of the most secure school in all Japan, then gathering a student's information won't be too hard for them. Finally, our training for today was over and Rumi allowed me to go back. But before I went off she stopped me. Tomorrow I will show you how to fight hand to hand and then take you in city with me for the rounds. We might find some villain and I will be able to show you how pro heroes work, Rumi said to me. Okay, good night Rumi. Take care, I spoke while waving at her and walked away from her house. I was again dead tired today because Rumi ramped up my training regimen. After returning home I followed the same routine like yesterday and after dinner went to cuddle with Momo. Again we talked about how we spend out day and I told her about my second quirk. So, Rumi thinks that you have another quirk. Momo asked me again for confirmation. Yes, she is quite sure that bodies of normal humans or humans with quirk like mine don't react like my body does, I told her. Well, it would certainly explain your regularly increasing stamina, she spoke and giggled. While speaking like this we went to sleep, but the next day wasn't exactly like the previous day. I was woken up by a flash of light. I somehow opened my eyes and saw Momo's mom standing in front of the bed while holding her mobile. I froze and subconsciously started shaking Momo. Momo rubbed her eyes and looked at me. She gave me a kiss, but that resulted in another flash. This seemed to bring out Momo of her sleepiness. She froze too when she saw her mom clicking pictures of us. Momo's face immediately turned bright red. What are you doing here, Mom? Momo screamed and demanded. Oh, I was getting pictures for your toe album. Ah, my daughter grew up so fast, Momo's mom said like it was the most normal thing to do. While speaking she placed her hand on cheek and started to dream about her small girl who grew up. Wow, rich people are truly odd. After that she didn't even pay us any mind and walked out of the room still dreaming. Your mom must really love you. That is all I was able to say before Momo disappeared into the bathroom. For a moment I thought that she teleported. Well, after that I sneaked back into my house. Nothing like what happened in Momo's house happened in mine. After breakfast both me and Momo were headed towards our own destination. After almost 2 hours I finally reached Rumi's house. Rumi, like she said yesterday, she showed me some hand-to-hand moves which generally could be used to surprise enemies who would think that I would be sitting duck without my quirk. She showed me a lot of more moves, like any other good teacher or trainer. From what I remembered from the main, she should have been a battle maniac, but it didn't seem like that. We practiced the moves for some time until Rumi's phone started to ring. She accepted the call. It was from Hero Association and was immediately informed that there was an attack of Hosu and she was being called there. Come on, let's go there. Maybe you could help or even learn some stuff, Rumi said. Whoa, so Hosu incident was already happening. I immediately made a huge iron surfboard like I made in the first event of the tournament. I extended my hand towards Rumi, who hesitantly took it and climbed on the board. Her feet were immediately strapped by iron. This will be much faster than any other means, I told her, to which she nodded. She pulled out her phone and marked Hosu on her map. Soon, the board rose up above the forest and with a sudden acceleration we flew towards Hosu. Rumi was standing behind me, so the sudden acceleration made her grab my waist, which I didn't mind in the slightest. I kept increasing the speed, but it didn't bother Rumi anymore, but she didn't remove her hand from my waist. I would be adding a pair of glasses on my suit. If I fly like this, the air will always keep bothering me. I covered my eyes slightly to protect them from incoming air. After just 16 minutes of flight in breakneck speed we finally reached Hosu. Since we were in the air we were able to look around quickly. Like in canon there were 3 Nomas, but I wasn't able to find Stain or that man-child. Take me to that monster. Rumi pointed towards a Noma which heroes were trying to stop, but they were strong enough. It wasn't the flying Nomu or the muscular Nomu. It was the middle one. She asked to drop on a building nearby, which I did. I removed the straps on her feet and she landed on the roof. You wait here and watch for now. I know you could help me deal with that monster, but if you do the police will try to charge you with illegal use of quirk, Rumi said and jumped off the roof towards the Nomo. She saw that I was about to protest, but she stopped me. Damn, she is right. Police in this world is exactly same to the people in Ministry of Improper Use of Magic by minors in Harry Potter world. Even if it was to stop villains they would just charge the case and be done with it. Then, how I am supposed to fight Stain? Well, I could just say he attacked me and I defended myself. Yeah, that would work, and even other pro heroes would also support me. I looked at Rumi, who seemed to like having the time of her day fighting the Nomo. She was fighting it with a huge grin on her face. I fucking take it back, she is definitely a battle maniac. I then closed my eyes and started to sense for metal objects which resembled a sword. Only after a few seconds I found the only one sword in that area. The board immediately turned in that direction and flew towards it. I reached over a dark alley where I landed. You came to a wrong place in a wrong time, kid. A cold voice was heard from the alley. I know you are that metal kid. Now, run off to where you came from and bring some fake heroes with you if you want to be useful. The cold voice was again heard, but this time Stain walked out of the shadows while talking to me. I have to say, he has that scare factor. Even if he is not releasing his aura, I could clearly feel his bloodlust. My flasks immediately opened and started to leak iron sand. I am not someone who wastes his time speaking unnecessary things. This was only thing I spoke before the iron sand rushed in his direction, and some iron sand made a boundary around so that he can't get to me easily. The iron sand kept coming out of my body plates. Stain was fast, not fast like Rumi, but his INSTists were like wild animals. Before even I launched an attack he would notice it. But that wasn't enough. He started to gain scratches and gashes on his body as I kept attacking. Due to my active role in attacking, he was unable to even launch an attack towards me. I saw that he tried to make some distance between us, but I collapsed the wall behind him, stopping his retreat. I raised my hand and the walls beside me cracked and I pulled out metal rods from them. I placed those rods above me so I could stop him from jumping away. Stain was getting more and more frustrated, as this moment I was honestly playing with him. He had already started to release his bloodlust. Even if it was scary, it didn't bother me much. Stain knew that he couldn't win against me and decided to run away from me. He slashed his balda at the metal rods so he could make a gap and run away, but this was all the time I needed. I sent another volley of iron dust at him and was finally able to catch both of his legs. I immediately closed my palm, crushing both of his legs. Stain let out a blood-curdling scream before dropping on the ground. You are not a hero, not at all. You must be purged, he said while throwing knives at me. The knives stopped as soon as left his hand. You are stupid to even think that metal would ever harm me. That was all I said before punching him with a fist of iron sand to knock him out. Now, I would have to dump him on the police and tell some half-truths, I thought while stroking my chin. I removed the wall and the iron pillars I used to block Stain's escape. Now that I think of, Stain was only so dangerous in the canon because his bloodlust and his assassin-type techniques. I lifted up Stain's body and walked out of the dark alley. It was complete chaos outside the alley. I think I heard Izuku's scream coming from above. Nah, the creepy midget stalker can't fly. While thinking this, I looked up and found Izuku was being carried away by the Nomu with wings. Damn, he didn't even fight Stain this time. How the fuck did he get caught? Even if I don't like that creepy stalker, I still don't want him to be killed or severely injured. I immediately used my power and brought out the iron pillars I left back in the alley. I morphed one pillar into several iron threads and bound Stain with electric pole. Know that he could escape even if he becomes CONCES. As soon as binding Stain was done, I immediately took flight. This time I didn't wait to make a board from iron sand. I couldn't afford losing sight of Izuku. I took the remaining iron pillars with me. I could use them to bind the Nomu until police can take care of them. Izuku immediately noticed me flying towards him. When I got into a comfortable distance, I launched the iron pillars towards the Nomu. The pillars impaled its body. The Nomu screamed in pain, and during that it let go off Izuku. As I saw Izuku falling, I rushed towards him and caught him. As soon as he started falling, he had closed his eyes in fear. But as soon as I caught him, he opened his eyes and saw me. Thank you for saving me, Izuku somehow stuttered out. Both of us immediately landed on the nearest building. I looked at the Nomu, which had dropped on the ground due to those pillars now in his body. After I used the pillars to snake into its body and used them to pin it on the ground. A/N, just like Magneto pinned down Wolverine at the end of X-Men, Days of Future Past. Are you fine? I asked Izuku. Why yes, you saved me before it could even harm me, Izuku said, looking grateful towards me. I grabbed Izuku by his hero costume and took flight again, but this time with my board, and I also gathered all the iron sand that was scattered around. When I landed where I tied up Stain, the place was filled with police and pro-heroes. Rumi, Gran Torino, and Endeavor were also there. The rest of students like Todoroki and Ilda and other minor heroes were also there. The police were questioning about who was responsible for Stain's condition. Even though I could have done with less popularity, but I didn't want anyone else to take responsibility for this. This could be a problem if later it comes out in open. So, I immediately went forward after I let down Izuku. The questioning was being done by Kenji Tsuragami, the police with dog face. I am responsible for this, I said, and this made every single person turn around towards me. What are you doing here, kid? The dog police asked me. Where have you been? I have been looking for you around the building I left you. Rumi spoke before I could even answer. Well, looks like it would work out even more nicely with Rumi's help. You brought him here? So he is your intern, and didn't you tell him about carelessly using his quirk? Kenji asked Rumi. I found that this was my time to speak up. Yes, I was waiting on the building where she left me, but he attacked me thinking that I was some pro-hero and end up like that. I was taking him to the police when I saw Izuku was being kidnapped by that flying creature. So I bound him here and went to save Izuku, I told the Kenji. Rumi didn't look that much concerned, but the others immediately turned towards Izuku, who just nodded that I was the one who saved him. Kenji then asked me to take them to the Nomu I pinned on the ground. Stain was immediately taken into police custody. I then took them to the place where the Nomu was. The police worked very fast and took it into custody too. As you're not a hero, you can't take credit for this, right? The dog-faced police asked me. I know that, I said. I didn't mind that very much. I just wanted to fight Hero Killer, and the Nomu was just a bonus. But since you were here with Rumi, she can take the credit, Kenji told me. I am not that desperate that I would take my own intern's credit. Do whatever you want with it. Me and my intern will be leaving if the investigation is over, Rumi said, and she looked really bored. Well, I can't blame her. The action was all fine, but investigations are boring. The police chief nodded and I made a board. Both me and Rumi climbed on it and flew away from there. Fly faster. This is awesome, Rumi said from behind me and grabbed my waist so that she won't fall. Even without holding me, she won't fall because of the iron straps around her feet. I immediately increased the speed and blasts off towards Rumi's house. We soon reached her house and we had already decided to call this a day. I changed back into my regular clothes and came out of her house. You are good. I never bothered with that hero killer, but from what I heard he was very dangerous, Rumi said to me. Yes, he was pretty fast and had great endurance. I was only able to stop him after I crushed his legs, I told Rumi. She seemed to think for a few moments before nodding her head. After that we just said farewell to each other and I walked away. When I entered my home I found that Momo was there. She was already back because Ryoko was called in Hoso, so she let her go early today. You were there, weren't you? Momo asked me, but that didn't seem much like a question but a statement. I looked towards the kitchen and found that even though my mom seemed to work on food, but she was much more interested in our conversation. Yes, I was there. Rumi received a message about the attack, so she took me with her, I said. My mom immediately turned towards me and looked at me worriedly. Don't worry, nothing happened. Other interns were there too. We just saw everything from far while the pro-heroes took care of the villains and those monsters, I told them. I didn't like to lie to either my mom or Momo, but for mom I did that. I will tell the truth to Momo later. She will understand that there was risk and danger in our job of hero, but my mom wouldn't understand that. From the news I came to know that Endeavor took the credit for defeating Hero Killer Stain along with the Nomu with wings. Today, Momo stayed at our home for dinner. After dinner I sneaked into her room and told her the truth. Like I had thought, she understood the whole matter. Even though she didn't like that I had to lie, but she agreed that my mom would be needlessly worried. Becoming a hero comes with additional risks. The next day, I went to Rumi's house to train. It was already 4th day of the internship. Honestly, I have come to enjoy training with Rumi in just these 3 days. We spent our whole time learning more moves about hand-to-hand combat. We also worked out together. To say it was quite enjoyable. 2 more days just passed like that, learning about hand-to-hand combat from Rumi and physically train with her. I improved a lot in just these 6 days. I was really going to miss spending time with her. She wasn't like anything I had imagined. Yes, she was a battle maniac, but she didn't show it until and unless in a fight. She was a training junkie, and because of training I was able to improve that much. I am really glad that I took internship with her. So, I was finally on the way to Rumi's house for the final and last day of internship. So, today the life story, origin, and ideologies of Stain would go viral and would inspire a new wave of villains to join the League of Villains. I didn't even care about them. For now my aim was all for one, and if I decide to stay for some more time in this world then overhaul, yes, him. I don't have a mission about him, but he is pretty dangerous and insane. Well, I will think about him later when time comes. I finally reached Rumi's house and found her sitting in front of her house on the ground cross-legged. After noticing my arrival, she opened her eyes and looked at me intensely. Something is different about her today. You are finally here, today we will do something different. Rumi spoke in a distant voice and rose up from the ground. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om You are finally here, today we will do something different. Rumi spoke in a distant voice and rose up from the ground. Today I will be getting my payment for training you. That didn't sound very nice, damn, that didn't sound nice at all. What the hell does she means payment? I know she isn't talking about money, because if she was interested in money then she could have lived in better place with better accommodations. I trained you, now you owe me a fight, without holding anything back. Rumi spoke and her aura and pressure started to spike more and more. I could see the hunger for battle dancing in her eyes. Well, I should have known this, she is a battle maniac after all. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om Quickly, change into your hero costume. I will be waiting for you in our usual training spot. Rumi spoke and walked away. Honestly, I was pretty excited too. The last time when she used her powers to attack me was when she was checking my reaction time. Even though that time neither of us were interested in fighting each other. I was slightly nervous, slightly scared, but my excitement was overwhelming my other emotions. Now, some people would say that fear makes a person weak or a coward. But I had found that fear makes you more stronger. Fear would make you try harder, you're more force than your body has, run more faster than you usually do. Fear drives us to improve, and without fear we would just stagnate. But we should never let fear drive us, we should use it to drive ourselves to make ourselves better. While thinking these boring but useful lessons, I was now dressed in my hero costume and was heading towards our usual train spot. I walked up to the place and found Rumi was waiting for me at the middle of the field. Now get ready, Rio. Don't hesitate or you will be in a world of pain, and if you lose too soon then I would honestly regret training you after I came to like and respect you, Rumi said while crouching on the ground like she did on the first day. Don't worry Rumi, I won't disappoint you, I said while my iron sand had started to move around me in an erratic manner. Usually I used slihing or piercing shapes made up of iron sand to fight my enemies, but I didn't want to do that to Rumi. And if I held back then I would be definitely insulting her. So I was going to use blunt shapes to fight against Rumi. Don't hold back. Rumi exclaimed and jumped towards with full force. Today she was fast like the first day, but the force behind her kick was much greater. It didn't budge my wall by, it definitely made a small shockwave. Last time I didn't attack her, but this time wasn't the same, so I attacked her with a blunt shape made up of iron sand. She had already jumped away using the wall as a support, and she used her arm to redirect the blunt shape. She landed on a nearby tree and used that to jump towards me again, but this time her speed increased slightly. This time I didn't give her chance and used my hand gesture to throw another blunt shape towards the object her on her stomach and made her crash against a tree before dropping on the ground. Yes, that is what I have been speaking about, she said while wiping away the blood from her mouth. Damn, is she a masochist too along with a battle maniac? That's a fucking dangerous combination. Now that the warm-up is over, let's start the real fight, she said and jumped towards another tree instead of jumping towards me. But this time her speed increased massively. I could no longer be callous about her speed even while using my hands. This increase was very drastic. With a bloodthirsty grin she kicked towards my back, which was stopped by the wall, but I couldn't harden the wall to withstand her force. The wall was taken down even if she had to back away, but seeing the wall collapse, her grin became more bloodthirsty. Her face might split in two with that kind of grin on her face. We continued to exchanges like this of a few moments before I started to slightly gain on her. It was true that none of us were able to hit anyone after I hit Rumi once before, but I could clearly see that now her aura was getting more and more wild. I couldn't let this continue or I won't know if I would have to deal with a wild humanoid rabbit. I gathered all the iron sand around me and I even started to pull out metals from the ground. With a sudden hand gesture I sent a huge wave of iron and metal sand towards Rumi. She didn't look worried at all and even started to giggle like a little girl with a new toy. She kept dodging the waves and the blunt objects which I sent towards her, using the trees of jump around. Suddenly she changed her approach and with a speed more than I could follow she appeared in front of me. I was only able to see a white blur. Her speed shocked me. She rose her feet and kicked towards my ribs. It would be really bad if that kick hits me. No holding back now. I have no problem now if she comes to know my true quirk. A translucent shield appeared around my side and stopped her attack. The appearance of the shield shocked Rumi, but she still kicked it to check how strong it was. I could clearly see the expressions on her face change. So, your quirk is much more that controlling metals, I see, Rumi said before jumping away again. I brought back my sand towards me, and morphed all of them into solid metal balls. Since the cat is already out of the bag, I don't need my wall anymore. The metal balls immediately flew towards her. She is truly a rabbit. She fucking dodged all of them, even if she didn't look like it. She was quite flexible. I knew that this fight wasn't as simple as the previous one, so I also took flight towards her and used this chance to punch at her. She noticed me coming from a mile away and immediately grabbed my hand so I couldn't back away. She took my bait, as I had already seen that she would always prefer her leg to attack, so jumping away with only one leg while you are putting all your body weight on your other feet to kick someone becomes quite impossible. So, I knew that THD impact was coming and made another Aegis shield appear to stop her kick. In this moment several metal balls hit Rumi from several different directions. Those balls hit her really hard, her body rotated due to the force of impact of those metal balls and she lets go of my hand. I used this chance to land a karate chop on her neck which she had taught me during training. The thing worked like it should have and Rumi finally dropped on the ground unconscious. Damn, fighting while holding this much back is so much tiring. I finally sighed and cursed out loud. I could have used those metal balls to move more faster, but if I would have done that then she would have been lucky if she ended up with broken and strangely bent limbs, but if her luck was on the bad side she would have ended up completely losing limbs. Now, she had only ended up with some cracked ribs and some bruises on her beautiful body. Speaking of her beautiful body, she shouldn't lie on the ground, so I picked her up bridal style and morphed back the metal balls into sand. I immediately separated iron from the metal sand I pulled out from the ground. I flew towards Rumi's house and laid her on her bed and sat on a chair while looking outside. 2 hours passed and Rumi was finally waking up. Damn, I feel like a truck ran over me. Those were the first things she spoke after waking up. Yeah, getting hit by all those metals ball would definitely make you feel that. I am glad you are finally awake. I was slightly worried that I went overboard, I told her with my usual smile on my face. So, I lost to my intern? Damn, how long was I out? Rumi looked pretty dejected that she lost to me but finally asked me how long she was unconscious. About 2 hours, I told her. She tried to get herself up from the bed but stumbled slightly. I immediately went and grabbed her shoulder to support her. But, that was the best fight I had in a long time. It always kept me on my toes and made me dodge around, Rumi said with obvious joy in her face. I also had a lot of fun. Maybe we should do this again sometimes. I could come and visit you on Saturdays, I told her. Yes, I also had a lot of fun, even though holding back was too tiresome, but it would help me gain better control of my powers. Good. I will be waiting and next time I won't be the one losing. Rio, you have to become a full-time hero quickly. Only you are worthy enough to be my hero partner, Rumi spoke with obvious joy in her voice. Damn, from the mange I knew she thought only weak heroes would work with others, but if she is asking me to become her partner she definitely think me her equal. I would be happy to, I replied happily. In a dark room. The room was occupied by Tamura, Kurogiri, Muscular, Dabi and a few unknown villain mobs. How can that be? Tamura yelled in rage. Sir, we tried everything and looked everywhere but weren't able to find anything. One of the unknown villains started to spout off. Just get out. Both of you get out before I turn you both into dust. All of you are completely useless. Tamura yelled in rage, throwing another of his tantrum. A voice was heard from his laptop which finally calmed him down. It doesn't matter, he goes to UA, we can always abduct him from there. His quirk will be a wonderful addition for our cause. All for one finally said something calming down Tamura's tantrum. Can I trust both of you with this? Tamura asked while looking at Muscular and Dabi. Do we have to bring him intact? Muscular asked. It was an open secret that Muscular liked to play with his victims. As long as he is alive, you are free to do anything, Tamura answered, Muscular making a huge grin on his face. Back with Rio n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. After chatting with Rumi for some time more I finally decided return. I had thought that she might want to know about my quirk, but her answer was I am not interested in that as long as we can have fights like this. Well, that is a typical battle maniac and masochist combined. What more can you expect? After getting back home it was another normal day. I trained, had dinner and then sneaks into Momo's room, but tonight both of us felt pretty excited, so after a romp in the sheets we finally settled down. Honestly, I don't like sneaking into her room like a thief, but none of us were ready to tell our parents that we sleep together. Even if Momo's mom knows that I sneak in her room to sleep in one bed, she might not know that we already did it. Since both Momo and me were pretty busy last night tiring each other out, so we didn't have much time to talk about our last day of our internship. So, when walking towards school I told her about yesterday. Mirko asked you to be her partner. Momo asked me astonished. I was pretty bewildered by her late reaction towards the whole fight. Beating her didn't shock you? I asked her. No, not so much. I know how strong you are. If it was only a physical brawl then she would easily beat you, but since it was normal battle with quirks so it's pretty obvious. Momo reasoned. Well, she is first one. I told the full capabilities of my power. While chatting both of us entered the school gates, but the gate guard stopped me. The principal wants to meet with you. I thanked him and separated from Momo to visit the principal. I reached his office and knocked on his door. After hearing the permission to enter, I opened the door and walked in. Please take a seat, the mouse told me. I did what he told me and took a seat. Is this about Stain or the Nomu? During the USJ, I tried to give you protection but you refused, saying your father needed it more. So, after the Hosu incident, I was finally able to get that done, Nizo told me, looking quite proud of himself. What do you mean? I asked him. Well, he didn't exactly elaborate what he did, so I am obviously curious. I destroyed any and all records of you and your family. Now this school only have information related to you, but everything regarding your parents has been removed. Now, only 3 teachers know that you have a family, me, Aizawa, and All Might, Nizo told me. When I walked in here, I didn't imagine this, but what did he mean destroyed or removed? Nizu must have noticed my face and decided to continue again. You don't need to worry, all of that data is protected and cannot be accessed by anyone other than 3 of us. You and yours family's public data is secured by police chief and can be accessed by only him. Nizu said, clearing all the questions that were popping inside my head. But I still had one question. But, why bother with me so much, sir? I asked him. Honestly, I want to know. They should treat Izuku like this. All of us believe that you are going to be great hero one day. How to protected every student and defeated the villains. Your performance in the sports festival. You also defeated the hero killer and one of those monsters, again. So we did this to appreciate your effort, and your report from Rumi is shocked everyone in the Hero Association. Nizu answered my question. Well, all of the above were done by me for selfish reasons. USJ, so I could get a reward from Momo. Sports festival is also the same. I just wanted to fight Stain, and I might have saved Izuku and took down that Nomo as a real hero. Thank you, sir, I happily sighed to him. No, I will happily accept this gesture. I also noticed that he didn't say anything about my brutality, so either they didn't bother by it, which I highly doubt. They are just turning a blind eye towards it because what I am doing must be permanently keeping the villains off the streets. After that, I left his room quite happy with myself and kept walking towards my class. I reached my class and saw Aizawa was already there. I knocked on the door. He looked at me along with my classmates and gestured me to enter. He didn't ask or say anything to me, so Nizu must have told him. I took my seat and noticed Ilda was looking at me oddly along with several others. Ilda must be bothered that I defeated Stain, taking away his chance to take revenge. I ignored the wannabe villain, Izuku. I don't know what he wants. Todoroki, he is also an odd kid. Before the class ended, Aizawa finally announced about the end of term exam. Fuck. I forgot about that. After Aizawa left the class, I immediately turned towards her and gave her my puppy dog eyes. You don't need to do that. I have already included you in my study plans, Momo said me, reassuring me. That relieves me so much. I relaxed in my chair. I just can't bring myself to study those stuff, but when I work on something seriously, then it is completely different. Damn, I blame my previous life. The classes after that continued. They were pretty boring. After lunch we had a class with All Might. From what I remember, today we will have rescue training race on ground Gamma. As soon as lunch started, I was approached by Ilda. Rio, I heard Ilda calling me. This seems quite familiar, like what happened with Bakugo. I turned around to look at Ilda, who seemed half grateful mixed with other emotions. Thank you for defeating Stain. I wanted to defeat him, Miss Leff, but he attacked you thinking you a pro hero. Ilda started to speak like he was in a trance. I placed a hand on his shoulder which made him stop speaking. Ilda, I heard what he did to your brother. I know that is why you wanted to defeat him yourself, right? I asked him, to which he nodded. But now that Stain is finally off the street, he won't be doing that to anyone else's brother. I think that piece of news would make your brother more happy, I told him. That he was after saying that Ilda finally walked away. I don't know what would be the result of me telling him that. It sounded cool inside my mind at that moment and told him. As soon as Ilda walked away, I was immediately approached by Izuku. Rio, I just wanted to thank you again for saving my life. As a hero, I shouldn't let my guard down and got caught easily because of it, he said while stuttering. I don't know what makes him so nervous. I don't think that I am scary. Don't worry about it. It was my duty as a hero, I told him with my usual smile. But before Izuku could leave, I was ambushed by my 2 friends from left and right. Denki and Eijiro snaked their arms around my neck, which made him lower my head slightly. I was much more taller than both of them. Dude, I heard you had internship with Rabbit Hero Mirko. Tell me, how was it? Denki asked me. I can tell you that she made me work really hard, I told Denki. I obviously knew what he wanted to know, but I decided to tease him. So how strong was she? This time it was Eijiro. Izuku was still there, interested about the conversation. I don't mind him listening. He is truly a hero fanboy. She is strong, very strong. That was all I said. Enough about that. Tell me how she looked. Denki, unable to hold back, finally asked me. She was really beautiful if you wanted to know, but don't flirt with her if you see her face to face. If you want to keep your head on your shoulder, I told him. The whole line didn't seem to affect him like I had thought. After only hearing the first part, he stopped listening to me and went to Dreamland. We finally decided to walk to the cafeteria for lunch, and as soon as we left the class, we heard someone make a comment about Momo's ass. I looked at the side and found the perverted purple midget. The 3 of us immediately froze and turned around to look down on him. The sudden appearance of the shadow over him scared the midget. While we were returning back to the class, we heard that Minyu Mineta was found in front of the infirmary with 2 black eyes. Rumor was that he was caught peeking in women's locker room. Our face remained completely indifferent. We took our seats after entering the class. As soon as the bell rang, All Might entered the class in his usual flashy manner and with the same grin over his face. Let's go, change into your hero costumes and meet me on ground Gamma, All Might said and walked out of the class. After getting changed into our hero costumes, all of us gathered at ground Gamma. Several of us started to guess what was going to do today, but all of them stopped when All Might arrived. Today we will be having rescue training race, All Might declared in his usual manner. Ilda raised up his hand. Yes, young Ilda. All Might asked. Isn't USJ designed for these kind of exercises, so why we are doing it here? Ilda asked. Good question. USJ is designed to train students in different scenarios, but for what we are going to do today, this training ground is more suitable, All Might said and started to explain about the exercise. It was going to be a race for the fastest response. All Might will be right in the middle of the ground and the students will start in groups from different sides of the training area. The first person to reach All Might will be the winner of this exercise. We were doing this exercise to see who would react the fastest to reach for rescue after the distress signal. All Might then asked Bakugo to keep the destruction on ground gamma the minimum. Some of us snickered at that, which made his purple rage-filled face to glare at us. We professionally ignored him. I will see how long can he go on before snapping. If he does that, I will again show him how useless he is actually. So, All Might announced the first group. The first group was made up of Izuku Midoriya, Tinya Ilda, Masharao Ajiro, Mina Ashido, and Hanta Zero. I exactly don't remember if this was the same team as in the canon. I don't remember clearly because this wasn't an important event. The second group was made up by Denki, me, Momo, Toru, and Okako. I stopped paying any attention to All Might after that and started to check the ground gamma. The building weren't that tall, so if I took flight then there was nothing stopping me. After the groups were divided, Team 1 got ready for the race, but as soon as they left the rest started making bets. I stood at the side and let others have their fun. After they were done I went there and placed bet on myself during the race of our group. Everyone called me shameless, but who cares, extra cash is always welcome. While All Might went towards the center of the ground gamma from where he will send the distress signal. We, the students, moved to the viewing area while Team 1 went to the starting point that had been assigned to each of the members of their group. After they reached their designated points we heard All Might's voice off the speakers telling them to get in their positions. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. All Might yelled start. All 5 of them rushed towards All Might's position immediately. Izuku was a surprise for everyone except me. I knew that he had mastered full cowl and he would use it here, so it wasn't surprising for me. But at the end he pushed himself too far and ended up injuring himself. Hanta Zero won the race and Izuku came eventually last because of this injury. The irony, at the beginning he was in lead but he finished the last. After their race was over our group was called and we immediately went to our designated places. We heard All Might's voice telling us to get into our positions. Start, All Might yelled in the mic and the race started. I started to think what should I do but finally decided not to use my board. My family was protected now, so I don't need to hide everything any longer and I will start to slowly reveal my powers. I didn't fly with my full speed, but it was like I was enjoying the view while flying towards All Might's location. As I had thought, I won the race. Okako could have posed a nice challenge if she wasn't affected by nausea. I returned to the viewing room and started to collect my bet. Even if they still called me soulless, but they still handed me the bets. How did you fly? Unable to hold back herself, Mina asked me. I exactly don't know how it works, but when during my internship I found if I concentrate hard I can fly. Everyone's attention was brought in the room by Mina's question and they started to hear attentively. My answer wasn't what they expected. Momo covered her mouth and giggled slightly. She obviously knew that I knew exactly how it works. After that the other groups were called one by one for their races. After the races were done, All Might called it a day and all of us went to the lockers room to change back in our uniforms. With Momo. Wow, you are now able to create objects much faster, Jiro said to Momo because of her performance during the race. After all she came second. Well, yes. Ryoko made me create objects one after one. On the last 2 days she made me make 2 objects at once, though it didn't turn out too well, but it is a work in progress, Momo told the others. Hey, Momo, can you help me for the exams? Mina asked Momo nervously, slightly fidgeting. Yeah sure. All of you are welcome to visit me. I had already planned to help Ryo with his studies, Momo spoke in her usual bouncy attitude. The whole class knew that Momo was the best student academically in their class. So when will you keep the study sessions? Jiro asked. At evenings. Seeing Jiro, Mina, and Toru nod their heads she continued. I can start as soon as you guys want, Momo finished. As soon as possible, please. Mina's voice was very desperate. Then how about from tomorrow? I will text you guys my address or go directly to my home after school, Momo said, really excited. She never had any friends, so she never brought anyone to her home. Ryo didn't count because he also lived in the same compound. With Ryo. Dude, how are you going to prepare for the exams? Denki suddenly asked me. Momo is going to help me. I told him. If I ask her will she help me? Denki asked worriedly. You can ask her yourself, I told him. I looked around and saw a few more students were interested too. I didn't mind them getting help from Momo. It was completely her decision if she decides to help them. We left the locker room after getting changed. Since the school was over I decided to wait for Momo to come. Some other boys did too. They wanted to ask for her help. After Momo came with her friends, Denki and Eijiro were the first to approach her to ask for help, which she happily agreed. Finally both me and Momo were able to leave the school. What do you think about roleplay? I suddenly asked her out of the blue. It wasn't sudden, at least not for me. I was imagining Momo teaching in a sexy teacher outfit when she was giving me personal lesson. Why? Do you want to have late night studies with Momo-sensei when she would be able to teach you delicate subjects in details with hands-on experience? Momo asked me seductively with a naughty smile on her face. Oh yes sensei, I immediately accepted. Detention tonight. After dinner Momo's face immediately became stern and said seriously. Oh yeah, I would do anything to be in that detention. When I was in front of Yayo Rosa compound, Momo told me that everyone was coming tomorrow, so I should go and buy some snacks for them. I handed her my school bag and took bus towards the nearest shopping mall. After 10 minutes of bus ride I reached the mall, but before I could enter I heard a voice I knew very well, but what she called me confused me slightly. Hello handsome. I turned around and saw R-rated pro hero Midnight or Nemuri Kayama in civilian clothes carrying a handbag with her. Midnight, I said. Well, she was still beautiful even if she was wearing civilian clothes. Mature women have a different kind of appeal. Pish, for you handsome. I am Nemuri. At least outside of school, Nemuri said while licking her lips and eyeing me with her lust-filled eyes. Well, her eyes are always like that, especially when she looks at me. Wow, talk about shameless, pervert, flirt, but I like it. If it isn't the new heartthrob and winner of sports festival, Itsuki Ryo. Care to accompany this lady on her shopping quest? Nemuri spoke, extending her elbow towards me. Should I do it? Oh hell, after all, Momo gave me permission to chase her. I tangled my arm with hers and entered the mall. So what brings you here, me Nemuri? I finally decided to ask her. I was about to say Midnight again but stopped myself. That made a sly smile appear on her face. Well, a hero needs to do shopping too, Nemuri spoke with a flirty smile on her face. By the way, what do you meant by heartthrob? I asked her. Oh please. I am sure you realize just how handsome you are. Coupled with your height and power you showed that day, it's not a surprise that you would have girls swooning over you. I personally like your height, your face, and power, almost everything about you handsome. Nemuri said while sliding her fingers by my arm she was latching onto. It hasn't been a month yet, and you did something unforgivable. You stole my heart. You defeated that hero killer Stain, and Rumi said that if she accepts anyone as her partner it would be only you. That's really impressive. I couldn't keep myself from falling for you, Nemuri said again, licking her lips seductively. Wow, just wow. All this time Nemuri kept checking me out shamelessly. Not that I mind if it's her. Since she was a flirt I decided to flirt back with the measly knowledge I had. Don't know if it would work, but what could go wrong with trying? But I am only interested in someone if that person isn't interested in just my looks and power. I spoke with the usual smile on my face. Hearing this seemed to make her more excited. Oh, so why don't we get to know each other, handsome? I was tempted to put you to sleep and have you all to myself, Nemuri said while dragging me towards a couple cafe. We went and sat on a table in the corner so we could continue our chat. So why didn't you? I asked her, slightly curious. Oh, I didn't want to steal you from that Yayo Rosa girl. After all, she is still a novice, Nemuri said while licking her ice cream suggestively. Damn, she is good. I mean really good. But you are wrong if you think that I would ever leave Momo, I said while taking a scoop out of my ice cream bowl. Because she doesn't mind sharing. I spoke slowly and looked towards Nemuri, who was stunned for a moment, before the lecherous grin again appeared on her face. Naughty, naughty. I take it back. She isn't a novice. Honestly, I don't mind sharing too, but the thing or person I would be sharing needs to be worthwhile, Nemuri spoke again while giving me a wink. And just between us, just thinking about forbidden love between teacher and student turns me on, Nemuri said while licking her ice cream. Damn, this is a lucky day, or a dream. Shortly after that our important date was over. We exchanged our contacts and went our own ways. To say, I didn't completely like Nemuri's personality, but I still want to go on a date with her so I could know her. Going on a few dates won't hurt anyone, at least I don't think so. If she isn't someone loyal, then at least I would come to know. So after getting all the snacks Momo asked me to buy, I finally returned to Yayo Rosa compound. I dumped all the snacks in their kitchen before heading towards our house. I entered the house and saw Mom and Dad were getting ready to leave. Where are you going? I asked curiously. I have never seen them dressed so nicely except for some nice and important functions. You father is invited in a marriage reception, so it will be only you for tonight, my mom said in her normal voice. I immediately got excited that I might be able to get Momo here. Oh, have a nice time both of you, I said with a happy and cheering voice. That seemed to tick my mom off for some reason. Her face immediately became serious. Now that we are leaving you don't need to sneak out of our house to visit Momo at night, my mom said while placing her hand on her cheek. She knew? How the hell did she know? How did you know? I squeaked out. The way Momo was walking right after the sports festival told me a lot, my mom said with a stern face. Damn, I guess my luck ran out right after I got a date with Nemuri. I looked over to Dad, who was looking at the direction. I followed his sights and he was checking the flower vase. Damn. He is skillfully ignoring the conversation. I guess not saying anything is the best I could do now. Mom didn't bother me anymore and became cheerful the next instant and left the house, pulling Dad along with him. After they finally left I heaved a sigh. Damn, moms are pretty dangerous. At least she wasn't angry, it was just awkward. Let's forget all this stuff and I should go and train for today. So what should I do today? Oh yes, I know. After taking a quick shower I went to training area and started to try generating electricity. Momo had already explained to me how to do it right after the sports festival, but I didn't have time after the internship started. After 45 minutes of trial and error I was finally able to make some decent-sized lightning bolts to dance around my fingers. I had seen Denki use it like this, so I have followed his example. The electricity didn't harm me like I had thought previously. But my lightning was definitely different from Denki's, not just the color but lightning seemed more erratic. I need more practice before reaching any conclusions. It could be many reasons for this erraticness. Denki played with his quirk since he was 4 and I just for 45 minutes. Obviously my control would be wacky. My lightning color is also blue unlike yellow of Denki's. I first need to control them if I want to use them. After practicing 2 more hours the quantity of lightning increased but they kept becoming more and more wild. I finally decided to keep it up to this today when I remembered about my detention with Momo-sensei. After a perverse giggle and skipped back to my house. I checked the places where mom would leave food for me, usually the fridge or table, but finding nothing I didn't bother anymore and took out instant ramen from the cupboard. I have to say that ramen is happiness, damn. I am becoming the knucklehead shinobi. My dinner was quite short because Momo sent me a pic of herself dresses like a teacher. They ate the ramen so fast that some would say that I inhaled them. Like other days I sneaked into her room and saw her standing over the bed with a stern and serious face. I gulped hard when she slightly leaned. This made her shirt to stretch, put a lot of pressure on the buttons on her chest. I gulped again. Well, it was an awesome night of us. Our first night together was inexperienced but it was still the best and always remain the best. Tonight just came after that. After being done with our nightly adventures we finally went to sleep. The next day on the way to school, I told Momo about my improvements in lightning and she also agreed that first I should work on the control before I try to increase the output of the lightning. After that I told her about my meeting with Nemuri. I kept my eyes on face to see how she reacted but surprisingly she didn't seem to mind. It's not like she was hiding her true feelings about it. Being with Momo for so many years, I have learned to read her feelings or mood. You look surprised that I don't mind. Momo asked me. Well yes, aren't you jealous or angry? I asked Momo. No, I was the one who told you to search for another girl or rather woman, so why would I get angry? But be careful, she could be plotting something from what you told me. Momo said. Honestly, I had thought that too after our Importu date was done. If she was planning to seduce me then it won't work. If she plans to kidnap me then she can kidnap me. For this kind of reasons I have hidden about my powers. But I don't think that she would try to kidnap me. School was pretty boring as we didn't have any special classes today related to hero training. The school was finally over and several of us gathered outside the gates. I looked at the group and saw Toru, Mina, Jiro, Denki, Eijiro, Hanta, and Masharao. Well, Momo-sensei had to work hard it seems. While joking and laughing we finally reached in front of Yayo Rosa compound. Guys, this is my home, Momo said and turned around to see the whole group had frozen stiff while their jaws were on floor. Hey, Rio, what's up with them? They look pretty shocked, Momo asked me. She was completely clueless. I tagged this as rich people stuff and decided to store it away. Finally it seemed that they were coming out of their shocked states. Damn, life is so unfair. Denki screamed and plopped on the ground while crying anime style. Momo, are you sure it's okay for us to come? Mina asked somewhat nervous. Oh, it's completely fine. Let's go. Momo grabbed her hand and dragged her to the gates. The rest also nervously followed her. Momo was very excited because this was the first time she brought friends to her home. She led us through the halls. All of the group except me and Momo were completely gobsmacked. We finally arrived at huge room which a huge table with lots of chairs. What is this room? Jiro asked. I exactly don't know, we never used it. I got it cleaned yesterday for our use. Momo said it like that it was the most normal thing in the whole world. This shocked the guests again but Momo didn't seem to notice. All of you get yourself comfortable. Ask Rio if you want to know something, Momo said and skipped out of the room. She seemed like she was on room. Hey Rio, she seems much more cheerful than ever. Toru asked me. Yes, this is the first time she brought friends home. It's like a dream come true for her, I answered her. All of us settled down. The others sat down a little carefully, not wanting to damage or scratch anything. I chuckled slightly seeing them. Dude, weren't you her friend? So she didn't brought you here when you were small? Eijiro asked me. I live here so I don't count according to her, I answered. This again seemed to shock the group. The girls started to blush after hearing me. By girls I meant Jiro and Mina. Toru is a girl too but her face is kind of invisible so she doesn't count. I looked at the guys, they also seemed to flush slightly, while Denki looked proud. Oh, now I got it, they are thinking that we live together. Oh no, we don't live together. My house is also in Yayo Rosa compound. My mom works in their kitchen so they gave us a flat in their compound, I told them. That seemed to rid them of their misunderstanding but they seemed that they wanted to more questions about that. Before they could ask, Momo entered the room followed by some maids. All of them brought trays filled with snacks. After putting the trays down the maids went away. I again looked around the room and everyone seemed to frozen again with their jaws on their floor. After that we didn't have any more of interruptions and Momo started to help us with the studies. To say, we had a nice time while studying too. After it was dark they decided to leave and come back tomorrow. Dude, see you tomorrow, Denki said and did a fist bump with me. Same dude Eijiro also did the same kind of fist bump with me before walking away with Denki. So, what exactly did you write about me in your report? I asked Rumi who was laying beside me on the grass after she woke up. It was Saturday and I was at Rumi's house. Like we had decided before, I came here, had another fight with Rumi and she ended up unconscious. It still bothered her that she lost to me but it was a kind of rivalry. It was boring and useless so I wrote the most important thing. I want you as my partner. Ugh. I feel awful, Rumi said while rubbing her side. Damn, that one line was much more valued than any other reports she could have wrote about me. Suddenly my phone started to ring. I pulled out my phone and saw it was Nemuri. Immediately some mixed feeling popped into my mind. I already had a date with her. I had fun on that date, if I have to say, but she was so perverted that even Jiraiya would kneel in front of her and beg her to be his teacher. After going on a single date with Nemuri, I am sure that if Jiraiya was super pervert, then Nemuri would be ultra pervert. I finally accepted the call. Hello? What ya doing, handsome? Nemuri's perverted voice was heard from the other side. I looked at the side towards Rumi, who had already noticed the caller and was somewhat interested. Nothing. I was at Rumi's house, training. I told her. So you wanna go on another date, tomorrow? Nemuri asked me quite nervously. That wasn't even like Nemuri. She was never nervous, and I mean never ever when I had seen her or talked with her. This piqued my interest. I really wanted to. What is making her so nervous? Yeah, sure. I would love to, I told her. I immediately heard a squealing sound from the other side. She also didn't squeal like a schoolgirl. Something is definitely going on. Then how about 9 a.m. tomorrow, in front of the mall? I asked her, ignoring her squeals of happiness because Rumi was looking at me with piercing eyes. Don't worry, handsome, I will be there. After saying that, Nemuri cut the call. I placed my phone in my pocket and looked at Rumi, who was still looking at me with critical eyes. So, what did that perverted woman want from you? Rumi asked me. She wants to go on a date with me, I told Rumi. Rumi was taken aback slightly. Didn't you have a girlfriend? Yeah, Momo. So are you cheating on her? Rumi asked me with a stern face. No, Momo knows that I have been talking with Nemuri. Momo doesn't mind sharing, I answered Rumi. Rumi didn't know what to say to that, so she just kept quiet. After a few minutes I got up and helped Rumi to get up. I changed back to my normal clothes and bid farewell to Rumi, which she happily returned. While returning home, I started to think about Nemuri and mine's first date. Well, it started pretty normally like any other date, but soon it turned into something else due to Nemuri's perverted comments. Some people heard her and looked at her oddly, which didn't even bother her in the slightest. It was really awkward for me, but it was quite fun, spending time with her. When the date ended, Nemuri looked pretty sad, and I could clearly say that it wasn't acting or anything. She really felt sad that our date came to an end. I didn't particularly bother about that at that time. She seemed pretty open and liberal, so I didn't know what made her so sad. I particularly didn't start anything serious with her, so it wasn't a matter. I liked her, but that doesn't mean that I will love her or get together with her without personally knowing her. That is the reason I accepted the second date with her. Even if we don't end up in a relationship, it's pretty fun to spend time with her. I finally returned to Yaoyorozu compound and found that our study group was already here. I was tired and I need to practice my lightning, so I decided to skip. Momo can always help me later, and from what I know it was already halfway over. I pulled out a box of LED bulbs and a few resistors. This was the method I decided to train my control. I would pass electricity through the circuit and try not to melt anything. I have been doing this for about 12 days. It has been 2 weeks since the study group has started. It meant I had another 2 weeks before finals started. My control and power over lightning have increased massively. I have a second quirk, and that is CONFI'd now. I had previously thought that I have been subconsciously using my lightning to manipulate my body's bioelectricity to boost my physical body. But now that I am learning to manipulate lightning, I could clearly say that my body's bioelectricity was as normal as it could be. I was working on 2 moves. First one was pretty usual but op stuff railgun. I don't know if I could do it, but I don't want to practice it here in Yaoyorozu compound. And another one was rupture. It was named rupture after seeing the effects. It wasn't a nice thing to try on any living being. It was kind of similar attack which was used by Narbaral Gamma to destroy the skeletal dragon, but its range was short. It usually vaporized the target. I tried it today near Rumi's home and vaporized 2 trees. This was a villain reserved attack when others were not looking. It would be a good attack if I kill someone. I would no longer need to search for places to hide the bodies. Hehehe. Turning off my dark side, I continued my training with my lightning. No one knew about this except Rumi and Momo. Rumi didn't care much as long I kept fighting her. Momo was very much interested, but she was busy with her own quirk, so she couldn't help me that much. After that the day was completely normal. After dinner I sneaked into Momo's room. She helped me with the stuff I missed today. I told her about Nemuri's odd behavior. She too found it odd but couldn't say anything conclusive. After our discussion was done we went straight to sleep. No naughty stuff today because it was Momo's that time of the month. The next day, I dressed casually and left the house. I got off the bus and checked that I arrived 15 minutes early, so I decided to wait, but as I walked I could see Nemuri was already there pacing back and forth. She looked pretty nervous and anxious. It's odd. I am gonna keep my senses sharp. I silently sneaked behind her and tapped on her shoulder. She seemed to jump out of her skin and shrieked slightly and jumped around to find me. Damn, my heart almost jumped out of my mouth. Nemuri spoke and put a hand over her heart trying to calm it down. I must have given her a nice scare. After she finally calmed down, her face lit up like a Christmas tree in happiness. Nov, L, B / JNN. Today is the best day ever. I am so happy today that I could just die, Nemuri said while linking her arm with me and pulling me along with her. We didn't even start our date, so I don't know why she became so happy to see me. Just a few moments ago she was so nervous and anxious, it rang some warning bells in my head, but I let her lead me. She dragged me to a karaoke bar and booked a room for both of us. The receptionist looked at us strangely but fortunately wasn't able to recognize neither of us. For Nemuri I can understand because she was wearing a hat and shades and I wasn't as famous as her, so it was alright. It was much better if no one recognized us. After we entered the room and Nemuri received our drinks order, we finally sat down. Nemuri played a song. It didn't look like she wanted to set up mood for sex, so it must be so that no one could spy on us. My guess was correct after that. She checked the room for any hidden cameras or recording devices. Damn, she could have just asked me. Finally she sat down when she was sure that no one would hear us. "Ha, we can talk here safely," Nemuri said. Currently she was completely out of her perverted nature. I didn't know if all of that was needed so that we could just talk. I deadpanned. Nemuri's smile immediately turned perverted and grabbed my hand. She didn't seem to be trying to seduce me, so I let her do it. She gestured me to stand up, which I did, and she dropped on one knee. "No, this isn't what I think it is, right? Fuck, what this flying fuck is this? Marry me, Itsuki Ryo." Nemuri spoke, her voice was completely serious. "What the fuck is this? She is definitely missing some screws from her head. Asking a person to marry you, just on your second date, isn't normal. It's even out of the league of weird category. Don't you think it is very fast? I mean very, very fast." Unable to keep calm I shouted. Yes. You are the first person to go on a second date with me, so I decided to bag you." She spoke like it was a matter of fact and she sounded to be proud of this achievement. Wait. Did she say first person to go on a second date with her? Did you just say that I am the first person to go on a second date with you? I asked, completely bewildered. Even though I heard it right from Nemuri, but it still felt like some divine mystery have been unraveled. So, I thought that I should verify it from her, again. Nemuri looked kind of embarrassed when I asked that. She slightly fidgeted. I finally held her shoulder and rose her up. I didn't want my talk with her to continue like this. Yes, that is why I didn't want anyone else to hear us, and I wanted to propose you too. So, are you rejecting me? Nemuri asked me and kept getting more and more depressed through the sentence. No, but I have to reject your proposal for now at least. I don't think that 2 dates are enough to marry someone, and I still a minor, so police will directly ship you in a cell for corrupting a minor. I was finally able to calm her down. Hearing me, she released a sigh. Her expressions again turned perverted. "Good. You are just 15 now, so I get some more years to seduce you." She spoke and nodded to herself. That was not what I wanted, but it's fine as long as she understands. "So handsome, how you wanna spend our rest of the date?" Nemuri asked me while licking her lips. "Can we talk more about me being your first partner to go on a second date with you?" I asked her. This time she didn't get depressed. "Oh, it's just I was never able to date anyone a second date. Every one of them called me perverted fiend and ran away. Now that was rude and mean. I mean, I am just more open and liberal. They can't call me perverted for that." Nemuri whined. "I don't think they were mean or rude to call you a perverted fiend. I am seriously thinking that she doesn't even have any idea about other people's standards. So, you never tried asking any one of them what you are doing wrong?" I asked her. "I did, but that guy had a restraining order for me. I tried another 2 times but same thing happened again," Nemuri said, sounding almost proud. "How did the hell did she ask them? I don't think someone getting a restraining order just for asking questions. How did you ask them?" I gathered the courage and asked her that. I honestly didn't want to know this, but I had to if I wanted to help her. "I broke into their houses," Nemuri declared while puffing out her chest. "They weren't answering my calls or texts, so I directly went to their houses." She sounded completely proud of what she did. Damn, she became a creepy stalker too. How the hell is she still a hero? "You don't do that, Nemuri. If you want to ask someone, you should not break into someone's house." "But, with how things were going, didn't you think that something was wrong with your approach?" I asked her, still bewildered. I still couldn't bring myself to think, how could someone think this is normal? "Oh, I did. I was still in high school at that time, so the police told me that if it keeps going on then I can't be a hero, so I stopped dating." Nemuri answered, still proud of herself. Did she really say that she last dated when she was in high school? That's more than 12 fucking years? A/N. In canon there is no information related to Nemuri's parents. So, in my fanfic she is going to be an orphan. Then you never found out what you did wrong? Your parents never told you? I asked Nemuri, slightly shocked. I was an orphan, so no one took responsibility and told me, and I found out later what I was doing wrong, but by then I was already R-rated hero, midnight, so no one wanted to date me because everyone thought that I was loose woman. Nemuri said. She looked kind of solemn now. "I am sorry, I didn't know," I spoke, trying to comfort her. "Oh, don't worry about that. I never knew how it felt to have parents, so it never bothered me," Nemuri said, again back in her usual self. "So, you didn't date anyone for so long. Why did you suddenly ask me, a student, to date?" I asked her. If she didn't date anyone, why did she want to date me suddenly? It better be not that she received some divine revelation. "Oh, it's not like I dated, but it was never a date kind of date. My partners just wanted to get in a bed with me because I was midnight or go out with me for popularity," she spoke while taking a gulp from her drink. "Wow, just wow. I am really surprised to know all these. I couldn't even imagine something like this," I told her. In return she looked at me while licking her lips. That kind of brings me wanting her to ask another question. "So, why did you become a pervert?" I guessed that direct approach would be the best with her. She got up from her seat and plopped on my lap. I wasn't expecting this. "Nov. L. B //JNN. Wouldn't you like to know?" She spoke and licked my cheek. Damn, this immediately made me hard. Nemuri immediately understood what it was and adjusted herself to make it comfortable for me. Looks like someone's excited. Well, for your question, since I was small I always liked to read adult stuff. Videos weren't popular that time. By the time I was in high school, my porn collection would put anyone to shame. Nemuri spoke. I don't know that if any other woman would openly speak about her porn collection like this. It always fascinated me, and I read in some books that boys liked girls who were more open. Nemuri said while snaking her hands around my neck. Well, I learned a lot about her today. Oh, so it must have been fun for you, right? I couldn't keep myself from asking. After all, I am guy too, and more than that, curiosity was eating me up. I never had a chance. You are the one who had come closest to popping my cherry, Nemuri whispered into my ears. Damn, she is a virgin too? What more secrets will be she revealing today? I am floored, Nemuri. I never came today to get onto an intense roller coaster today. I don't know what to say. I told Nemuri. I honestly don't know what to do now. What could I even do? I have always liked Nemuri. I am not going to lie, but I didn't ever think that there would be so many secrets behind Nemuri Kayama, R-rated hero, midnight. I was finally brought out of trance when I felt Nemuri intertwine her fingers with mine and look directly into my eyes. We didn't speak anything, but she raised herself slightly and kissed me. I didn't back away. I happily returned the kiss. Her lips were kind of sweet, and definitely experienced. Even if she is a virgin, I can definitely say that this wasn't her first kiss. After kissing for a few minutes, we finally separated. So what does this makes us? Nemuri asked me. I guess, you are my girlfriend from now on, I told her. This immediately made her happy. But I guess we can't publicly announce it. People will get jealous of you, Nemuri said. We'll be fired too. Students and teacher relationships aren't liked in the society, I told Nemuri. Can I ask you something? Nemuri asked me again, back in her serious mode. I just nodded my head. Why didn't you say anything about my dressing sense? Everyone I tried to date after I became a hero told me to stop dressing like that or they won't be dating a slut like me, Nemuri asked. Now, I can't exactly say that I know it's about her quirk. She never told me or explained in public how her quirk works. Actually, I mind, but I am not going to control your life from day one. After all, you are an adult. You can make your own decisions. I chose the most diplomatic answer there could be. And the answer seemed to make her happy. Well, don't tell this to anyone, but my quirk works best with more exposed skin, Nemuri said while trailing her fingers by my cheek, but came to stop when both of our stomachs growled loudly. Nemuri blushed, but the next moment both of us started laughing. While laughing, I unconsciously pulled her towards me in a hug. Only after a few seconds I noticed what I was doing, but neither of us did anything to back out. Nemuri's hands also snaked around me and hugged me. Aren't you worried about my age, Rio? I am twice your age, or you like women like me? Nemuri asked again after we ended our hug. I think we can work something out. I can't exactly tell her that if she leaves this world along with me she won't be bothering about her age anymore. Suddenly our stomachs growled again, but this time she didn't blush. I think we should go out and eat, I spoke, to which she nodded her head. Both of us got up to leave, but before I could open the door she again pulled me into a kiss. It has been 2 weeks since me and Nemuri got into a relationship. I wanted to tell Momo about Nemuri's past but finally decided that it wasn't my story to tell. Nemuri can tell Momo herself if she wants Momo to know. I just told Momo that me and Nemuri were in a relationship now and she had no problem with sharing. I still needed to tell Momo about my going to Otherworld thing. Momo also didn't have any problem but wanted to meet with Nemuri so that she could sort out some matters. She didn't tell me what those were. Both of them had decided to meet after the finals are over. Momo taught me everything I needed to know if I wanted to pass the exams. More like threatened me with no sex if I fail. Nemuri also did the same on her own. Damn, everyone said having a harem is men's dream, but no one told me the problems that came along with having a harem. I knew what were going to be for the practical exams in final, but I didn't know whom I was going to fight. My best bet would be All Might. I can't find myself fighting against someone else. Nizu wouldn't want that. Now, here I was pacing around in Momo's room. What's bothering you? Momo asked me while raising up her head from the books. Oh, I was just revising the stuff in my mind. Moving like this makes it easy, I told her, though she didn't believe me. After all, this was the first time she had seen me do this. Don't lie. I know you never do that. Momo spoke after she kept down her book. Well, I was thinking that Earth's gravity is due to magnetic fields, right? I asked Momo, to which she nodded. Seeing that, I decided to continue, and gravity works on everything, not just metal. So if Earth's magnetic fields can do that, I can do it too, right? I asked her. This is what I have been thinking about for a few days. Since I have already mastered Railgun and Rupture completely, I didn't bother making new moves now. I was spending more time thinking what more I could do with my powers. After listening to me, Momo placed her hand on her chin and started to think. A few minutes passed just like that. I nervously kept looking at her. She is the only one who could tell me if it's possible or not. Theoretically, it is possible. But you told me when you awakened you could clearly feel the metals like a sixth sense, right? Seeing me nod my head, she continued, it can be that you magnetic fields only work with metals, but that isn't the case, so the only reason would be that you are not strong enough, Momo finally concluded. You can also control gravity, meaning attraction and repulsion, A/N, hint hint, can anyone guess, but aren't able to do because of required power. Everything only points to that, or you won't have other powers like lightning or that magnetic force field. Momo gave another explanation. I guess she is right, maybe this should be my new project. I guess you are right, you are always right, I said and jumped into her bed, tackling her down. Down boy, we have our written exams tomorrow, Momo said while giggling. She gave me a nice and wet kiss. After that I laid down beside her and pulled her on my chest. I love you, Momo, I told her. I love you too. Now let me keep away the books so both of us can sleep nicely. Momo got out of the bed and kept her books in the table before popping herself down beside me. Suddenly my phone started to ring. I didn't even need to know who it was. I accepted the call without even looking. Hello honey, I heard Nemuri's voice from the other side. Hello Nemuri, what's up? I asked her. Momo snuggled closer to me. Just getting something ready to sleep, thought I call you. Are you ready for the exams tomorrow, honey? Nemuri asked me in her usual sultry voice. I think I am, but I am still nervous. Well, I was and am still nervous. Oh, honey, don't worry so much. The tests would be, I almost spilled some beans, but honestly don't worry too much, Nemuri purred. Good night, Nemuri, I told her. Good night too, honey, Nemuri purred and cut the call. Both of me and Momo didn't stay up anymore and went to sleep. The next day I woke up and after wishing Momo good morning I sneaked out of her room. I also texted Nemuri or she will whine like a kid. In these 2 weeks sometimes I think I am the adult in our relationship. After breakfast, we were en route towards school. After reaching school it was pretty clear that everyone was tense. I wished my friends good luck, but it didn't seem to ease their nerves very much. After the exam finally started, I found that the paper wasn't hard. Yes, to top the exam, it would be very hard, but to pass it was quite easy. I wrote down the answers I could inside. Like this another week passed. But we only had written exams for 3 days and other days were gap between them. I could easily say that I was going to pass the written exams easily. The others also felt the same. I knew Momo would top the written exam and there were no arguments to that. Now, everyone was worried about the practicals. Nobody knew what it is going to be except me. But there could be some changes because of me being in this world. I haven't currently found anything different in this world. Though, I had changed a lot of things. Let's see what happens in future. Tomorrow Momo had decided to meet with Nemuri where I am not invited. Honestly, I wanted to know what they would chat about, but I am not interested in getting bored with girls' gossip. No offense to girls who are reading all my rant. I returned to Yayorozo compound and went to the training room to train the gravity stuff. Only after 1 week I could already attract other kind of materials towards me. The objects would just only lean towards me when I use my power, but this proved that I could do it. It wasn't like the metals. Playing with metals and manipulating metals was easy to me like breathing, but doing this was very, very hard. After training a couple of hours I went to my home to get freshened up. The next day Momo took bus and went to meet Nemuri while I took bus towards Rumi's house. With Momo. Momo arrived at a cafe and found Nemuri waiting outside. Nemuri was wearing a large hat and a huge pair of shades. Even her clothes weren't like anything she usually wore. In other words, no one would recognize her. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. At first even Momo took a few moments to recognize her. Nemuri had also noticed her and waved her hand towards Momo. Hello Kayama-san, you are looking pretty nice, Momo greeted Nemuri. Nemuri was slightly taken aback. She had been dreading to meet Momo. She had been guessing that Momo might be hostile to her or something similar to that. Don't need to be so formal, just call me Nemuri, Nemuri said and extended her hand towards Momo. Momo immediately accepted her hand and shook it. Why don't we go inside? I dying to take off this hat and glasses, Nemuri said restless. Momo also agreed and followed Nemuri in the cafe. After getting a seat in the corner, Nemuri finally took off her large hat and her large shades, and released a sigh. You will understand after you become a famous pro hero, Nemuri said to Momo. Don't worry, I completely understand, Momo completely agreed with her. Both just sat there in complete silence, neither of them knew what to speak about. They just kept staring all around until the waitress interrupted them. Both Momo and Nemuri ordered a drink each. After the waitress delivered the drinks, Nemuri finally broke the ice. So, are your preparations done for the practicals? Nemuri asked, then she cursed herself. They didn't even knew what the exams were about. Yes, but I don't know who I am going to fight against, Momo spoke. Nemuri stilled for a moment, but calmed down again. What makes you think that there is going to be a fight? Nemuri asked, skillfully hiding her curiosity. Well, Rio thinks that. He thinks that we would be fighting against you guys, the pro heroes working for UA, Momo said nonchalantly. She knew Rio was mostly right about these kind of stuff. There had been some instances in past where Rio had correctly hunched something. But it was completely different for Nemuri. She knew that no would leak this thing to the students. She didn't do it, and she started to think Rio knew any other pro hero. He had a good relationship with Mirko, but she didn't knew what we're going to be in the finals. She had to give it to Rio. He had a pretty perfect guess. Then, how are you preparing for that if you think Rio is right? Nemuri asked again. I know he is right. I have made some plans to fight some, but I don't find myself winning in any of them, Momo said honestly. Enough about serious stuff, let's chat about something else, Nemuri said. Momo also wanted that. Now that Nemuri had broken the initial ice between them, both had started to chat like normal girls, in a dark room. Why haven't you found him yet? It has been 1 month, you had been given a simple to kidnap that kid, but through 1 month you didn't even find where he lives. Tamura screamed and ranted in front of Muscular and Dabby. Both felt ashamed of themselves. The target was just a kid. Why can't these people find him? He goes to UA, you can find him there, the man-child screamed. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I think we should postpone it for now. With the finals, the security around the school is pretty tight. Kurojiri spoke for once since the meeting has started. Hearing him, Tomura finally calmed down. He started to think calmly and found that Kurojiri was right. They can't be seen around UA now. With Rio, from today, the practical exams were starting. I have to say that I had a nice weekend after the written exams. He spent Saturday with Rumi while Momo and Nemuri had a get-together. On Sunday he had a nice date with Nemuri, though she felt uncomfortable because she had to wear that absurdly large hat and shades throughout the day so that police won't arrest her for corrupting a minor. I found it pretty amusing but didn't say anything because he knew that Nemuri was quite sensitive about her age. Though I would have liked to find what my two girlfriends chatted about because I was really curious. But Momo, it's between us. Girls dashed any of his hopes of knowing them. Are you sure that we would be fighting against senseis? Finally hearing Mina's worried voice who was speaking to Momo beside him brought him out of his thoughts. I can't say for sure, but I think that it is most probable. Instead of Momo, I decided to answer Mina. Mina looked at me and became more nervous. I just hope that I get to fight All Might. He is the only one who could give me any challenge now. I don't want to fight Aizawa honestly. Yeah, my quirk can't be stolen or cancelled, but I still want this to stay secret. Who knows if this comes to light how many organizations would be after me. Even though I could deal with all of them, it would be still bothersome. After a few minutes Aizawa arrived and led us to ground beta. We were already in our hero costumes, so we didn't need to change. We entered the ground and found all the pro heroes and UA staff were waiting for us there. Nizu was sitting on Present Mix's shoulder. Good morning, students. For your practical exams, all of you would be divided in the group of 2 and you will be fighting against one of us. All of the match UPS are done ahead of time. The teachers won't be holding anything back, so you should also give it your all. Nizu paused a bit looking at our reactions, then continued, all of you have to work in team or you won't be able to win. Each fight will have a time limit of 30 minutes. There are 2 ways in which you can win. Either you have to escape or you have to defeat your opponent. Nizu spoke. I looked around me and found every one of the students were very worried now. Another thing, those who fail the practical exam won't be able to go for summer training camp. Nizu spoke and jumped from Present Mix's shoulder to All Might. After that, the display lit up and showed the match UPS. My mouth hung open. Damn. I wanted to fight All Might. 1. Team Sato and Kirishima vs Cementos. 2. Team Ajui and Tokoyami vs Ectoplasm. 3. Team Ilda and Ajiro vs Power Loader. 4. Team Itsuki and Jiro vs Eraserhead. 5. Team Eureka and Ayama vs 13. 6. Team Ashido and Kaminari vs Nizu. 7. Team Koda and Todoroki vs Present Mike. 8. Team Hagakure and Shoji vs Snipe. 9. Team Yayo Rozu and Siro vs Midnight. 10. Team Midoriya and Bakugo vs All Might. Do they really want me to lose? Or they want to show me how weak I am without my quirk? This is shit. I looked towards Jiro, who also was worried about our matchup. I went towards her to talk when Sato and Eijiro are taken to ground beta along with Cementos to fight. You know Aizawa's quirk, right? I asked Jiro, to which she nodded. But I can't defeat him without getting close to him and I suck in close combat, Jiro said while getting depressed. I will hold him back until you can reach him. He would be mainly using his quirk on me to cancel my quirk, I told her. To this she also nodded. We looked at the viewing screen for the fight and like in canon Eijiro and Sato tried to use brute force to defeat Cementos, which didn't work out like they wanted. Cementos did a short work of them and Eijiro and Sato were soundly defeated just after the match had started. All of our classmates were shocked to see how easily they lost. Of course, this would be the only outcome if you don't make a plan. The pro heroes who we are fighting against are working with their quirks since long ago. They would know various ways of using them while holding back. Are you sure that we will win? Jiro asked me nervously. Don't worry, even if we lose, we will give it our all. We won't go down silently, I said to her. This seemed to work like a charm and determination lit up in her eyes. The next match was announced, and Team Ajui and Tokoyami along with Ectoplasm head towards practical exam location 2 for their match. We saw through the screen that like in canon Ectoplasm was guarding the escape gate while his clones were chasing Tsuyu and Funikage throughout the setup while they were trying to reach the escape gate. After defeating all the clones of Ectoplasm and reach the escape gate only to find real Ectoplasm waiting for them there. Ectoplasm created a Gant clone who used Giant Bite Detention super move to eat both of them. But Tsuyu tricked Ectoplasm and cuffed him, finally winning the match. The third match between Team Ilda and Ajiro vs Power Loader. Their fight was on a dirt field, just like in anime. Masharao climbed up behind Tinya's back and escaped the field. Power Loader tried to catch Masharao but he used his tail to get past Power Loader and successfully escaped. They were also declared winner. It was our match next. Everyone looked very interested in our match. Of course they would be. After all, I single-handedly defeated all the villains in USJ, won all the 3 events in UA Sports Festival, and some even knew that I defeated Stain and another Nomo during Hoso incident. And me being Rumi's intern was common knowledge now, so all of them wanted to see what I could do without my quirk. With Aizawa. When the topic of Itsuki Ryo came up during the match UPS were being discussed, everyone looked worried. Nizu said that Itsuki depended too much on his quirk. Even if Rumi asked his as her partner, there was no way that Ryo's physical abilities would be a challenge. So, everyone turned towards Aizawa, only he could get Ryo to work physically. All of them had seen Ryo's performance in the sports festival and Aizawa himself was present in USJ when the villains attacked. He had the closest idea how he used his quirk. And Aizawa completely agreed with the rest of the staff. While walking towards the practical exam area he started to think how he is going to ambush them. He needed to cancel Ryo's quirk before Ryo notices him or it could be an instant loss. He had seen what Ryo had done to those villains in USJ in a matter of few seconds. And he also cannot neglect Jiro. If by any chance she is able to stick her ephonies in him then he had lost. There was also a slight problem that he can't cancel quirk of two peoples. So he needed to knock out Ryo before he attacks Jiro. He wanted to show Ryo that he shouldn't be overly dependent on his quirk. With all these stuff in his mind Aizawa started to sneak towards Ryo and Jiro. With Ryo, our exam ground was a residential area. It was the same where Todoroki and Momo fought against Aizawa. Jiro, Aizawa will try to get you away from me, don't do that. Remember that he can cancel only one person's quirk at a time I said. I could already sense Aizawa was slowly heading towards us. Aizawa's tape could be a huge problem for me if I let him catch me. I have to be careful about not getting caught in that. From anime what I remember Aizawa is smart and a quick thinker. So, there is more than 90% chance that he will try to ambush us. As I was thinking these Jiro was sweating due to the pressure. I could sense that Aizawa was only one block away from us now. In the viewing room. Who do you think will win? Momo. Mina asked Momo. I know that Mirko was teaching him but I don't know if he can fight Aizawa or not Momo answered. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen. All of them also wanted to see how Ryo would fight against Eraserhead. Most of them even forgot that Jiro was also in the match. Bakugo's face was smug now. He wanted to see Ryo lose. Izuku Midoriya was calculating about the probabilities like he always did. This match was so interesting for him that he had forgotten anything about his own match against All Might. He was saved by Ryo from the Nomu, so he was pretty excited to see the results of this match. Subconsciously, he had made Ryo a target he needed to pass. Todoroki didn't have any hard feelings against Ryo like Bakugo did but he was still interested in this fight. He had still remembered how he had lost in the sports and how Ryo defeated those villains in USJ. Hey, Ryo can even attack even when he isn't looking at the opponents like he attacked me and Jiro in Hero Basic Training. Suddenly Denki said, dashing everyone's hope to see an awesome hand-to-hand fight. With Ryo, fighting in this kind of residential area worked out for my advantage. The iron sand stored in my hero costume started to leave. Aizawa was in my range now. I knew exactly where he was. Everyone, because of my recent fights, have thought that I need to see my opponents to attack. Honestly, I somewhat forgot this myself. Hehehe. I didn't even to make so many plans with Jiro. The sand immediately rushed towards where Aizawa was. Jiro looked at me and a sudden realization hit her. You could have done that? There was no reason to make so many plans. Jiro said. Nov, L, B //JNN. Sorry. I have really forgotten myself that I could use it like that. I said to Jiro, then concentrated back on my attack. My sand had reached Aizawa and started to attack. Aizawa was able to dodge for a few seconds but he was eventually caught. He needs eye contact for his quirk to work so I quickly covered his eyes with a strip of iron sand. A/N, hehehe, last chap I built up so much suspense about an epic fight and now, hehehe. Some of you will curse me after reading how anticlimactic this was, hehehe, pranked. With Aizawa. Aizawa was heading where Ryo and Jiro had taken position. He could have waited for them near the exit but doing that would give Ryo and Jiro advantage to surprise him. Unlike Power Loader or Cementos or Ectoplasm he didn't have any offensive abilities except his martial arts and for martial arts to work he needed to get close. So, he needed to ambush them like he had planned ahead. He was about to turn a corner when suddenly a wave of iron sand tried to engulf him. Shit. Aizawa cursed. All of them had forgotten that Ryo could attack even when he was not looking. He tried to dodge, being able to dodge a few times but he was finally caught when the iron sand started to wrap around him. I still have a chance if he comes in front of me. I can cancel his quirk, freeing myself, Aizawa thought in his mind, but the next moment his thoughts were dashed as his eyes were covered by a strip of iron sand. Shit, Aizawa cursed again knowing that he had lost and had lost miserably. With the pro heroes. All of them looked Ryo sending all of his iron sand towards Aizawa. Seeing this, All Might suddenly remembered that Ryo could even attack when he wasn't looking at his opponents or they were far away. All Might care to tell us something? Niza gave him a stink eye. All other pro heroes also gave him a stink eye. Ha ha ha. I kind of forgot that All Might laughed in his usual pose and didn't even look embarrassed. With Ryo, I walked up to Aizawa and the iron sand cleared, freeing his hands only up to the wrists. Jiro quickly cuffed him and only after that I let him go. With that our win was declared and walked back into the viewing room and the whole room was filled with gobsmacked students. Everyone wanted to see an epic battle but they only saw one-sided win. Aizawa never had a chance against me. Everyone congratulated me and Jiro for the win and the next match was announced. Team Yuruka and Aoyama vs 13, their match was being held in USJ. It was similar to Kanon. Okako and Yuga tried to leave through the escape gate but were stopped when 13 brought them closer. Okako finally takes down 13 using martial arts taught to her by Gunhead. After that match was over, the three of them returned to the viewing room. The sixth match was announced, Team Ashido and Kaminari vs Nizo. Their match was being held on ground Gamma, like in Kanon. Nizo plays with Botamina and Denki. Nisa calmly destroys all of their escape routes except one, and they weren't able to find that in time. So, they fail the exam when the time runs out. The 7th match was announced, Team Kota and Todoroki vs Present Mike. It was being held in a forest inside UA High. Damn, they also have a forest inside the campus. Pretty unfair. I was slightly interested in this match since it was original. Todoroki decided that he wanted to defeat Present Mike while Kota wanted to run away. I could guess that much by looking at the screens. When Present Mike gets impatient and sends his first attack, Todoroki realizes that Present Mike was much more stronger than he had imagined. After 15 minutes of dilly-dallying around, a sudden barrage of ice spikes attack Present Mike. He dodges the attack easily but unable to locate Todoroki. Present Mike keeps sending his voice attacks, but suddenly a sea of flames rush towards him from one side and huge ice glacier from other side. Present Mike launches another attack to nullify them, but Todoroki appears with his ears covered in ice and freezes the surface, making Present Mike unable to move. Before Present Mike could do anything, he is cuffed by Kota, who appeared out of the blue with his huge body. With that, they are declared the winners. Wow, I have to say, that was a good fight. They could have at least pitted me against Present Mike. It could have been much more interesting than the fight I had with Aizawa, if it could be even called that one. The next match was being held in some building filled with stone pillars. Damn, UA is surely well funded. Team Shoji and Hagakure vs Snipe. The match was exactly how it happened in the anime. Toru cuffs Snipe, but by some chance Snipe unknowingly brushes his hand against Toru's breast. Toru flips and calls him a pervert and whatnot. Well, it was quite funny and amusing to see. With that, Shoji and Toru are also declared winners. The next match, the 9th match, was between Team Zero and Yayo Rosa vs Midnight. This match was pretty interesting. My girlfriends were being pitted against each other. Let's see if Hanta can pass this time or still loses. Their match was being held at the same Rocky Terrian wherein Canon Mineta and Hanta had their match. As soon as the match starts, Momo makes a mask to protect herself from Midnight's quirk. Momo knew from the previous matches that Midnight would be guarding the escape gate. With that idea, Momo makes a net, but I don't know what she was going to do with it. They made some plan and started walking towards the escape gate where Midnight was waiting for them. Midnight attacks to both with her whip and tries to corner any one of them. Both of them dodged her, started to run away from her. Since there wasn't any audio, we weren't able to hear anything. I could clearly see that Midnight's sadistic side has started to come out while she was following both of them. Suddenly the net Momo made sprung out of a tree and Midnight's left arm and leg gets caught in the net. Immediately from the other side Momo jumps out, but Midnight was expecting this and hits Momo with her whip, but it seemed that Momo was only a decoy, and as soon as the whip hits Momo, Hanta also popped out front bushes and cuffs Midnight's left hand, which was caught in the net. Midnight also trips to back out, but Momo had grabbed Midnight's right arm and dropped on the ground holding it in submission hold. Hanta uses this chance and cuffs Midnight's other arm too. With that, Momo and Hanta won the match. This time Hanta also wins the match. After getting out, Momo's whip mark was treated by Recovery Girl. I just hope that they don't resent one another. After they arrived in the room, I went to Momo. "How is your hand?" I asked her. "Oh, it's okay, don't worry." Nemuri said sorry to me after the match. Even if she didn't apologize, I wouldn't have held it against her. It was an exam after all. Momo removed all my doubts with her answer. I didn't even ask her, but she already knew what I wanted to know. Good girl. The 10th match was between Team Bakugo and Izuku vs All Might. The match was exactly same what happened in canon. They may have even spouted the same tribe, who knows. I watched the whole match with bored expression, but finally somehow Izuku and Bakugo won the match with the power of fighting together. I call it bullshit or plot armor. With that, the practical of final exams were finally over. With the finals finally over, I should be completely lazing around, but that actually didn't happen. I was still trying to attract and repulse non-metallic objects. It didn't bear many fruits though, but I was able to do something else. I was able to slightly manipulate gravity. "Ha, did you know that Ilda invited both of us to train?" Momo spoke while sitting beside me and handing me a water bottle. "Nah, so do you want to go?" I asked her. She nodded her head excitedly. Damn, this must be Denki plan to see the girls in bikini. Well, I don't think it is going to work because I watched Momo pull out a school swimsuit from her huge wardrobe. "Are you going to wear that?" I asked her, pointing towards the swimsuit. "Why, yes, the rest of the girls think that they should wear school swimsuits. I also find it to be appropriate," Momo said, directly going into her class president mode. Well, I would have liked to see you in something else," I told her mysteriously. A sly smile appeared on Momo's face and opened another of her wardrobe and pulled out a red bikini and showed it to me. "How's this?" Momo showed me the bikini from all sides. Though I would have liked if she showed me while wearing that bikini. "Wow, it would look really nice on you," I told her excitedly. Even though I have seen all of her, but still wearing a bikini has different kind of affect. "But you have to wait, mister. This is for when I am going to be in my private pool," Momo said while putting back the bikini from where she took it out. "I don't remember you buying all those clothes," I told her, looking at all the clothes collection she had. "Oh, most of them Mom bought for me." When I ask her to stop, she would just say I have grown up and runs away while crying. So I just stopped asking her to stop, Momo said with a blank face. Damn, rich people are weird. Suddenly my phone started to ring. I picked it up without even looking. "Hey honey, moi." Nemuri's voice was heard. "Rio, are you free tomorrow? I wanted to take you to lingerie shopping." Nemuri spoke. From the day finals ended, she is trying to pull into lingerie shopping with her. I know, I am most lucky guy, but still. No, there will be no lingerie shopping, but we can go for clothes shopping if you want, I told her. Fine, be like that? So when are we going? Nemuri asked me, sounding little depressed that I didn't accept her lingerie escapade. We were invited by friends to train at the swimming pool, so I will call you after that, I told Nemuri. Okay, I will be at my apartment, Nemuri spoke in a sultry voice. I am get used to this really quick. Bye, Nemuri. Take care, I said. Same to you, honey, saying Nemuri finally cut the call. Did she again try to drag you with her in lingerie shop? Momo asked me with a smile on her face. She folded her school swimsuit and put it in her bag. Yes, well, she is how she is, I told Momo. Yeah, it's really great that she didn't drag you off to her apartment and had her wicked ways with you, Momo said while giggling. She may be a pervert, but she doesn't have any practical experience after kissing, I told Momo with a blank face. Well, she did ask me for some tips. She said she was somewhat lacking in experience, Momo told, and stripped out of her clothes and slipped into the bed. You are really insatiable, I said, and slipped out of my boxers and pulled Momo towards me, but suddenly remembered something. I have been thinking to tell Momo about me being from other world. Momo, can we talk? I asked her nervously. Momo immediately looked into my eyes and kissed me while caressing my face. Sure. I have already noticed that something was bothering you, but since you didn't bring it up, I thought you needed more time, Momo spoke and placed her chin on my chest. Well, this might sound like I am insane, but just trust me on this, okay? I spoke, to which Momo nodded her head. Well, here goes. I am from other world, I finally gathered the courage and blurted out. Momo didn't react visibly, but I could feel the gears in her head turning. Suddenly her eyes glazed up and I immediately got up and pulled her towards me to check her eyes. Did she pass out with her eyes open? Suddenly a message appeared in my mind like the message I received from God. First partner for Saga long world travel selected, Momo Yayo Rosa. Damn, what the hell is this? Did God selected her directly because I told her that I am from different world? I waited for a few more seconds for Momo to wake up or react. Finally her eyes turned normal and blinked a few times before looking at me. Wow, really, if you didn't tell me I would have never believed that there was a God and other worlds out there, Momo spoke completely excited and tackled me down on the bed. Just with one sentence she believed that I am really from another world. I didn't tell her about God. Did she receive a divine revelation or something? Wait, what happened? Did you pass out or something? I asked Momo while caressing her head. No, it was like. With that Momo began to tell me what happened. Nov, L, B /JNN. POV, Momo. I watched my boyfriend, lover, chatting with his another girlfriend. Now, I should have been jealous to see my boyfriend speaking with another girlfriend, or I should have already broken up with him. Well, I was the one who asked him to chase another girl because it was getting too hard for me. I mean, his is the best guy I could have ever gotten together with, but he has a downside. His stamina. He has an insane stamina. It is really great that he loves me so much, but I can't take that much. He stays hard even after 6 times. If that had kept going, I would have been split in 2. So, even if it hurt, I let him chase another girls. He was so considerate that he even stopped himself only after 3 or 4 times. I knew he wasn't satisfied, but I couldn't make him. So, it wasn't much sharing him with another girl, woman. She was his crush after all. As long as he is happy, I can put up with that. After he CIT the call, I folded my swimsuit and put it in my bag. Stripping out of my clothes, I slipped into the bed. I hugged him, but I could clearly see that something was eating him up. After what seemed to be a mental struggle, he finally asked me if we could talk. So, I supported him like any good girlfriend. But what he said, I wasn't prepared for that. Well, here goes. I am from other world, he said. Damn, I was dating an alien? I screamed inside my mind, but before I could say anything the whole world turned black and a message popped in front of my eyes. Well, hello child. You didn't actually believe in me. Not that I care. I don't usually meddle in the mortal world until something really huge happens. So, just because of that reason I sent Itsuki Ryo to your world to complete a mission for me. Well, if he wasn't sent to your world, then the future would have been not bright, not at all bright. So many useless deaths and so many people wanting to cause chaos and destruction just because they could. In not so far future, a huge calamity in your world will begin, and it will be brought by a single person. The person this world had chosen as its hero has proven to be useless, so here I had to intervene. Now, I had said that the world chose a hero. Well, yes. The world had a conscience and can choose a protector. Well, it made a wrong choice and all of mankind paid the price for that. Itsuki Ryo is sent to stop that future from happening. Now I have ranted a lot, but let's go on with a better topic. Ryo here trusts you and decided to tell you the truth about himself. I saved some time and thought that I should send you a message to clear all your doubts. Now I want to ask you if you want to travel others' worlds along with him or not. If you decide to travel along with him, you don't have to worry about your parents. They would receive protection from me, and no one in the whole world would even care that your Ryo had disappeared from the world. In future, other girls also might join along with you to travel with Ryo. Now you can think and make your decision. I will be waiting. And another thing, you can come back here anytime you want to meet your parents when you miss them, and I will also explain it to them about your world travel, so you don't have to worry about that. Finally, the huge message ended. Wow. I don't even know from where to start. Let's arrange everything from beginning. This world chose a hero or protector, but he or she turned out to be incompetent and the world got screwed up. So, God intervened and put Ryo here so that the dark future could be avoided. Now, I can choose to travel along with him if I choose now. Now, all the doubts about my family is clear and the world wouldn't miss me. I can travel to other worlds along with my Rio. Yes, hell yes. I will travel with him. I always imagined if there were other worlds or not. Now rejecting such a nice offer will be a waste. Yes, I would accompany him throughout all the world he travels, I declared. Good, now I am going to send you back. With that I am back to the world and found out Rio looking at me worriedly. He asked me what happened and I began to tell him. And that's all. With that I finished my story. Well, the next day passed quite normal if I have to say, though Momo didn't let me sleep till morning. We didn't have sex, you horny dogs. Kidding. She was quite intrigued about learning that there were other worlds. About the existence of God, she didn't care much, but the other worlds interested her, so as a loving boyfriend I had to indulge her. So, I skillfully dodged the swimming contest by saying that I didn't like water. Denki and Ajiro were continuously teasing me that I was either scared of water or didn't know how to swim. I didn't bother to correct them, because I knew that if I tried then I would have been dragged into their meaningless competition. Like I had thought it was Denki's plan to invite the girls so that he could see them in swimsuits, but all of his hopes were dashed when the girls came out wearing their conservative school swimsuits. All of us then made fun of Denki when we found him crying in a corner. To say, the day was quite entertaining, but I was much more excited about my date with Nemuri. No matter how much perverted she is, it was fun to spend time with her. Momo also agreed to that. After meeting and talking with Nemuri for one day, she decided to ignore Nemuri's philosophical ways or she herself might turn out to be a sexual deviant. Before lunch all of us decided to call it a day, thinking that it was enough fun for the day. Both me and Momo left the school and went towards Yayo Rosa compound. After we left the train, Momo decided to tease me. Aren't you too excited? Momo asked me while making a sly face. Well yes, you also agreed that spending time with her was quite fun if we ignore her philosophical ways, I gave my retort to Momo. Well, have fun. You don't have to drop me at home or it will hard for you to make excuses to leave the house, Momo said. How supportive my girlfriend is. I am quite amazed. I instantly enveloped her in a tight hug and gave her a passionate kiss. No matter how much I love her, it seems that I am always lacking. Be careful on the way back. Call me when you reach home, I said and kissed her again while walking away waving at her. You too, have fun, Momo said with a smile and continued to walk towards Yayo Rosa compound. After 45 minutes I reached Nemuri's apartment and rang the bell. Immediately a flushed-faced Nemuri opened the door and pulled me inside. I was immediately kissed by her. I know how she was, so I dominated the kiss, which made her moan. After a few seconds we separated and a string with saliva still connected our lips. Wait here. I am gonna change. Nemuri giggled and separated from me. I finally got a look at what she was wearing. She was wearing a semi-transparent t-shirt and a pair of black thong. I could clearly see her micro bra or whatever that was inside her shirt. You shouldn't open the door dressed like that, I scolded her, but her eyes wasn't on my face. She was intently watching my lower body. I knew why she was looking down. I was hard. It's not my fault that she gave me such an eye candy and I wouldn't react like a normal guy. I was a teenage boy after all. Nemuri licked her lips and finally looked up. I knew it was you. I could smell you, Nemuri said, looking absolutely serious. Is she a dog? How the hell she could smell me like that? How were you able to do that exactly? I asked. I was really serious about that. Not telling. It's a secret, Nemuri replied playfully and turned around and enticingly swaying her as she entered her room. Damn. I sat down and decided to calm myself. I was still hard. After waiting for 1 hour, Nemuri finally left the room. She was dressed like usually she did in other dates. I was really bored and had started yo text Momo. I grabbed her hand, we made her smile. After leaving her apartment I took her to the shops from where Momo liked to buy her clothes. I mean Momo, not her mom. If I took Nemuri to the shops from where Momo's mom brings her clothes, then Nemuri and me both would have to empty our pockets. We browsed through a lot of stores. The shopkeepers were mostly women and they could immediately say that Nemuri was much older than me, but they didn't voice it out. Even if they knew that my date was much older than me, they weren't able to recognize Midnight. All of them just made some odd faces towards me. It made me feel awkward, but just after leaving the store I forgot that. Nemuri tried to teach me about her philosophical ways, but I skillfully ignored her or diverted her attention towards other things. By the end of the date both of my hands were full with bags filled with clothes. No matter how fucking strong you are or what position you hold, you would have to carry your girlfriend's shopping bags. Thankfully Nemuri didn't try to drag me in a lingerie store, but I knew she was planning something. Her face she was making gave her away. Like a dutiful boyfriend I carried the bags without complaining and we finally reached her apartment. She told me where to keep the bags and pulled me with her towards the couch. For a moment we just kept looking at each other, but the next moment we were making out hungrily. I pulled her down along with me and laid myself on the couch. We kept kissing like there was no tomorrow. Both of our hands were roaming on each other's body. Can we play a game? Nemuri asked me in between the kiss. I know what she wanted and where this would lead to. She wanted to pull me in her bed. We had started dating seriously. I kept postponing it, making excuses about the exams. I did want to take that step with her so quickly, it was too fast for me. You know I am not getting any younger, Nemuri said while looking depressed. I knew that she was really sensitive about her age, and when I thought about it she was right. I finally decided if she wanted to do the deed then I would agree. Okay, fine, what game? I finally gave in with a smile on my face. Her face immediately sported a perverted grin. Whoever comes first have to be other's slave for tonight, Nemuri said and jumped out of the couch and pulled me together with her. We entered her room and it was filled with several adult magaines. She opened a trunk and took out a latex mask, a whip, cuffs, nipples pincers and several other stuffs and laid it down on her bed. Some can be used on both men and women and some were only exclusive to each gender. I honestly don't want to end up as her servant, I declared inside my mind. As soon as she was done I grabbed her roughly and started kissing her. I know she likes this very much. I pulled her down with me on the bed but she stopped kissing me and turned her face towards my crotch while her crotch was over my face. In an instant my dick was out of my pants. It was rock hard because of my anticipation. This was the legendary 69. I knew I couldn't dilly-dally anymore and pulled down her pants and found that her folds were already dripping wet and there were no panties. She was going commando through our whole shopping trip. Her pussy had arrow-like hair just above it. I sniffed her pussy and gave it a lick. This made her whole body shiver but she didn't back down. She was already licking the tip of my cock. I plunged New York tongue into her snatch and I immediately found her sensitive spots. I started caressing her pussy hair while hitting her G-spot. She engulfed my dick and immediately did a deep throat. It almost sent me over the edge. She started to bob her head up and down while tongue danced around the length of my dick. Her style was amateur but she was getting hold of it pretty quickly. Her body started to shiver and I knew that she was gonna come. I was also close but suddenly Nemuri mouth left my dick and her head jerked back. Her body shivered and she came into my mouth. I was really close and that not getting a release ruined my fun. Looks like you lost, Nemuri, I told. Nemuri was dropped on the bed after she finished. I have been a naughty girl, master. Punish me, Nemuri demanded. I immediately smacked her ass hard. She moaned. You don't make demands, slave. It is up to me how I am going to punish you. Now strip and lie on the bed, I ordered. It was hard, but I knew both of us were having fun. Yes, master. Nemuri stripped out of her clothes and laid on the bed. No matter how much she tried to hide I could clearly hear her excitement through her voice. I got down and got the cuffs, latex mask, nipple pincers. I stripped myself and cuffed Nemuri's hands behind her back, then I out on the nipple pincers and pulled them. This made her moan hard. I placed the latex mask over her face which only gave access to her mouth. I picked up the whip and swatted at her ass. Nemuri moaned again. What are you? I again whipped her ass. I am your dirty slave, master. Please punish me, Nemuri moaned out between her heavy breaths. It was really getting hard for me to hold myself back now. I lined my cock by her pussy and started to rub it along her slit. Please, master. I can't hold back anymore, Nemuri whined. I again whipped her ass making her moan. You have to beg, slave. I told her and kept rubbing my dick over her pussy. Nemuri was already on her fours so I could clearly see her juices dripping on the bed. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Master, please shove your dick in my pussy and ravage me, Nemuri almost screamed. Okay, slave, I told her and immediately pushed my dick in her pussy. Her pussy was so wet that I felt her hymen but it broke without using much force. I knew that I broke her hymen because of the blood. I decided to wait so that she could adjust but Nemuri seemed to have other ideas. She started to jerk herself back and forth telling me to start moving. I started to move according to her rhythm and it immediately turned into raunchy sex. Pull my hair, Nemuri somehow said. It was getting too difficult to even speak now. I pulled her hair back and this seemed to send her over the edge and she came immediately. When her hot cum coated my dick, I also wasn't able to hold back and came inside her. Both of us were so horny that we were immediately ready to go again but this time I took off her mask and nipple pincers. I grabbed her nipple and pulled back. She moaned and our intensity rose up more if that was even possible. Both of us were so horny that we did it 8 times. We both of us were completely tired. Nemuri looked like she would immediately pass out. I love you, Rio, Nemuri whispered into my ears. I love you too, Nemuri. This was the first time I told her that. I don't remember I told her this when he were having sex. After hearing me I felt Nemuri's breath evened out with a smile on her face. While stroking her hair I also went into dreamland. I woke up really late. I immediately started to search my phone and found it in my jeans pocket which was laying by Nemuri's table. As soon as I saw the time, I cursed out loud. It was already noon. I immediately thought of calling my mom and dad. Damn. I forgot to inform them anything. They must be worried sick about me. I unlocked my phone and found it odd that I didn't see any missed calls. There was just one text from Momo. Don't worry, I have reached home safely and you don't have to worry about your mom and dad. I have informed that you are having a stay over with friends. Now how I knew that you would be staying over is secret. Oh, so it was both Nemuri and Momo's plan. Well, it's not like someone was hurt and I immensely enjoyed last night. Nemuri's first time was something else completely. Can't say that I complain. I felt slightly sore and unpleasant so I immediately entered Nemuri's shower. After shower, I saw that Nemuri was still sleeping, so I decided to make breakfast for both of us. POV Nemuri. I opened my eyes and groaned because of the burning sunlight. I tried to turn around and again groaned. My whole body felt numb and sore. Immediately last night's memories flooded into my mind and a perverted smile appeared on my face. It was definitely worth it. Last night was awesome. It was everything I imagined my first time to be. I turned my head to look for Rio but he wasn't here. I looked towards the shower but it was empty too. Did he leave? It's already noon. I just tried to get up from my bed but stopped when my room's door opened and Rio came inside carrying 2 plates. Wow, did he really made breakfast for me? I gave myself a mental pat for choosing wisely. How do you feel, Nemuri? Rio asked me with the same smile he always had. Utterly satisfied, happy, very very sore, I whined to him. Come on, I will help you, Rio said, put the plates on my table and picked me up bridal style. I approve, Rio, I said with a playful smile, to which he just chuckled. He carried me to the shower and washed my whole body with care and love. It really felt nice to be loved and cared by someone like this. After that he carefully wiped my body dry. I kept noticing that during this whole time he didn't try to take advantage or anything. Not that I would have minded, instead I would have liked it, but this is also nice, really nice. After that, I somehow wore my underwear. Rio wanted me to dress in more but I said no. He even started to feed me. He was much more than I was worth of, honestly. The risk I took to date a student was definitely worth it. I would have happily followed him through hell. He had to leave, so even he didn't want to, I made him return home after we were done by breakfast. POV Rio. After returning home, I greeted my mom who was back after her work was done. She didn't ask me anything, it much better like this. I can't even imagine having this conversation with my mom and dad. Mom, I am also dating Nemuri, who is twice my age. Well, I could just see that my mom having a stroke. My mom knew that I had a crush on Nemuri since I was small, but she would have never imagined that her son would be the one to take Nemuri's chastity. The days just passed like that in an blink of eye. It was already the day we would be leaving for the quirk training camp. I was pretty excited about the camp. I would be getting a chance to seriously thin out the numbers of the villains. Both me and Momo reached the UA High while linking arms and found many students were already there. Class 1B students were also going with us. I saw Niato Minoma. Stay far from that boy as much as you can, I told Momo. She looked slightly confused but immediately nodded her head. Don't touch him, his quirk is called copy. He can copy someone's quirk by contact. I decided to explain more, because Niato could use the excuse of introducing himself to shake Momo's hand and copy her quirk. Momo again nodded her head. Nov, L, B / JNN. Hey dude. Denki said and raised his hand for a high five. I happily did the high five and Eijiro snaked his hand around my neck. Hey bro, I greeted Eijiro, but Denki grabbed my other shoulder and started to drag me away from Momo. Denki and Eijiro pulled me to another side. You are my best bro, right? Denki asked me looking completely serious. I don't know what brought this up but immediately replied to him. Yeah brother, what happened? I asked Denki. Eijiro looked away from both of us. He absolutely knew what Denki wanted. Knowing Denki, it must be something related to a girl. You have to help me with a girl. I wanna ask her out. Denki joined both his palms and started begging. Eijiro was still looking away. I hate to be right. Who is the unlucky girl? I turned away from Denki and asked Eijiro. Hey. Denki screamed but both me and Eijiro ignored it. Itsuka Kendo, Eijiro said in a bland voice. Wow, Denki is aiming high. Well, if he is lucky then something might happen between them, but knowing Denki, I don't have much hope. Eijiro also looked same. Fine, but only some advices. Now, for the first advice I started speaking and Denki had already pulled out a notebook out of thin air and Eijiro also looked interested. Every girl is different. First thing you need to find about her likes and stuff. Example, some girls like muscular men or some like slim and lean, I told, and Denki wrote down every word while nodding to my words, treating them like gospel. Eijiro also went into his thoughts. Soon, both Aizawa and Seikijiro-kan, homeroom teacher of class 1B, arrived and we boarded the bus. After a long journey we finally reached the Beast's Forest. Well, I started to think how I should greet Pixie Bob. I was playing with a coin which I took from Momo. Well, it was originally my coin but Momo always takes them away from me, since if they stay with me then I would subconsciously start to play with them even in public. I had already received a warning from police due to that. We finally reached the base of wild pussycats, but we weren't told that. To other students it was just an ordinary forest reserve. From what I remember, Mandalay and Pixie Bob will come here introduce themselves. I have already sensed two peoples but I didn't do anything. Ahem. With that, Aizawa gathered all our attentions. Seikijiro-kan also stood beside him. All of you have 3 hours to reach the training camp. Anyone who arrives late will not be given lunch. Now good luck, Aizawa said with his usual boring and bland tone while pointing towards a direction. We saw a neon yellow beacon there. Many students turned their heads towards the bus but a voice was heard which made everyone stop. That won't work. A female voice was heard and Pixie Bob jumped down from the place where she has been hiding and slammed her hands, or air paws, on the ground and launched an earth avalanche using her quirk Earth Flow towards us. The coin was still in my hand and as a subconscious reaction, blue lightning thundered around me and I launched the coin towards Pixie Bob, but it wasn't at her, it would pass by her. The earth avalanche was split apart from the middle, neutralizing the attack, and the coin passed by Pixie Bob, scaring her. It was the legendary railgun. The coin kept going, ripping apart several trees before colliding with the mountain. A huge explosion happened and a crater was formed. Sweat dropped from her forehead and dropped on us in fear. Fear was clear in her eyes. She must have seen her death flashing in front of her. Damn, now that I thought of it. It was excessive, but I can't turn back time, so I will just go with the flow. I don't like surprise attacks. Good thing that I wasn't sure that if you were a villain or not, or you would be missing a limb now, I said, trying to sound badass. I always wanted to say this line. The situation seemed appropriate, so I used it. It seemed to work like I wanted to. But I revealed that I could use lightning too. Need to make excuses now. They will definitely ask me. I looked at the students around me and all of them had their jaws on the ground, even Momo. I told her I could use lightning attacks but never showed her the attacks. Aizawa looked slightly worried while Ken looked scared. All of them saw the attack and they saw how fast it was. It covered the whole trajectory in just an instant. Ha ha ha, looked like it didn't work like we wanted. Kid, you pack some huge guns. A nervous laugh was heard and Mandalay came out speaking nervously. After Mandalay showed up, everyone was still silent. Momo was the first to break the silence. That's it, no more coin for you, Momo said with serious face, which meant no nonsense. But, it isn't my fault she surprised me, it was a reflex. I tried to reason with Momo. The whole situation turned awkward for the others because it became a lover's spat. No, that isn't an excuse, Momo persisted, but I decided it was enough. She can't make this decision. No, it could have been a villain for all we know and her attack was clearly on us. I did what was needed. Seeing me raise my voice, Momo immediately understood that it was wrong of her to react like that. She knew, most times I would listen to her, but when my smile disappeared she backed down instantly. Well, I completely agree with Rio here, it could have been a villain. Yes, he used excessive force but he saved everyone present here. Even if the attack wasn't lethal, but you didn't know that. Good work Rio with your quick reaction, and it was also good that you just scared the attacker before you could confirm their identity, Aizawa said, and other members of Wild Pussycats came out. All of them nodded their heads in agreement, even Ken, or known as Vlad King. Kid, careful with that attack. I know that you are always brutal with villains, but that would have ripped apart anyone if hit. We won't condone murder after all, or accidental death is severely judged, Vlad King said to me. I nodded my head in appreciation. Rio, since when can you control lightning? Aizawa asked me, looking very interested, unlike his usual bored personality. Before the finals, it kind of came to me like with the flying without metal thing, I said back in my usual attitude. I have to report it, Nizo, Aizawa said. I don't care any longer since my family is protected. Sure, I have no problem with it, I told Aizawa. Looks like the initial idea of surprise attack is out of the window. In the forest you will be attacked by monsters, please continue but on foot, Ken said, and all of students nodded their heads. They were now out of the shock and arranged themselves in groups and entered the forest. I entered the forest along with my friends who seemed wanted to say something but stopped themselves for now. With Aizawa. Are you alright, Ryoko? Shino asked, kneeling down. Pixie Bob. Her hands are still shaking. I just saw my life flash in front of my eyes. I saw the attack coming but couldn't even move a muscle, Ryoko stuttered out. It was really awful, Tomoko said. You are lucky, Ryoko, that he decided to confirm if you are a villain or not, Aizawa said back in his dead mode. Yes, the villains in USJ or Stain wasn't that lucky, Ken said. I heard that you said he was brutal? And what's his connection with Stain? Wasn't he defeated by Endeavor? Yawera asked curiously and confused, and the whole Wild Pussycats seemed to be same. Aizawa decided that there won't be any harm telling them, and learning about Rio might help them with his training plans. As you all know, that villains attacked during USJ. I was there. It was bloody. He single-handedly took out most of the villains, and everyone he took down were either missing a limb or broken limbs in such a way that they would never be normal again, Aizawa said, and this shocked the group. Ken had heard it before, but it still shocks him. And he was the one who defeated Stain. The official report released didn't say this, but Stain's leg bones were grinded into dust. Doctors said that it would be a miracle if he could ever put any force from his legs, Aizawa said. This terrified the heroes more. Ken also didn't know the details to this extent. Nov. L.B//JNN. It's his attitude stable? Tomoko asked in worry. Yes, he becomes a completely different person when fighting villains. Other times he is a caring and helping guy. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. Now that he knows you are friendlies, he will even apologize to Ryoko later, Aizawa said. But Nizo is alright with it? Yawera asked. Yes, he can't support such actions, so he just turns a blind eye. During Stain incident, police also turned a blind eye, and there is also an unsaid agreement between the police and Nizo that they would keep turning blind eye to his actions as long as it's just crippling, Aizawa said. But how are the police fine with this? Shino spoke for the first time. Well, as you know, the system is flawed, so villains get away with light punishments or they escape the prison and cause havoc again. Many people die because of this. So, the villains he had defeated permanently stay out of the streets, meaning saving many lives, Aizawa said, and no one spoke anything else. They were already deep in their thoughts. Well, we wasted so much time. We need to proceed with the exam, Ken said, and everyone completely agreed with him. With Rio. Dude, that's unfair. Why can't I be the only one with lightning quirk? Denki whined, and everyone in the group laughed. My quirk isn't exactly same to yours. I don't know how it works, but it works, I replied while walking. Momo was walking beside me, completely silent. I am sorry, I overreacted and I was being overbearing, Momo quietly whispered, looking at the ground. It's fine, some things are not be controlled, I said. I was angry at her, but now it's gone. I grabbed her by her waist and pulled her towards me. She meekly came into my arms, but none of us said anything anymore. We just kept walking. Ah, so romantic. Mina looked at us and squealed. Momo didn't even blush, she just smiled at her. We have been together for so long that small comments like this don't even bother us. We kept walking through the forest and it has been quite long, but we didn't face any monsters. Did my attack really change their mind about using monsters even after they said they would? I sense something coming towards us, Jiro said, breaking me out of my thoughts. She had been continuously checking the forest for monsters since we entered the forest. Rio, we also want to get strong, so stay back and let us handle this, Ajiro said, completely serious. Okay, I will stand back, I said. Well, Ajiro is right. This is a training camp for everyone, not just for me. I can't always save them, so they needed to have fights like this. Soon 3 monsters arrived. They were earth monsters. Maybe it took some time for Pixie Bob to calm down. That's why the monsters are late like that. I stood at the side and saw the whole fight. Momo made a cannon which blew a monster into bits. Momo had to open her shirt to make that cannon like she did in Canon. I didn't like it, but I can't do anything about it. Though I might have stopped her from wearing that excuse of a leotard, but I wasn't able to crab out her exhibitionist fetish. God damn, both of my girlfriends are exhibitionist. Well, nothing can be done because both of their quirks are dependent on much skin they are exposing. Finally, we reached the base camp within 3 hours and found that only our group was the one who were able to reach the camp. In the canon, if I remember, class 1A took more than 8 hours. Well, at time, no group was big like ours, and with Jiro presence we were able to know if monsters were coming at us or not. She was also able to tell us the direction and distance so they could easily formulate plans to deal with the monsters. I found Pixie Bob was in the camp and walked up to her. I am sorry that I attacked you. I was surprised, I told her, to which she nodded. After that, I walked away. Well, it wasn't a lie. I was surprised that this time they didn't introduce themselves and directly attacked us, unlike the canon. If someone thinks that for telling half-truths I am evil, then I won't ever retort to that. Half-truths can lead people to get fucked, like it happened in a certain world of magic. I would request God that he sends me to that world next. Occlumency, leglimency, time-turners, animagus forms. Now some would disagree, saying that animagus forms are not important in other worlds, but if someone gets a flight-capable animagus form, then it would be highly useful for scouting. Or some could also hide themselves if situation asks for it. Yes, my presence in that world might cause ripples and another prophecy might pop out, but as long as I don't let that old fool meddle with me or my girlfriends, it would be completely fine. So, after lunch we played some indoor games inside the tent. Before sleeping hours, girls and boys could stay together in a tent, so it was no problem. Class 1B arrived just after the dark, and like in canon, others from Class 1A took more than 8 hours. With that, the day 1 was finally over. The next day I woke up and I remembered the topic I have been thinking before I went to sleep last night. The future seems to be changing slightly. Like it did yesterday. So will the Vanguard Action Squad invade and try to kidnap Bakugo and Fumikage? Or they will go after someone else? This time Bakugo didn't achieve anything special, but All for One could still try to kidnap him, or they might also try to kidnap me. Yes, this time I have foiled many of his plans, and I also severed Tomura's man-child arm, his protege. Several things could happen. So whom should I take out? Tomura won't be on the attack team, so I can't do anything to him. Muscular is a must. Twice quirk is annoying, so he will also meet the same fate as Muscular. Let's see next spinner. He is pretty useless, so he is gonna return with some minor injuries. I am going to kill Magni. Accidental death, of course. I not someone jealous, but her quirk kind of irks me from inside. Like my quirk itself is telling me to get rid of her. Well, she would be killed by overhaul anyway. Dabby? Let's see. For now I will let him get back with all of his limbs. Kurojiri is out of the question. Then comes Mr. Compress. Let's see first who they want to capture. Moonfish. Well, he is insane, so even I cut off his limbs it won't affect him. I will let others deal with him. Next is Mustard. I honestly don't know what to do with him. I will let others deal with him, or if his quirk annoys me then he might go missing some limbs. And lastly the Himiko Toga. Honestly, if she can happily hurt someone, I will also hurt her, and her quirk is really annoying. Like some wise man said, cut the bud before it blooms. Those people who would happily hurt someone or murder someone, then they should be also ready if someone else gives them the same treatment. I understand their past in canon made them turn villains, but honestly why should I care? If they attack me then I would happily give them the same treatment. I don't care if they want to remove fake heroes, as long as a hero saves people he is doing good. No matter for what reason he or she does that. Now some might call me heartless, but I would go to any lengths to protect my loved ones and friends. I might not go ahead and right out kill them, but I would take them off the streets permanently. Magni is different. Just thinking about her is making me wanting to kill her. All for One is also different. If he lives I have to stay in this world, and he might find someone I love and care about and kill them. I ain't letting that happen. He would also cause apocalypse if he lives. Momo told me what God told her. Even if he didn't, I knew Izuku was incompetent. Turning off my dark side, I got ready and went to have breakfast. Breakfast was fun. We all enjoyed how Denki was trying to get close to Kendo. With breakfast over, Aizawa and Kan gathered their own classes. From today your actual quirk training camp will start. Bakugo, come here and throw this ball, Aizawa in his usual manner spoke. He called Bakugo and handed him the ball and told him to throw the ball using his quirk. Bakugo did what Aizawa asked him, but everyone was shocked, including Bakugo, that he was only able to throw the ball a few meters more than he did at the quirk apprehension test. After that, Aizawa explains that we had improved from that time, but in departments of technical skills, stamina and mental powers, but our quirk hasn't improved. He also mentioned my name, that my quirk improved leaps and bounds since I started UA. Soon, Class 1B also joins us after Ken was done with his version of explanation. After that, wild pussycats arrived, and Aizawa declared that they were going to help us train. Pixie Bob used her quirk and modified the ground suitable to each students to train their quirk. Ragdoll will be observing the students and Mandalay would relay that to the students about what they needed to do. Tiger would help the students that were working on physical workout. Aizawa then called me out. Rio, how is your hand-to-hand combat? I never tried fighting someone in melee, I told him. It's true, I never fought anyone, I trained with Rumi. Two things are different. Then let's spar, Aizawa said. The other students were already practicing with their quirks. I froze for a moment when I sensed 7 people arrived inside my sensory range along with Kurojiri. I would recognize that foggy bastard anywhere. He is the only thing that has medals only on his neck and also in condensed form. They were standing over a nearby mountain and looking down at the students training. I didn't bother with them for long because I knew that they won't attack now. Both me and Aizawa took positions. We rushed towards each other at same moment. Aizawa threw a left hook at me but he was quite callous with the attack. I easily dodged his attack and kicked towards his ribs. I also didn't use my full power, not wanting to injure him, but he stopped the attack with his bandage. I didn't bother with it and increased the speed of my attacks to keep up with his bandage style fighting or whatever the fuck it is called. The sudden increase of speed surprised him and I was able to land a punch on his chest. I just increased my speed, not the power behind the blow. Let's get loose, Aizawa said. Ans immediately attacked me with his actual speed and power. I blocked his kick and I felt it, so I decided to return the favor and went full power. I was fasted and stronger than him, it was completely clear. He started fighting passively but I didn't care, I was enjoying the fight. And by the look on his face he was also having fun. We didn't even notice that we had an audience, students stopped training, even the Pussycats group was watching our fight. Everyone was shocked to see that I was overpowering Aizawa in hand-to-hand. After some time, I noticed that Aizawa was getting slower by the moment. I noticed the blood flow in his body and understood that he was running out of fuel. In department of stamina he could never be compared to me. But even with this I still wasn't able to land a hit on him because of his damn bandages. His bandages were non-metallic, so nothing can't be done there. I have to say his experience is making up for his shortcomings, but experience can only help you that much. I finally landed a kick on his chest which made Aizawa skid back. Aizawa grabbed his chest and kneeled on the ground. Damn, that must have hurt. I immediately extended my hand towards him. He accepted my hand and got up on his feet. We still haven't noticed that everyone was watching us with wide eyes. Good fight, Aizawa said and patted me on the shoulder. Yes, it was really fun. Maybe we can spar again, I told him. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Sure, Aizawa said back in his bored tone. Only after all that we looked around and saw that everyone was watching us with wide eyes. We both shrugged and walked away from there. That finally brought the others out of trance and began training again. I watched all the students and they trained the same way they did in the canon. I also noticed the perverted midget was checking out the girls even when he was bleeding from his scalp. We shall have another understanding conversation with him. I looked at Momo, who looked slightly bloated. This was the first time I have seen her bloat due to ingestion of excess food. I silently clicked several pics of her. It would be highly appreciated by her mom. With that, the second day was over. I fought Aizawa a few more times but every time I ended up winning. The third day began. Everyone except me looked like they would drop any moment. Vanguard Action Squad will attack today. Well, as soon as they appear I will be hunting them and it would be much better if they separated. I will pluck them one by one. Coming out of my dark thoughts I began the spar with Aizawa. They also did the same training everyone was doing yesterday. Pixie Bob then announced that we would be having Test of Courage minigame after dinner. Everyone instantly became excited. When the day finally ended we had beef stew for dinner. After dinner, Pixie Bob explained the minigame. Class 1B students will be entering the forest first and they will try to scare Class 1A students. I passively heard her, making several plans inside my mind. The test began and after 10 minutes we from Class 1A were allowed to enter the forest. From what I remember, the Vanguard Action Squad attacks after 12 minutes from the start of the test. The 2 minutes passed in an anticipation and finally the 9 life signs entered my sensory range. A gentle smile appeared on my face but my thoughts were far from anything gentle. We are under attack, I said, making everyone freeze around me. We are under attack, I said, and everyone froze around me. Well, it obvious reaction. Unlike me who was anticipating the attack, they had no idea. Momo, make some gas masks for us, I told her. This confused everyone but Momo immediately began making masks. Our group was made up by our usual friends. Me, Denki, Ajira, Momo, Mina, and Jiro. Momo handed me a mask which I put in my pocket. I was already carrying all the coins I had. All of you guys help the other students, I will be heading towards them, I told, but Ajiro grabbed my arm stopping me. Don't be a fool and let us help too. Ajiro shouted. You are also helping. If they are out of the way I could fight without caring about their safety. You remember the attack I used on Pixie Bob, right? I reasoned with him. He is right, Ajiro. If anyone can fight them it's him. We could only help him by making sure that students are out of the way. Denki grabbed Ajiro's shoulder which made him let go off my hand. Ajiro nodded his head in understanding. Nov, L, B /JNN. I looked at Momo. I could clearly see worry in her eyes but she kept a reassuring smile on her face. I pulled her towards me and kissed her. It seemed like a death flag but I could do this and this at least to calm her. Be safe, Momo whispered. You too, I said, and sensed Magni and another one heading towards where Pixie Bob was. It was easy to notice Magna because of her huge iron pole. She made my job a lot easier. I have to intercept them before they reach Pixie Bob so no one could witness me killing her. It's quite odd that I didn't feel bad that I am planning to kill someone. Don't you dare lose. Denki raised another flag, but I didn't care and immediately took flight, waving at them, and flew towards Magni and her partner. As soon as I was up in the air, I saw the mustard filling up the forest with poisonous gas and Dabby lit up another part of the forest. I have already decided who my next target was after I took care of Magni. I wanted to go after the Nomu they brought. It was used to kidnap Ragdoll so her quirk search could be taken by all for one. I saw Magni and Spinner were a team like in cannon and landed in front of them. This surprised them slightly because they didn't expect someone to show up like this. Look who is here, Magna spoke in a mocking tone. But Spinner kept watching me carefully. This makes our job so easy. Our target himself shows up without even searching for him. Magna kept speaking. So I am their target this time instead of Bakugo or Fumikage. Now, like I had planned before, I can't kill her accidentally. That plan went to the drain as soon as I decided to kill Magna first. But I can't have any witnesses, so Spinner is also going to join her in the afterworld. Thanks for the iron you brought for me. As I spoke, fear crept into their faces. Were they so dumb that they didn't even remember Magna carrying a huge iron pillar like that? Well, nice meeting you. Now, goodbye. As soon as I finished, lightning danced around my body and I launched a coin at Magni. This was way more faster when compared to the one I launched at Pixie Bob. Before Magna could even blink, a huge hole appeared in her chest, which kept enlarging until her whole upper body was gone. Spinner heard a thump sound from beside him and turned his head to see only the lower body of Magna. This scared him and without even blinking turned around and tried to run, but I used the iron pillar that Magna brought with her and turned it into a spike which pierced Spinner from his back. "Mo monster," Spinner spoke before dropping dead. That's ironic. When they kill it okay, and when I killed them, they call me monster. I just smiled and used rupture. The whole area lit up in blue light and the remains of both Magna and Spinner were gone. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. Like I had imagined, I don't need to look for places to hide bodies. I immediately located Nomu and flew towards its direction. I have already located Mandalay and Tiger. As soon as I save Ragdoll, I will send her towards them. During the flight, I again started to think. They are here for me, so if I get kidnapped by them they would directly take me to All for One and Tamura. At least Tamura would be there. Well, it's decided I will let myself be kidnapped, but not before I annihilate their team. The Nomu has reached Ragdoll, but she was still there when I landed in between them before the Nomu could attack. The Nomu was confused seeing me appear like that. What are you doing here? Get out of here. I heard Ragdoll scream from behind me. I didn't bother answering her and launched 2 coins at full power towards Nomu. The next moment the Nomu dropped on the ground without any upper body. I am sending you to Mandalay and Tiger, I turned and told Ragdoll, who wasn't able to process what happened. The iron pillar Magna generously gifted me morphed into iron sand and wrapped around Ragdoll. This seemed to have brought out Ragdoll out of her stupor. Way. Ragdoll's voice was heard. She took flight and kept going away. It took a few seconds for Ragdoll to reach Mandalay and Tiger. By this time Pixie Bob has also joined them. There is an emergency. We are under attack by villains. Students are not to engage with the villains and retreat into the training camp. Mandalay's telepath broadcast was heard in my mind. She didn't mention me. And Itsuki Ryo, you will also retreat to the camp. Thank you for saving Ragdoll. Mandalay's voice was again heard. I raised the flag myself. No more. I turned around to look at the Nomu, which was already healing. I used rupture again and every sign of Nomu disappeared from there. The next moment I was in the air and I saw Aizawa and Ken fighting against Dabby. I knew it was a fake, so I ignored it. My next target was Twice. If I take out Twice, the clone will also dissipate. But knowing Twice, he used to be hiding somewhere. I could differentiate between students and adults, so I quickly noticed where the adults were. Shockingly, I wasn't able to find Dabby. That means he isn't here. I found Muscular looking around the forest looking for his target to play with. Himiko Togo was going towards Okako and Tsuyu. Mr. Compress also wasn't here. I didn't have to look for Moonfish as I have already found Twice. He was hiding on a tree near the place where Aizawa and Kan were fighting against the fake Dabby. I silently approached Twice and sent 2 coins through his knees and 2 through his elbows. I didn't use railgun now, I just used my magnetism to do that. A/N, like Magneto killed Sebastian Shaw in the movie X-Men, First Class. Twice was screaming in pain and I landed in front of him. Unable to keep using his quirk, the fake Dabby vanished. How does it feel? I asked Twice, but my only answer was his scream. I kicked his face, which knocked him out. Thank God, he sounded like a pig getting gutted. I placed my finger on my chin and started to think about my next target. Should I go after Muscular? Then I have to face that annoying kid Kota Izumi. I know he had a serious trauma, but like I said during the sports festival, it isn't my duty to take care of their trauma. With that I decided to go for Muscular. Muscular was still far from Kota. I reached Muscular but didn't land. I used the iron sand and sent several iron spikes towards Muscular from the air. Muscular was surprised but was able to defend himself from getting a critical injury. 2 spikes had pierced his left arm, which he used to cover his face. Another iron spike has passed right trough his left thigh. Muscular screamed in pain, but I didn't waste the time. I wasn't like other cliché heroes who would let villains or enemies get themselves ready. I used railgun and launched a coin at Muscular's right knee. The next moment his right leg was completely gone. Muscular dropped on the ground because now one of his leg was gone and other had a huge hole in it. Batard. Muscular screamed in rage. I could see fury burning in his eyes. I suddenly remembered a line from movie Venom. It sounded appropriate but I modified it too. I have already ripped both of your legs, next I will rip apart both of your arms, then you will remain this armless, legless thing rolling down the street like a turd in the wind, I said with my signature gentle smile on my face. It must have made me look more scary because the rage in his eyes turned into fear. I morphed the iron sand into 2 blades and dropped on his arms, separating them from his body. Muscular screamed again, but the loss of blood made him pass out. If he dies, it's not my fault that nobody came to save him. I looked around and saw Kota was looking at me with disgust. You are freaking nuts. Calling yourselves a hero and going around killing each other like idiots. Why did you do that to him? All of you are killers. Heroes, what a joke, Kota spoke while disgust rolled from his words. Whatever, kid, I said and turned around to the newcomer Izuku. He looked at Muscular and then at me. Why? He asked me in a saddened voice. Yeah, incompetent fool, I should have set up a tea party with him. He was a villain, so I took him down. You can still save him if you feel like it. There are still villains here who need to be defeated, I said and flew away towards Himiko Toga. With Momo and the others. This poison fog is getting more deeper now, Mina said, scared. That means we are near its origin, Momo spoke. But didn't Mandalay say that we should head back to base camp? Jiro said. Students are allowed to use their quirks freely to defend themselves. Mandalay's broadcast was again heard. Well, there you have it, Denki said. Wait, someone is there, Jiro said, making everyone stop in their tracks, and she pointed at a direction. So, how are we going to do this? Ajiro whispered. We bait him, he gets distracted and we attack from all the sides, Momo said, to which everyone nodded. Wait. 2 students are coming this way, Jiro again said, and the next moment Tetsu and Itsuka Kendo could be seen through the fog. They had also noticed Momo's group and they finally decided to attack together. They moved towards the villain. Momo made a cannon and fired at Mustard. Mustard had already noticed their presence because of the flow of the fog. He was already anticipating the attack, so he was able to dodge the cannon, but he didn't expect that, at that exact moment, a lightning bolt would hit him from behind. The lightning attack numbed his body and gave the students enough time to hit him. He noticed several students rushing towards him, but he was just a sitting duck. The next second he was hit from every direction. After Mustard was treated to a serious beatdown by the whole group, he fell unconscious. As soon as Mustard fell unconscious, the poisonous fog disappeared. The students cheered in joy and decided to carry Mustard to the pro heroes. POV Rio. After leaving Izuku and Kota with their own devices, I was already in flight towards Himiko Toga. I flew over the place where Shoto and Katsuki were fighting against Moonfish. I didn't bother with them and continued my flight towards Himiko. Students are allowed to use their quirks freely to defend themselves. Mandalay's broadcast was again heard. Still there wasn't any sign of Dabi, Mr. Compress, or Kurojiri. When I finally reached the place where Himiko was along with Okako and Tsuyu, what I found there made my head hurt. There was 2 Okakos fighting against each other in front of Tsuyu. Taiyuzu just looked at them dumbly, not knowing who the real Okako was. As soon as I landed, both Okakos and Tsuyu noticed me. The Okakos pointed their hands at each other and yelled, "She is the fake." Seeing no other way, I immediately immobilized both of them. What should we do? Tsuyu asked me worriedly. I think I might have an idea. I turned towards the Okakos and spoke, so, when are you going to propose to Izuku? Yeah, it was dumb but it worked like a charm. The real Okako's face turned bright red and my eyes immediately turned towards the fake one who had fear etched into her face and eyes. I immediately compressed the iron sand holding Himiko's right leg and bone-crunching sound was heard, followed by Himiko's scream. I let go of the original Okako and Himiko returned to her own form, unable to hold it due to pain. I again compressed the iron sand holding Himiko's left leg and another bone-crunching sound was heard. Himiko was already crying because of the immense pain she was feeling. Please stop. Both Okako and Tsuyu grabbed me from 2 sides and moved in between me and Himiko. But before I could say anything, a black portal appeared right behind them. I knew it was Dabi. So, I pushed away both Okako and Tsuyu so Dabi could grab me. If I wanted, I could have easily stopped him, but that would ruin my plan. Dabi grabbed me by my neck and I was immediately pulled into the portal. I heard both Okako and Tsuyu scream no, but they couldn't do anything. The next moment I opened my eyes, I found myself in a house of glass and plastic. A display lit up and Kurojiri, Tamura, Dabi, and Mr. Compress appeared on the screen. It was a glass display without any trace of metal in it. Quite impressive place they made to keep me here. Where are the others? Mr. Compress asked Kurojiri. We lost everyone, only Moonfish is still there, but the police and pro heroes have arrived. Kurojiri said in his usual emotionless tone. What happened to them? Mr. Compress persisted. Magni and Spinner seemed to be vanished into thin air. The same thing happened to the Nomo. Muscular's both arms and legs were cut off. Twice is also crippled. He seemed to have crushed Himiko's both legs just before we reached him. Kurojiri finished, and by this time both Dabi and Mr. Compress looked like that they would rip me apart with bare hands. Nov, L, B /JNN. Bastard? I will fucking kill him. Mr. Compress shouted. No, we cripple him like he does to the others, Dabi said, but both of them were stopped by Tamura, who raised his Anki remaining arm. No, Sensei ordered that he must be in one piece until he arrives and extracts his quirk. Then, he will be a free game. Tamura finished looking at his missing arm. TCH Dabi clicked his tongue and walked out of the room, followed by Mr. Compress. Enjoy the time you have left, Tomura said to me, and he also walked out of the room along with Kurogiri. I just smiled, seeing how naive they were if they thought that I can't do anything. I can still control the lightning. I don't know how Kurogiri got rid of the coins I was carrying with me in just an instant, though I will commend them for their A1 effort. I decided to relax and laid down on the floor. I started think how was I going to explain this to my mom, dad, and my girlfriends? They would be completely heat-broken, but I didn't have another way. If I didn't use this chance, then I might not ever get this chance again. All the villains left in League of Villains and all for one together in one place. Back in Beast's Forest. What? Both Momo and Nemuri screamed when the news was broken that Itsuki Ryo was kidnapped by the villains. They both felt like their whole world shatter. Momo immediately broke down in tears and was hugged by Mina and Jiro for support. Everyone who heard Nemuri were confused because of her reaction. She just walked away from there, but she didn't even notice that tears were already flowing out of her eyes. Denki and Eijiro both cursed themselves for being weak, not being able to help their friend. It was clear now that except for Moonfish and Mustard, Ryo defeated all the villains on his own. Everyone looked solemn. Even if they got most of the villains' bit, they still lost at last. Niza and All Might were dreading over the fact that if All for One gets their hands on Ryo's quirk, then he could easily destroy everything on his own. Momo didn't even know how she was going to break this news to Ryo's mom. The atmosphere was really bleak. Okako and Tsuyu blamed themselves. If they didn't try to stop Ryo, he should have been still here with them. Momo finally left Mina's and Jiro's embrace and got up. I need to find someone, Momo said, and walked away. She had wiped away her tears now and walked towards the direction when Nemuri went. Mina and Jiro looked worried, but they decided to give Momo some space. Momo walked inside the forest and found Nemuri kneeling by a tree for support. Nemuri was silent, but tears didn't stop flowing from her eyes. She had finally found someone who earnestly cared for her and loved her for who she was. Someone who she wanted to make her family with, but he was taken away from her. Suddenly she tensed when she felt someone place a hand on her shoulder. She didn't want anyone to see her like this, so weak. Ahe turned her head and saw Momo. I have known Ryo since we were 4, and now that I can clearly think, I know that he let himself get caught willingly, Momo spoke. This stunned Nemuri. She immediately wiped her tears and grabbed Momo by her shoulders. What are you talking about? Nemuri asked, completely serious. Not here, we can talk in my home, Momo said. Nemuri didn't protest and followed Momo. Within the next hour the news was out in public and Uehai's image was dragged through the mud and disgraced by the media for allowing another villain attack to happen on their students. Niza decided to call a meeting. Where is Midnight? Ken asked. She left with Momo Yaoyorozo. She seems to have some sort of relationship with Itsuki Ryo, Ectoplasm said. It doesn't matter now if she has a relationship with her student. We have more important matters to discuss now, Niza said. I think there is spy in UA. Otherwise how were the villains came to know about the class schedule, and now they came to know where the training camp was happening. Present Mike gave his own piece. You can't be serious, right? Power Loader looked at the others and asked. No matter how much I would like to say that your thoughts are wrong, but I have also come to believe this, Niza said. This made everyone quiet down. With this the villains have declared a war on whole hero society while dealing a serious blow to UA's reputation. Niza continued. Now our first priority is to find out where they have taken young Ryo. All Might spoke for the first time and everyone completely agreed with him. While the whole Japan was going crazy with the news of recent attack on UA students, I lay here making plans for All for One's demise. It's kind of amusing if you think it like that. Now, the others will be just cannon fodder for me, I know, but the main problem is All for One with his insane amount of quirks. Now, let's make a mental note on the quirks which he owns. 1. All for One, obviously. 2. Air walk, bastard can fly, so can I. 3. Air cannon, dangerous, but nothing my Aegis shield can't handle. 4. Forced quirk activation, I have to take out Kurogiri first, it's easy. Metal neck brace. 5. Hypertrophy, can't let him hit me with that. 6. Impact recoil, well I gotta be careful with that. 7. Infrared, pretty useless. 8. Life force, now, this is golden. This is definitely going to make it quite difficult for me to send him to the next great adventure. It would also likely to stop me from exploding his heart using the iron in his blood. 9. Multiplier, can make multiple arms, useless in long-range combat. 10. Rivet, not much known but useless in long-range combat. 11. Rivet stab, I honestly don't want to be pierced by that. Hell, that sounded gay, ugh. 12. Spear like bones, make bone spears appear on your arm or whatever, useless in long-range combat. 13. Spring like limbs, if he wants to use that he must get closer, which ain't happening. 14. Super regeneration, I wonder if I pop his brain, would it heal? 15. Warping, now, this one is the most problematic. He can always run away if his life is in danger, which is obviously going to be. I may not be able to kill him by using his blood, but I can still use that cause pain, and I mean immense pain. So, he tries warping, I gurgle his blood. Well, that seems to be it, assuming Ragdoll wasn't caught after I handed her back to her group. Dealing with All for One won't be easy like Magni or Spinner. I would go on a limb and say that this would be a full-blown battle, and I also can't expect to deal with him in one blow. That guy is like a fucking cockroach. In Yaoyorozo compound. Nemuri and Momo had finally reached Yaoyorozo compound. They were completely silent throughout the whole ride. Nemuri parked her car and entered the house following Momo's lead. Momo was immediately hugged by her mother. Staff from UA called. We heard what happened. Momo's father spoke in a solemn voice, remembering when they received the call and the news broke out in their house. It was really awful for them. Rio's mom broke down in tears and cried herself to sleep only a while ago. Rio's father was also worried sick, but he knew that he had to be strong. He carried his wife to their house after finally she fell asleep. Miss Kayama, thank you for escorting our daughter home. Momo's father thanked Nemuri. It was my duty, Nemuri said. Mom, Dad, if you don't mind, can she stay here for tonight? Momo finally spoke for the first time, leaving her mom's embrace. They didn't think much and immediately nodded their heads. I will be in my room then. Sensei, come with me, Momo said and headed towards her room with Nemuri following her. Momo's mom was still worried but was assured by her husband. We need to let her be. She is a strong girl, Momo's father said to her wife. Yes dear, Momo's mom replied. Nov, L, B / JNN. Finally reaching her room, Momo closed the door while Nemuri pulled a chair and sat down. Now speak, Nemuri said looking at Momo. I think that Rio allowed himself to get caught, Momo said while sitting on the bed across Nemuri. Why would he do that? Nemuri's voice was low, like a whisper. She can't even imagine why would someone allow themselves to get caught by the villains. But Momo clearly heard her because the room was completely silent. I will tell you, but you need to promise me that you won't relay this to the police or Hero Association or any authority, Momo said looking at Nemuri intently. Nemuri kept silent for a few seconds. After releasing a sigh she spoke, I promise that I won't tell anyone. Momo nodded her head. I think he wants to kill all for one. Nemuri's face was immediately filled with fear and then worry. As a pro hero and UA staff she obviously knew who that was. But seeing how calm Momo was still forcefully calmed herself down. You don't know the extent to Rio's power. No one does except me and maybe Mirko. There is no way that he couldn't have stopped the villains from taking him unless he allowed himself to be taken, Momo said. Momo didn't know if she should reveal Rio's secret mission from God to Nemuri or not. Momo didn't speak for a few moments and decided to take a leap of faith. Rio received this mission from God. As soon as Momo finished saying that, Nemuri's eyes became glazed. She must be getting the message from God, Momo thought, and calmly sat where she was. After a few moments Nemuri's eyes became normal and she looked at Momo. Wow, so you agreed to, right? I don't want to be the only one with him going to other worlds, Nemuri spoke, forgetting all her worries for a moment. Of course I would. Now let's get some sleep, it has been a long day, Momo said to Nemuri, who which she nodded. Both of them were still worried but they placed their trust in Rio. Momo handed Nemuri an oversized shirt. Nemuri didn't even bother to the bathroom and stripped bare right in front of Momo, who was bewildered due to Nemuri's habits. After both of them got changed, Nemuri informed Nisa that she had safely escorted Momo to her house. Nisa hinted that he and the UA staff knew about her scandalous relationship but they would ignore it if they can keep it under the wraps. Hearing him, Nemuri just chuckled nervously. She was also informed that police was making up a team for Rio's rescue and she was also invited. But neither of them knew that the team would no longer be needed. After cutting the call, Nemuri informed everything to Momo. Both of them found themselves more connected now that they knew Rio's secret and they were also a part of it. POV Rio. Getting bored. When will that bastard arrive here? It has already been a few hours. Suddenly a smile appeared on my face when I felt 3 people come into my sensory range. It means that the guests have arrived. The glass and plastic pathway in front of me opened. I slowly got up and looked at the 3 people walking towards me. All for one finally decided to show up. I must have given him a lot of problems. I have to say they are quite smart. They didn't bring 1 ounce of metal on them, except in their blood. Well, they can't exactly take out the blood from their bodies and live. All for one was wearing a mask made up of plastic or something. Tamura, well, he was still Tamura, but this time he didn't have the severed arms connected to his body. Dabby wasn't present here. That's a good decision because his body was filled with metal piercings. Mr. Compress was in his usual getup. They finally arrived in front of my cell and the door opened but no one spoke. I still had my gentle smile on my face. Good evening, Itsuki Rio. I would have liked to say that it's nice meeting you, but you did seem to have done some things which make me angry. Very angry. All for one was the one who spoke in his eerie voice. So, what are you gonna do? Talk me to death? I said to him in a mocking tone, but he didn't react. Instead, Tamura is the one reacted. I clearly heard teeth gritting. I could see hot burning rage in his eyes. Don't worry, Tamura, I will give you lot more rage before the end of the day. Very funny, but I won't do that. Yes, the killing part is correct, though if it would be up to me I would have let you go after I was done with you. But my protege and my subordinates seem to have some grievances with you. All for one was still speaking in the same voice. Yeah, sure. So man-child, how is it to live without 1 arm? I mocked him again and the reaction I got from him was priceless. Ha, his face contorted in rage. I wish so much that I had my mobile to click some pictures. Very brave, but useless. You must know who I am, seeing your reaction after you saw me. So, you must know what I want with you. Yes, your quirk is quite intriguing. That is reason you were brought here. Before All for One could even finish, I broke out into laughter. This seemed to get a reaction out of All for One. My reaction caused the 3 of them get confused. Those asswipes brought me here, don't joke around. They didn't bring me here. I wanted to be here. I declared. Any other last words before you lose your quirk? All for One didn't believe me, but Mr. Compress seemed to back away slightly. Smart man, now let's answer. All for One, it's rude to keep someone waiting. Yes, there is too much iron in your blood, let me take care of it. Cliffcun intervenes. Yes, there is too much iron in your blood, let me take care of it, I said and raised my hand. This seemed to have gotten the reaction I wanted. I didn't want to kill either of them, at least for now, so I didn't have to put too much pressure, and two of them dropped on the ground screaming their lungs while clutching their chests. All for One was still standing, but he also clutched his chest in pain. I didn't have to do much, I made their blood to slightly get more active in their bodies. Even with such a small change it could have a drastic effect, and I can clearly see that in front of me. How naive can you villains be? Ha, well whatever. I finished speaking and the whole room started to shake. For the first time ever I put my entire force to pull out metals from the underground. All for One understood that he messed up and immediately tried to call for help. Kurogiri. All for One screamed and Kurogiri started to appear, but as soon his neck became visible I crushed it, completely killing Kurogiri. The black mist dispersed, leaving behind only the crushed neck brace. Unlucky for him, All for One was only able to call him and wasn't able to tell him about the situation here. For a supervillain you are pretty stupid, I said to All for One, who still was caught up in Kurogiri death. Mr. Compress and Tamura were still on the floor clutching their chests and screaming. The metal dust have already started to gather around me and room was cracking, now unable to hold the force I was applying. The building in which the glass cell was built was also cracking. Seeing all this, All for One decided it was time to run. He must have never imagined this happening. As soon as he used warping I increased more force and a loud splat sound was heard from Mr. Compress and stopped screaming while his body stilled. So, I ended up accidentally killing Mr. Compress. This was a classic example of being at wrong place at wrong time. Tamura withheld the force, that means he already has All for One. All for One dropped on his knees and spat out blood from his mouth. Don't do that. I went to such huge lengths to get you come to me. Now, I can't have you running away. All for One knew that he needed to attack or he would die, and he had to get his protege out of here. He raised his both arm and launched air cannon at me. Seeing this I generated electricity and used rupture at full power. When the two attacks collided a huge explosion happened. I immediately activated Aegis shield and everything around us was ripped wrapped. The explosion was so big and so powerful that it must have taken out a whole block. I felt Tamura being vaporized by the explosion. Pity. I wanted to make him an armless, legless thing. When the explosion finally subsided, a huge crater was formed around me. The metal I pulled from around me have also vaporized, but I could still feel All for One. We were out in the open again. I was standing in the middle of a huge wasteland and All for One could be seen floating in air with both of arms missing, but they were healing rapidly. You will pay for that. All for One screamed in rage. His mask was also gone along with most of his suit. He was injured heavily but only survived because of life force and super regeneration. Then, what are you waiting for? The stage is already set, let's not make the everyone wait. I said to him, slowly rising up in the air up to All for One. In police headquarters. The police has already gathered a team of heroes and were discussing possible locations the villains could use as a hideout. All Might, Endeavor, Edgeshot, MT Lady, Best Jeanist, Gran Torino, X-Less, Gang Orca, Kamui Woods, and Tiger were working with police. Suddenly a police came barging in the room and whispered something in Neomesa's ear. What? Neomesa yelled in worry and shock. This surprised everyone present in the room. What happened now? Endeavor asked in his usual haughty manner. Neomesa turned towards the heroes and started to speak. We have confirmed that All for One had appeared and is currently engaged in a battle against Itsuki Ryo. They are fighting in Kamino Ward. Everyone in room was stunned still. They never expected this. Another police ran into the room and handed Neomesa some papers. Neomesa's face filled with worry. We must hurry and save young Ryo, All Might said in his usual charisma. No, the priority for us now is to evacuate Kamino Ward. According to the report, their battle is so destructive that 2 blocks have completely disappeared. I again repeat, the priority is to get the civilians to safety. Currently Itsuki Ryo seems to holding back All for One from causing more destruction. Neomesa spoke reading the report. Nov. L. B /JNN. We can't let a student fight All for One, Gran Torino said. All the heroes in the room agreed to him completely. Then watch this, Neomesa said in a solemn voice and turned on the TV. As soon as the news channel was tuned in, everyone in the room saw something that they would be never forget. In an area of about 2 blocks, a dome made of steel beams, iron pillars, cars, trucks, and several other metal objects were rotating, making a shield to contain the destruction. Inside they could see 2 silhouettes seemed to be engaged in long-range battle, one of using air-based attack and the other was launching metal objects at unimaginable speeds which were leaving only a blue streak behind them. All of them gulped seeing the whole scene. In Yayo Rosa compound. Both Momo and Nemuri were sleeping, but they were woken up by sudden knocking on the door. Momo didn't know what happened, but it was obviously something important. She got 2 full-body bathrobes. She wore one herself and handed the other one to Nemuri. After they wore the robes, Momo opened the door. Come down immediately. You need to see this, Momo's mom said and grabbed Momo's hand and started to drag her down. Nemuri decided to follow them and reek ahead the hall room, and Sorio's parents were already there watching TV. The news channel was tuned in and the scene on the screen took their breath away. Momo knew her boyfriend was strong, very strong, but this was insane. Nemuri also had a similar reaction. They didn't even bother to sit down and just stood there with wide eyes watching the fight. Nemuri's phone started to ring. This immediately brought out Momo out of stupor and she ran back to her room to bring her phone. She needed to inform their friends. Nemuri picked up the call. It was from Hero Association. She was being called to evacuate Kamino Ward. Momo also came back running down while speaking in phone. Yes Mina, just open any news channel and you will know, saying that she cut the call and decided to inform both Denki and Ajiro. I need to go. They are calling in all the heroes to evacuate Kamino Ward, Nemuri said and rushed to Momo's room to get her hero costume. Momo just nodded to her and dialed Denki and informed him. She did the same with Ajiro and Jiro. Nemuri finally came down in her hero costume and left the compound. The two pair of parents didn't even react to them, they were too busy watching this colossal fight. POV Rio. As soon as I rose up to air, the earth beneath us was ripped or wrapped and metal dust started to rise up. All for One attacked me with rivet stab, but a Aegis shield appeared and protected me. Seeing the attack didn't work, All for One launched a huge air cannon on me. The Aegis shield didn't even budge, but everything behind me was blown away because of the force of the attack. I started to make metal spikes from the spikes and launched them towards All for One using railgun. All for One nimbly dodged all of my attacks. Didn't Life Force's quirk drawback was reduced mobility? Then how the fuck this old bastard is moving so fast? While dodging, he kept launching air cannons at me. It didn't cause me any harm, but nearly another block was blown away because of his attacks. I raised both of my hands in air and everything metallic around me in 2 blocks rose up in the air. I made them rotate around me in a shape of dome to stop any attack getting out, but it wasn't enough. I closed my eyes and concentrated really hard. I immediately found all the empty vehicles that were in my range. I pulled all of them towards me, making them join the dome shield. I also found a construction site and pulled everything metallic towards me, finally strengthening the shield enough to hold back any of our attacks. Impressive but useless, All for One said while attacking my shield directly, but the shield tanked his attack. This stunned him still, and I used this chance and blew a hole in his stomach. All for One screamed in pain, but it was already healing. Damn, that's cheating. Let's see what lasts long, your regeneration or my medals, I said and generated massive lightning bolts around me, charging the iron spikes floating around me and launched them at All for One. Naughty Cliff-kun attacks again. Meanwhile in Kamino Ward. Due to the fight, the Kamino Ward was engulfed in utter chaos. When the fight started, everyone was completely shocked and scared. When the explosion happened, it caused several tremors. When the civilians saw what actually happened, they were completely scared. Anyone in their place would be. In a few minutes, several heroes arrived along with the police and started to help the civilians to evacuate. Many heroes decided not to intervene in such a huge-scale fight. No one knew either of them. Even if All for One Isis, usually referred to as a supervillain, isn't that well known because of several factors. Itsuki Ryo was still a UA student and even he became famous after winning the sports festival. Nobody have expected that he could be of this level, and from that distance not many could clearly see the faces. Hero Association immediately called all the heroes to help with the evacuation. Heroes kept arriving in Kamino Ward. Even if they wanted to see the fight, they need to do their job first. Suddenly everything changed when car, trucks, and everything related to metal started to fly towards the place where the fight was happening. Many heroes were shocked and scared to see someone use their quirk at such capacity. Civilians were also out of the power seeing how a dome-like shield was made using the metal objects. POV Rio. Let's see what lasts long, your regeneration or my medals, I said and generated massive lightning bolts around me, charging the iron spikes floating around me and launched them at All for One. All for One immediately understood that if any one of them hit him, then he would be done. So, he completely gave up on attacking and started to dodge. His body started to turn into black liquid. I immediately understood that he was trying to run again. I immediately clutched my hand, which made him scream in pain, and immediately stopped trying to warp. I told you don't try to run, I again said, but this time All for One decided not to give me a reply like the previous times. He must have come to know that he had fucked up. All for One was also regretting making this plan. He now understood that how big of a mistake he made. His protege was dead along with all the nomos he had made. His subordinates gone. Anyone in the building has vaporized due to the explosion. I kept increasing the number of projectiles I threw at him. Some of the projectiles have started to injure him. Even if he healed, I knew that he won't be able to keep going on like that. I was also getting tired slowly. I knew this would happen, but it became much faster after I made the dome shield. I could stop it, but that would harm the innocent civilians and cause unnecessary destruction. All for One was also in same condition. I have noticed that his super regeneration had slowed down. Now it was taking more time for him to heal from the injuries. We kept going on like that for more than 6 minutes when I noticed that several people arrived at the border of the dome I made. I looked towards them and found that heroes are slowly appearing to watch the outcome or maybe help, but they were not able to enter. I won't lower the shield, or some heroes might arrive and ask me not to kill him or stop me from killing him. I have to finish this quickly or I won't be able to make excuses for not lowering the shield. I increased my power output and used it to generate more electricity. This made the projectiles more faster than before. One projectile finally landed a decent blow and took off his whole right arm. All for One screamed and froze for a moment. At that exact moment a loud boom was heard from the shield. I turned my head and saw All Might blew a hole in my shield and rushed towards All for One. If he gets here I had to back away. Damn. Fuck this shit. I cursed inside my mind and used every ounce of power that I had in my body and launched a rupture attack towards All for One, who saw the attack coming towards him, tried to move, but it was too late. A bright blue flash of thunder engulfed the whole area. All Might stopped himself due to the bright flash. After a few seconds the flash subsided. Lightning was still cackling around the place of the attack. I knew that All for One was dead for good. In his place a skeleton was left. Damn, that rupture was even stronger than the last one and his skeleton was still here. Previous victims didn't leave behind any ash and this guy left behind his skeleton? The skeleton dropped on the ground and shattered and crumbles into dust. Well, life force seems to be an op quirk. I used my remaining power to put down the dome shield I made while I floated back to the ground. I sat down on the ground. I did not have any ounce of power left in my body and looked around to see all the heroes were running towards me. Hold on, young Rio, help is coming. Don't give up, you have to live. All Might appeared in front of me and started to speak in his usual cheerful voice. Did I hear it right? What the fuck this bastard is even thinking? I am not dying, I am just resting. I wanted to scream at him but I didn't have the energy to even do that. Oh, sorry. My bad, All Might said and sat down beside me. By this time all the heroes were here. I saw Nemuri came towards me but before she could do anything I pointed towards the news helicopters. She looked where I was pointing and immediately understood. She didn't move away but she also didn't try to hug me and get close to me. Are you alright, young Rio? All Might asked me again looking concerned. Yeah, they didn't hurt me because All for One wanted to take my quirk but by the time he arrived I was able to pull out metal from the building. I was about to continue but All Might cut me off. No, I didn't mean that. You just took a life, so are you feeling alright? All Might asked again. By this time all heroes have surrounded around me listening to us talk. I don't know, it was either me or him. I don't know how to feel, maybe the adrenaline is still messing up with my thought process. I told All Might. Don't worry, it will be okay, now let me arrange a transport for you, All Might said back in his usual cheerful tone. All Might sat by side the whole time until a helicopter arrived. I could already hear cheers for my name from both civilians and heroes. I honestly had no idea how to react to that. All I wanted was to sleep now. I boarded the helicopter with Best Genist. He was selected to escort to the hospital. The helicopter rose up in the sky and I could clearly see both civilians and pro heroes were waving at me while cheering my name. My fight with All for One must have left a huge impact on their minds. Even if I will surely garner some jealousy from people like Endeavor and Bakugo, but it was unavoidable. Soon we reached a hero specialist hospital where only pro heroes were treated. Damn, special treatment. As soon as I laid on the soft bed I fell asleep and a message appeared in my mind. Obviously it was from God. Congratulations. You have completed the mission I gave you, so you will be able to leave this world when you want along with your lovers. When you want to leave you just have to think about me and the world you want to go along with any specific setting if you want and a portal will appear in front of you. I will give you new powers when you arrive at TE New World and you don't have to worry, you will still retain all your current powers. Now, take rest. You have worked hard and saved a world from apocalypse n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. With that message over I was finally able to sleep. As soon as I opened my eyes I was engulfed in a tight hug. I didn't need to open my eyes to know who the person was. I could feel the hot tears on my skin. Mom, I am okay, I squeaked out, but she didn't let me go. A few seconds passed when she reluctantly let me go. I really felt guilty for worrying them so much, but it was the only chance I could think of. I was so worried. Please don't do that ever again, my mom said, still holding my hand. I won't, don't worry. Everything is fine now. I tried to reassure her but it was useless. When I heard the news about your abduction I just broke down. I thought I lost you. I don't know if I could ever go through that again, my mom said. I am sorry. I know apologizing won't do anything. Now only thing I know is that the person who was responsible is gone. I said while smiling at her. Seeing me talking about the incident she decided to change the topic. The doctor said you are completely fine, so we can leave if you want, my mom said, wiping away her tears. Where are the others? I asked mom. I could feel several people just outside the door. Hearing me a realization struck her. The doctor told me to call him when you wake him. The others are outside, my mom said, getting up. She walked to the door and as soon as she opened the door the room was immediately filled in. The new occupants were my dad, Momo, Momo's mom, and dad, and Nemuri. Damn, now how the hell I am gonna introduce her to my family? It's not like I am ashamed of her, but I am sure my mom would have a stroke if she didn't learn it already and already had a stroke. The only thing I can hope for now is the Nemuri restrains her philosophical ways in front of my mom. My mom gave Nemuri a look before going out of the room. I was pulled into another hug by Momo. I saw the sad face Nemuri was making. Well, it would known by my family, so I don't think that I need to hide it anymore. I gestured Nemuri with my other hand, seeing that her face lit up like a Christmas tree and jumped into my embrace. I looked around the room and my dad was making an odd face while Momo's parents were completely fine, like it was natural. I don't think this is normal, right? It shouldn't be normal, right? Momo and Nemuri finally let me go and I decided to ask some questions. How long was I out? I asked looking at Momo. Something like 26 hours, but the doctor reassured us that you were fine, just exhausted, Momo said with a gentle smile on her face. So, am I in trouble with the heroes or police? I asked. No, some heroes think that you should have waited because All Might was already there. You don't have to worry about them. They are the ones who feel sour because a student gained more popularity than them. This time it was Nemuri who answered my question. The police just wants to ask some questions. It was Momo's dad who answered. Oh, okay. I was about to lay down on my bed but the door opened and a doctor came in along with my mom. He told everyone to leave. After the tests were done, I was allowed to leave but the doctor asked me to wait because police were on the way here. Soon the police also arrived. It was Detective Naomasa Tsukachi and along with him came Yakamai Romera. He was from Public Safety Commission. I wonder why is he here. I greeted both of them and they finally took seats beside my bed. Nov. L. B /JNN. Now, you don't have to worry. We understand that you killed all for one in self-defense so you won't be charged for that. I just wanted to ask some questions for the official report, Naomasa said before asking any questions. I nodded my head, then he began asking questions. It was mostly related to who were the one who kidnapped me, then he asked me to give their descriptions. Well, most of them were already dead for maybe except Dabby. I don't know what happened to that bastard. When Naomasa's questions ended, Mara finally decided to speak. You already know that I am from Public Safety Commission. Not let me tell you what we do. We are the people responsible for authorizing provisional hero license or hero license. All of us were surprised how easily a student fought against one of the supervillains and how you handled the situation. Due to this, both Hero Association and Public Safety Commission have decided to give you this. Mara spoke and handed me a card. Wow, at least now I don't need to take provisional hero license exam. He handed me a provisional hero license with my name on it. You did a great service to the people of Japan. I know it wasn't an end how a hero should defeat a villain, but you didn't have much choice. Mara spoke. I spoke some more with both Naomasa and Mara, but it wasn't anything related to official business. After they left the room, I changed into civilian clothes which my mom had brought along with her. While leaving the hospital, I received several well wishes from the passerbys. My dad handed me my phone. The notifications were filled with missed calls and texts. I called all of my friends and told them I was fine. I was cursed by Denki because I stole his future harem from him. I don't even want to know how he reached that conclusion. When we finally reached home, I was made to sit on a couch while the others sat opposite to me. Momo sat on my right side while Nemuri was on my left. Son, please explain what is your relationship with her? My mom asked me while looking at Nemuri. I looked at everyone's reaction and it was clear that they already knew what my relation with her was, but they wanted to hear my confirmation. Mom, I am dating her. That was enough. My mom's eyes rolled up and passed out in my dad's arm. I expected that. I then turned my eyes towards Momo's parents to see their reactions. Don't worry about us, even though we are not fine with it, but it's not our decision to make. Momo has talked to us and she said she was fine with it. Momo's mom cleared my doubt. It's pretty common in high-class families or some old families in Japan, so it won't be a problem. Momo's dad also decided to give in his thoughts about the matter. After some time, my mom woke up and looked around and immediately turned anime depressed and started to make circles on her thigh. My father just coughed in his hands to gather everyone's attention. Well, even if it is most unusual, but I would still like to tell you that you are welcome in our family, my dad said and nudged my mom. Yes, what my husband said, she said in her depressed mode and continued making circles. It was clear that she wasn't happy about this. Rio, you must be hungry. Why don't we enjoy a nice and relaxing meal? Momo's dad decided to completely change the topic. I was completely fine with that. Everyone immediately agreed. Momo mom and dad took us to their house for the meal. During the meal we spoke about a lot of topics until I pulled out my phone and showed pictures of bloated Momo to her mom. That made her squeal in joy and earned me a death glare from Momo. At first she was dumbfounded about how was I able to click to pics. Momo's mom was so happy and excited that she immediately demanded for the pics so she can store them in her Momo album. By that time Momo was completely embarrassed. I was so glad that Nemuri didn't speak about her philosophical ways. Nemuri looked really happy because this was the first time she came to know how having a family felt. She kept pestering my mom, who was almost scared of her now. But when Nemuri started calling my mom as mom, she shivered like a cat drowsed in water. Don't worry mom, I will prove myself that I am worthy of being your daughter-in-law, Nemuri declared after the meal. That made my mom sulk in corner of the room. This made everyone laugh except my mom and Nemuri. Nemuri stood too proud while my mom was drawing circles in the corner with her fingers. Throughout the whole day, we had a lot of fun along with our family. Nemuri told me that the UA staff knew about our relationship. They were fine with it as long as we kept it a secret. Both Momo and Nemuri indicated that they knew that I allowed myself to get caught. I needed to coax them too. It was really nice to spend a whole day relaxing with family and loved ones. I am sorry for doing that, but when the attack happened I had no idea that they came for me, I told my two angry girlfriends. After the meal Momo dragged me to her room along with Nemuri to ask me some questions and deal with their grievances. But couldn't you have come back to tell me? Momo asked me while plopping herself down on the bed. I have thought of doing that, but before I could do that the smoky bastard decided to pop behind Okako and Tsuyu. I could have stopped him without getting caught, but the chance was too good to give up. I tried to make them understand. I understand what I did was wrong and it must have been really awful for both of them. Fine, just tell us before you do something like this again, Nemuri sighed and said. Hearing her I finally released a sigh. So, I am off the hook, right? I asked looking slightly anxious. No. Both Momo and Nemuri shouted together and gave me another round of death glare. Hearing them, I again slouched down on my chair. So, how can I make it up to both of you? I asked them. This seemed the only solution now. I have already fired the other guns and got no result. We are going to beach, and you are going shopping with us, and you will be carrying all the bags without your quirk, Momo declared, taking out 3 tickets. Well, if that is what I have to do, then I will happily do it. Anyways, I am the one who always carries the bags. Yeah, beach, bikinis. Nemuri squealed in joy. I took the tickets from Momo and found that those were passes for a private beach and resort. Damn, rich people. As you see, we will be going to a private beach and I have decided to book a villa for ourselves so you can cook breakfast and other meals for us. I heard from someone that you really take good care of your girls, Momo said to me while smile, but it wasn't gentle at all, it was similar to sadistic. I immediately glared at Nemuri, who turned her head away and whistled. Fine. I can do that. If I don't spoil my girlfriends, then who I am gonna spoil? I would be happy to. So when are we leaving? I asked Momo. Tomorrow. We can be done with all the shopping today, Momo said and pulled out a notebook and showed me the list. Seeing the list, both of my eyebrows rose up. Well, now there is no going back. Our parents okay with this? I suddenly asked Momo. Nov, L, B / JNN. Oh, yes. After telling Nemuri about my plan, I asked them and they approved even though they needed some coaxing, Momo said. Well now, let's go shopping? We have a long day in front of us. I can't wait for sex on beach. I always wanted that, Nemuri cheered and got up from the bed. We left the Yayo Rosa compound in Nemuri's car. Before the shopping trip could start, we needed to visit Nemuri's apartment so we can get her disguise, the ridiculously large hat and shades. I think she should carry those with her. After getting the disguise, we drove to a huge bikini store. I don't even know why they have such a huge store just for bikinis. I understood why they needed such a huge store when we entered inside. The store has every kind of bikini ever made and they had them in several colors. Nemuri immediately started checking 2-string bikinis of same color. I tried to tell her that those were same color, but she told me it was a minor difference. To me, both of them still looked red. Itsuki Ryo, can you please sign my hat? A store lady recognized me and yelled my name, which made a lot of people gather around me immediately. Maybe I should also start wearing a disguise like Nemuri when I go out. Momo and Nemuri heartless me left here and went ahead. I patiently greeted all of them and I gave autograph to whoever wanted it. Thankfully the media didn't arrive here or it would have been a hell for me. After I done with them, I quickly found both Momo and Nemuri in men's section choosing speedos. Well, it will only the three of us, and knowing Nemuri, she would keep demanding sex on beach or naked beach, so it would be fine. They were quickly done with my speedos and trucks and returned to the female section, which was relatively much more large than the men's section. Each of them bought 5 sets of binikis. I would argue with anyone that one bikini they bought could be referred to as ropes. They tried on the bikinis, but I wasn't allowed to see now. They wanted to give me the show on beach. Well, I don't mind. It would really uncomfortable if I get boner here. We finally left the store after 4 hours. As agreed before, I was the one who was carrying the bags. For the next few hours we kept going through several stores for normal summer clothes. The three of us were finally back when it was already dark. I kissed Nemuri goodbye before she drove back to her apartment. The rest of the day was pretty normal, except Denki called me again and cursed me for stealing his future harem and cried that he didn't get the chance to get close to Kendo because of the villain's attack. The camp was cancelled. After again whining that world is so unfair to him, he cut the call. The next day I got up pretty excited and immediately got freshened up and went downstairs for breakfast. Slow down or you might choke, my mom scolded me. Son, I think it's time to have the talk, my dad said, which really made me choke on the food. Fuck. I don't want that talk, but my mental pleas were unheard, and after breakfast my mom and dad gave me the talk. When I was leaving I heard my mom say, don't make a grandma so soon, even though you are dating a woman slightly younger than me. I was only able to nod my head at that and decided to bolt out. I reached the parking lot and Nemuri was already waiting there leaning on her car. She wore a blue jeans short and a sky blue tank top. Good morning, I greeted her and kissed her. Good morning honey, she said in a sultry voice. Soon Momo also arrived and she was wearing a blue miniskirt and a red shirt. She was carrying a handbag and pulling a trolley bag behind her. I kissed her too after greeting her. We entered the car and immediately drove towards our destination. Yes, we could have taken flight, but the three of us decided to take the road trip to enjoy it more. We had 2 weeks time to enjoy ourselves at the private beach. Momo, there is a quite interesting news for anyone, Nemuri said while turning down the music. What is it? Momo was immediately interested. As you know, that provisional hero exam will take place right after the school opens, Nemuri said, to which Momo nodded her head. So, UA staff have decided that students will be trained by us pro heroes so that you can make super moves, Nemuri finished saying, and Momo's eyes sparkled hearing that. She also wanted to get provisional hero license and a super move. Learning that she will get help to develop her own super move made her very excited. This was decided the last night, and you don't have to worry. The training will happen for only the last 10 days of the super break, so our trip ain't getting short, Nemuri finished. Well, looks like the exam will still happen. At least I don't have to worry with that at all. But I will help Momo and my friends if needed. Did they decide to do this because of the recent attack? I asked Nemuri. I wanted to know if it was still for the same reason or not. Indirectly, in previous exams about 50% of participating students passed, but from now on they are going to make the exam real hard. Only 10% of students would be passed. Both Hero Association and Public Safety Commission don't want riffraff heroes anymore after your display, Nemuri spoke while pointing at me by the last sentence. Your display set up a new standard for anyone who wants to get either provisional hero license or just hero license, so expect the test to be extremely hard, Nemuri said in serious voice. It's unfair, everyone can't be like Rio, Momo spoke. Yes, they don't expect that too, they just want you to be more ready to face real-life battle scenarios. They did this for another reason too. When the fight started, no heroes intervened and tried to help Rio. Nemuri said. Oh, that was all. Momo said. Don't worry, I will train you. Rio will help you too during these 14 days. We can't spend whole day having sex or in the water naked. Nemuri said with a perverted grin on her face. Are you sure that this place is only for 3 people? I asked, pointing at the villa which Momo thought would be appropriate for us. I know we could have so much fun in there, but isn't that too big? Nemuri was the next. Currently we were standing in front of the so-called villa. It took us around 9 hours to get here, so it was almost dark and we were really hungry. I hoped that the first thing I would do after getting there was to make food, but before that I need to remember the direction in this huge fucking mansion. Even if I invited all our classmates, along with their families, we would still have rooms to spare. Momo at least had the decency to blush. It looked small. Momo spoke meekly. Oh, well, let's get a room for ourselves. It would be better if it's near the kitchen. Then I won't have to walk for 5 minutes before arriving there, I told to them, and 3 of us have entered the villa. After arriving at the private beach, we were given the keys to the villa by the staff who were waiting for our arrival. After getting our keys, we directly arrived here, and now I know it was a mistake. I should have asked them for a fucking map. Look honey, what I found, Nemuri said, and showed us a map that the staff had kept on the table. At least they knew that we would need this. Smart people. Well, let's see, where is the kitchen first? I am starving, I told Momo and Nemuri, and both of them agreed without even thinking. After walking for about 4 minutes, we finally reached the kitchen. I hope that the kitchen isn't empty, Nemuri said, and her stomach growled, followed by ours. It won't be empty, of course. The kitchen supplies are included in the whole package, Momo said, puffing out her chest, which had a significant reaction of her shirt. I gulped looking at that, but somehow was able to turn away. The 3 of us needed to eat before we indulged ourselves in carnal desires. Just like Momo had said, the kitchen was filled with supplies. Spices, oil, raw ingredients, vegetables, fruits, and everything else we would need was there. Even meat, fish, and eggs were stacked in a freezer. I immediately got busy with the cooking. 3 of us decided to have curry rice. Momo and Nemuri decided to look for any room that would be suitable for us. I reminded them that it would be better if it was neat kitchen. After about 10 minutes, both girls returned with a huge smile on their faces. They found a room with open balcony and a jacuzzi. They helped with the food. Well, Nemuri was able to. Momo was useless in that department, so she just cleaned the vegetables and plates for us. It took us really long to get the food ready because of its quantity. Momo apparently ate quite a lot as always. After the meal, it was already dark outside, so we decided to relax ourselves in the jacuzzi. We quickly cleaned the plates all together because the 3 of us already knew how the night would end. We entered the room together, but I was the first who got changed into my black Speedo, which they bought for me, and entered the jacuzzi. It was a 4-seater jacuzzi, so I don't think we would be having any problem. The water had a nice temperature. After a couple of moments, both Momo and Nemuri entered the room wearing bikinis. They looked incredibly sexy and beautiful in those. I got a boner as I kept looking at them. Images here. Like something you see, honey? Nemuri asked me while licking her lips. I just nodded my head at her dumbly. I think he likes it very much, Momo said while giggling slightly. Nov, L.B//JNN. They didn't wait and entered the water immediately. Nemuri sat by my right side while Momo took the left side. How many men die to have my place? I thanked the God who sent me in this world. Momo placed her hand on my thigh and started to stroke it while Nemuri started to caress my chest. Looks like they came in ready to jump guns. Then, I shouldn't keep them waiting, I guess. I turned my head right and started to make out with Nemuri. I used my other hand and pulled Momo closer to me and started to caress her waist. Momo moaned, while Nemuri was busy fighting my tongue for dominance. While doing this, Nemuri's hands weren't idle either. She already put her hands inside my Speedo and pulled out my dick. She was slowly stroking it under the water. I stopped kissing Nemuri and decided to pay attention to Momo now. I turned towards Momo and started kissing her. I felt hot lips around my dick and turned around to see Nemuri had put her head in the water. Though it felt nice due to the difference in temperature, but it would be hard for her. Let's get out of the water, I said, and both Momo and Nemuri got up, pulling me up towards them. A bed was set up at the balcony and Nemuri started to pull us towards there. Come on, I always wanted to do it under the stars, Nemuri said huskily. I took off my Speedo because it wasn't needed any longer. I pulled Momo, who was still in my arms, and started to make out with her. Nemuri got on the bed after us and took my dick in her mouth and started to bob her head up and down. My hand snaked around Momo's chest and slid of her bikini top and licked the tip of her nipple. I immediately started to play and suck on her boobs, which made her moan loudly. My hand didn't stay idle and slowly slid down Momo's stomach and entered her bikini bottoms. She was already very wet. My first slid in, slowly getting another moan from her. Using my other hand, I undid the strap on her bikini bottoms, which instantly found its place on the floor. I stopped playing with her chest and laid down flat on the bed and pulled Momo towards my face and started to lick her hungrily. Why yes, right there, that's the spot, Momo said between her moans. I was also getting close to my orgasm. I am gonna come, I grunted out and continued licking Momo's pussy. Do it, Nemuri said. It was quite mumbled up, but I understood. I am close to, let's come together, Momo said. After only a few seconds, I released my shot inside Nemuri's mouth. Because of the climax, I bit lightly on Momo's pussy and that sent her over the edge, and she also came in my mouth. I looked towards Nemuri, who drank all of my cum without letting out a single drop. I immediately rotated my body along with Momo and made her get on her fours. I saw her wet and hot pussy leaking juices from behind and placed my already hard cock at Momo's entrance and slowly entered from behind. Momo moaned and I made Nemuri stand over Momo's body so her crotch could be right in front of my face. I used both my hands to grab Nemuri's ass and pulled her towards my face while I kept pumping inside Momo. Nemuri also grabbed the back of my head, pushed my mouth into her slit. I am gonna come, Nemuri said, and her body became tense. Only after a few seconds she climaxed. This made me come inside Momo, who also came together with me. The three of us fell on the bed after that, stopping to catch out breath. It wasn't even a minute and I was hard again, ready to go. Momo was still on the bed and Nemuri was already spreading her legs after seeing me hard again. I positioned myself between her legs and slowly entered her. Fuck me so hard that I can't walk tomorrow, Nemuri demanded. Gladly, I said, and started to pound her. Nemuri started to speak dirty while moaning my name. Momo got up from the bed and leaned on my side. I pulled her closer and started to kiss her while caressing her pussy. I want your baby batter inside me, Nemuri said, and closed her legs behind me so I can't pull out. Not that I would pulled out since she asked me to come inside her. I am coming, I grunted when Nemuri reached her climax. Her hot juices engulfed my member and sent me over the edge and came inside her. Did you like that? I asked Nemuri, who was making an AJO face. Loved it, Nemuri purred. Don't even think of leaving me hanging like this, and someone seems to agree with me, Momo moaned and pushed my down on the bed while holding my cock, which was growing hard again. As soon as my member was hard, she placed my dick at her entrance and sat down over it and started to ride me. Nemuri leaned on me and started to lick my chest. What she said, Nemuri purred when I pinched her nipple hard. I wouldn't even imagine, I told her, and we continued our debauchery throughout the whole night. We finally laid down when the sun was already rising. Momo was laying over the right side of my chest and Nemuri was on my left. Isn't it beautiful? Momo asked. Yes, it is, I replied. So, when we will be leaving this world? Suddenly Nemuri asked me. There is no hurry. We can relax here as long as we want now that my mission is over, I replied and kissed Nemuri. After that Momo got the same treatment and like that we went to sleep completely tired and satisfied. It has been already 10 days we have been here. For these 10 days we enjoyed ourselves as much as we could. We ate, lazed around, had sex, lots of sex, and trained. I was training both Momo and Nemuri in hand-to-hand combat. As a pro hero, Nemuri was quite capable, but she wasn't near to Aizawa's level and Momo was just a novice in this department. Yes, since we were small we have been training physically, but that doesn't mean that she would know how to fight. Nemuri was slightly lacking behind Momo in the combat training because she didn't work out regularly like Momo did. We spent most of our time on the beach, and since the beach was completely private, usually we lacked clothes on our body. Due to that our bodies lacked any tan mark. Momo was happy that she was learning new stuff. During the training I asked Momo to make 2 things at the same time, which she was easily able to do, so I decided to her to work on her speed of making things and efficiency. Nemuri was hugely dependent on her quirk and didn't work out physically, so I made her exercise. At first she whined, but when I told her exercising would keep her body toned and sexy, she immediately agreed. Her priorities are definitely weird. We still had 4 more days left in our trip, so Momo wanted to make her super move, at least get the idea before she goes to train along with the other students. Momo also has been learning to fight with weapons. She can't make complicated things with moving mechanisms, but she could easily make a sword or spear. Nemuri practiced with her whip. She apparently loved it, so I decided to get her a dagger tail as her permanent weapon. It wasn't needed now because, as you know, pro heroes aren't allowed to use lethal weapons. So, here we were laying on a blanket over the sand completely naked. Well, I wasn't laying now because I was the one applying sunscreen on their bodies. I finished applying sunscreen on Momo and turned towards Nemuri, who seemed to be deep in her thoughts. What's on your mind? I asked her. Started to apply the cream on her stomach. What will be my age in the world we will be going? Nemuri asked with concern in her voice. I knew why she asked that. She was really concerned about her age. I just smiled at her and started to rub lotion on her boobs. She slightly moaned, but Slight kept looking at me waiting for my answer. You can be old as you like. Oh, guess you want to be the same as us? I asked Nemuri. My answer made her smile, but the next moment it turned into a perverted grin. No, I will take the role of your perverted older stepsister who would teach her little brother the glory of skin pleasure, Nemuri declared and stood up while pointing her finger towards the sky. As soon as the sentence finished, she released steam from her nose and puffed out her chest. Both me and Momo gave her blank looks while Nemuri was too proud at the moment on herself for noticing our stares. Are you sure? You might have to wait for some years to have sex with me. I tried to dissuade her, but it didn't seem to work. She proudly laid down, turning around so I could rub the lotion on her back. I can wait. Yes, patience is the virtue. I have already waited 30 years waiting for you, Nemuri said while looking at me hungrily. No matter what you think, but you weren't born and started craving sex, Momo pointed out. Fine. 16 years, happy? Ignore the minor details, Nemuri said sousily. Fine, whatever turns you on, I said, and started to rub the lotion on her ass. Care for a quickie, honey? Nemuri asked, making Momo get up. Sure, why not, I said, and our episode of debauchery started. Just like that 4 more days passed and we were already heading back. 2 days from now super move training will start. Momo still wasn't able to think anything about her super move, so Nemuri asked her to leave it until she can get advice from other pro heroes. Hey, Nemuri, did you ask Nizu if I could be there or not? I asked Nemuri. 2 days ago I told her that I want to be there when our class was being trained. He said you can be there and you can even help if someone asks, Nemuri said, turned her head back to the road. We finally reached home, and after kissing Nemuri, she drove away towards her apartment while both me and Momo entered the Yayo Rosa compound. Thankfully, the beach was private, or else I would have been hounded by media. I was thinking this because I have to take train to go to school and I was dreading over it. I finally reached my home and was immediately hounded by my mom. How was the beach? My mom asked me excitedly. It was good, Mom. We had a lot for fun these 14 days, I told her while taking off my shoes. What about that woman? Did she treat you well? My mom asked, finally getting to the point. She didn't show it, but it was clear that she didn't like Nemuri much. I don't blame her. Mom, Nemuri is nice girl. You will definitely like her if you come to know her, I told her. I understand that she is nice, but she is twice your age, Mew, Mom continued. I know, Mom. It's not a child's crush anymore. I really love her and she loves me too, I told her, and finally sat down on the couch. Fine, I will at least try to get to know her. I have never imagined that one of my daughter-in-law would be only a few years younger than me. My mom released a sigh and said, "That's all I ask, Mom. Give her a chance," I said while smiling, to which she also smiled. The rest of the day was normal. Dad returned from work and asked how our trip was. 2 more days passed in an blink of eye. I wasn't able to meet Nemuri for these 2 since she had to work. She had already taken 2 weeks off, so she needed to be present for her duty now. The time finally came for which I have been dreading. I was wearing a hat and shades made by Momo so no one could recognize me. We boarded the train and thankfully no one recognized me. We finally arrived at the school and went towards the changing room. We were quite early, so I wasn't expecting to see anyone, but Ilda had already arrived. "Hi, how was your holiday?" I asked him. "Yeah, I have been fine. So, how was it?" Ilda asked me. It was quite scary to be said, just a slight slip and I could have lost my life. "Well, at least I learned what it means to be an actual hero," I said to him, releasing a sigh. Both of us were done changing now and finally left towards Ground Gamma. "I saw your fight, how you kept protecting those people throughout the fight," Ilda said and clutched his hands. "But I don't know if I could ever do that," Ilda said, gritting his teeth. "Don't think like that. Tell me, why do you want to be a hero?" I asked him. "Of course, to help people who are in need," Ilda said. "Then, there it is, as long as you keep saving people, helping people, you are a hero. You don't have to face a super villain like I did, but keep doing good and that will be enough." Many will think that I was lucky to be able to defeat a super villain and become famous, but only I knew what I felt. Just a mistake and bam, you are dead, I told Ilda, and this seemed to work like a charm. "Thank you for talking to me," Ilda said, and we kept walking towards the Ground Gamma. Nov. L. B / JNN. "Don't need to thank me, it was the right thing to do," I told Ilda, and we finally reached Ground Gamma. Momo was the only girl who has arrived, so I decided to look around and maybe find Nemuri. But before I could leave, Denki and Jiro entered the Ground Gamma. Both of them immediately started firing off several questions. I answered them in a similar manner I did to Ilda. "Dude, I found out what Kendo likes," Denki said, finally back in his usual manner. "Tell me about that after the training," I told him. Wow. I heard Jiro exclaim while she had a blush on her face. I wonder what they are speaking about. It must have been something about our beach trip.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.